Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for making RaceSpotTV a part of your Sunday morning, evening, or afternoon. The first Sunday of December, can you believe it? That 2019 is already coming to a close, and we are going to kick off the final month of 2019 with a fantastic 6-hour endurance race around here at Brands Hatch. It's going to be the PCDC and TeamBRIT 6 hours of Brands Hatch. Bit of a charity race coming on here for a fantastic organization and an amazingly good cause that I 100% support, and they've been put on some fantastic races for us here on RaceSpotTV in the past. And if you've not caught one of these races previously, let's get you up to speed on who TeamBRIT is and what they do.
Racing Academy trains and equips disabled drivers with race licenses, ready to take on any circuit in the world. And
almost all of TeamBRIT's drivers are disabled military veterans. They're aiming to make history by becoming the first ever all-disabled team to compete in the Le Mans 24-hour endurance race.
He lost both his legs in Afghanistan, but in 2 years' time he's dreaming of Le Mans.
It's only 10 years to go from laying in a bed with no legs to racing at one of the biggest races in the world.
And I felt like with TeamBRIT, which was really amazing for me, is that I've done wheelchair racing and competed at high levels with people with disability and stuff, but this is the actual first sport you can do where it doesn't matter if you're disabled or not. You don't have to explain that or anything. You're just another driver competing against other able-bodied people.
Yeah, I was reading the point about TeamBRIT is obviously you're going to be racing against able-bodied drivers. There's absolutely no difference. You're at the rookie stage. You said you're about a month.
Every time I get in the car, I want to do the best I can. You know, everybody wants to win, but this is a journey we're on, and it's a very steep learning curve.
Most of the guys being injured and ex-military, it's carried through. So the camaraderie is pretty top-notch. But when it comes to business and, you know, getting out on track, everyone bucks up, gets serious and gets down to it.
It's a serious race team and we're all here to race.
The hand controls that we use are the top notch. They're the best in the world, produced in Britain.
I've never thought I would get the opportunity to be part of something at such a high level.
Although we are all disabled people, it doesn't mean we have to sit on the sofa and moan about what we can't do.
Same track, same cars, same race, competing on equal terms and winning on a global stage.
So that pretty much sums it up on what TeamBRIT is and what they stand for. And Lorenzo, what an amazing cause to really support here on the sim racing side of things. I mean, I'm someone with a ton of military history in my family, and I know a handful of individuals whose lives were changed in an instant when they over in the Middle East, or a couple other actual conflicts as well, where due to an injury they were lost a limb and I know for a lot of those individuals that have lost limbs and, unfortunately ended up with a disability, one of the big things for them getting back into society and trying to get back normal again is almost feeling like they have hope, feeling like they have some way to compete and something to look forward to. And I think the roots of this organization really work to that, and it's such a great cause to support here on RaceSpotTV.
Absolutely, Randy, absolutely. I have also friends that are on the military. I actually am coming out of the games. I do know a lot of people who are disabled or eventually got disabled because of military deployment. Unfortunately, it is a life changer. It is a 180 on your entire life. It changes the way you see things or the way you perceive or go through things. And have a team like this giving people hope, giving them a motive to keep going forward, it's always amazing. I do appreciate the work that Team Brit is doing, and I hope to see other organizations like this working towards a goal like this.
There's a little bit over 14 minutes on the clock in practice right now before we get to the 10-minute qualifying session. That'll be a 4-lap solo qualifying effort for all of these drivers. We have, I believe, north of 40 cars in the service right now, getting ready to gear up and go racing. And Team Brit, while it started out definitely supporting those who were in the military and had military-related injuries that ended up in, creating their handicap, they have in more recent years as well expanded as well, Lorenzo, into individuals that were sort of naturally disabled through life. I know one driver in particular that has worked with Team Brit in the past is a touring car driver and brother of Lewis Hamilton, Nick Hamilton. Seen him do interviews in the past, and it is great that they've sort of branched out into those individuals as well, and it's sort of a great way, I think, to get ex-military, I think, as well, interacting with civilian individuals as well, because I know that's another thing, especially when dealing with people who are in the military and had military service, getting them someone back ingrained in civilian life and getting them around civilians they can really connect with and that they can really maybe have some common ground with is another great thing that the team really helps as well.
Yeah, the rehab process is just a very lengthy process, but still, it's a very worthy process nevertheless. And a team that does this kind of inclusion is always amazing to see.
And this team is still adding in new people to the ranks of Team Brit. And let's take a look. Andrew Tucker has recently joined the ranks and Team Brit. Here's a little bit of look at Andrew and what he's gone through, presented by Scruffy Bear Pictures.
Back in January of 2013, I was struck by a car from behind while I was on my motorbike, and it trapped my leg between the frame of the bike and the car itself. I've got multiple lower limb injuries from my ankle up to my knee. They've even taken muscle from my hamstring and put that into my knee just so I can actually walk again. Then it's left me with issues in my hand, as you can see. The hand controls mean that it's put everything on a level playing field for me because I wouldn't be able to use my feet competitively. Granted, I can drive a normal car on the road, but for racing, I need the hand controls, and Team Brit has opened up so many opportunities for me just by having the hand control systems in the car. I really want to see how far I can push things with the team in 2020 myself. Back in January of 2000.
So there he was, Andrew Tucker, one of the newer members over at Team Brit, and kind of got a little bit of a look there, Lorenzo, at a closer look at a lot of the technology they're using to get these drivers with a disability back out onto the racetrack and getting them moving forward. It's great technology that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years, really getting expanded in motorsport. You know, you see the likes of Alex Zanardi get back in the race car, and we've seen others have horrendous accidents and get back in the race car as well. You think back to that big incident we saw at Donington Park. It's great, the technology we're starting to see. I know a lot of people really claim to try to get back to the sort of era of racing we had in years past, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, but it's kind of hard to say that some of the newer achievements we have in technology and what certain things have allowed us to do maybe hasn't made things, definitely has made things for the better, and it's definitely a great thing moving forward, getting potentially opening the doors for more and more individuals to get into motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely, because I think, as you said, in these last 4 to 5 years, the technology shift that we have for disability drivers has been so, abrupt, that allowed not drivers just to be able to race, but also be race very competitively. I was able to, believe it or not, I was actually able to see Zanardi's car at the beginning of the year when I went to Daytona for the Daytona 24. So you just see how much stuff there is inside a race car for a disabilitated driver, for a driver with disability. And also, there was a look, I remember once, of Billy Munger's car, and also how it is improved for his taste and for his needs. So yeah, and they're still, like I said, very competitive. And I believe the goal of Team Brit is very noble. I hope to see them just achieve their goal during Le Mans and being on the same toe like with the other teams, GT or LMP2 teams.
We get ready to move in towards the event. 8 minutes left before we get into the Team Brit and PCDC 6 hours of Brands Hatch. SimAbility sponsoring this and supporting this event as well. I mean, with getting those sort of hand controls as well working for the simulator there, Lorenzo, has also been a big, I think a big part. I know one individual in particular who's here in the U.S. is Kevin Swindell, who, if anyone's familiar with dirt oval racing in the United States, you'll recognize the name Swindell, one of the most accomplished names, last names, surnames in dirt racing for sure. Kevin, the son of legendary sprint car driver Sammy Swindell, midget driver as well. Don't want to take that away from him, but he had a big crash at Knoxville that unfortunately ended up losing essentially usage of his legs. And I know he gets on the sim and he races with hand controls, and I know for him, it's sort of a backwards thing that I think a lot of the people at Team Brit and possibly worked through. He's someone that was a successful racer that is able to get the taste of what he used to do, but it's great to have that in this modern era of motorsport, especially with sim racing coming into the fold as well.
Yeah, because sim racing, one of the things that sim racing enables for everybody, not just able-bodied drivers like us, but also disabled bodies, that to do is just to be reacquainted with racing and all not just the capability of driving yourself, just relearning the whole process. Be able to drive. Accelerate with one hand and do stick shifting, or even do other things like clutch brakes, communications, and things like that. And drivers just reacquainting themselves with new stuff and still being competitive, like I mentioned before.
And talking about them being competitive, let's get one of the drivers that's involved with this organization, Max Spooner. You'll see him behind the wheel at some point in the 067 Team Brit car. And Max, practice getting ready to wind down. How are you doing, and how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, we're nerves are starting to kick in a little bit, I think. We've been practicing for a couple of weeks now, and we've had a big push over the last few days. And it's sort of like just getting sort of settled into the race, and I'd hope we can keep it clean.
Well, it's definitely the goal of everyone getting into one of these 6-hour races. And tell me a little bit about Team Brit. We've had the 2 preview videos we've gone through, one Team Brit oriented and one going over one of your guys' newer members, and Andrew Tucker. But you guys are going to have 3 total entries. You have a Team Brit entry and an 2 Team E-Team Brit entries. Tell me a little bit about about how those 3 teams kind of work and the difference between the Team Brit entries versus the E-Team Brit entries.
Yes, so the Team Brit entry is going to be Matt and Bobby, who race with the real race team, and then we've got the 2 E-Team Brit teams, which will be myself and Anthony, as well as Ben and Alan, and we are exclusively sim drivers competing in this event, and really we've been working together as one team, but obviously with the real team and the esports team. So we're hoping we'll teach the real team a lesson or 2 on here.
Well, you definitely, I think it's going to be interesting to see how you guys get on. And of course, you being one of the drivers, what's sort of been the progress and any updates on E-Team Brit? Because I know last time when we checked in with you guys, things are definitely moving forward in a great way. How's it been since, I think the last event I remember us doing was the 6 hours of Silverstone. So now that we're back here, still in the UK at Brands Hatch, how have things progressed with both Team Brit and E-Team Brit?
Yeah, so certainly from the E-Team Brit side, we're really moving forward now. So the team sort of really got going sort of towards August time. I joined towards the end of August, and since then we've been recruiting drivers. So we've got about 8 to 10 drivers on our books now, competing regularly. We're competing in iRacing events such as the DFGX Club Sports Series. We've got the VRS GT Series as well. We've been competing in that. And then, of course, we've got the PCDC 6 hour, which is really the first event for us where we've actually been competing with multiple cars. So that's really exciting for us. And it's really a case now that we've integrated more with the main team, and we're looking at moving towards doing some events in real life here and abroad. So it's we're moving forward at quite a rapid pace of knots at the moment.
And of course, those E-Team Brit entries in specific, we saw the 2 videos talking about the Team Brit, which is definitely more focused towards the real race cars. E-Team Brit still very much keeps towards the supporting the drivers struggling with various that are suffering from various disabilities. And of course, you guys in E-Team Brit, both teams have a driver who's in a wheelchair, unfortunately wheelchair bound, a driver with autism, and are both supported by a narcoleptic race engineer. Tell me about what that's been like getting, I'm sure it's been like you said, still relatively a new member to the team, joining up in August. What's that been like getting into a group and probably working with a very different group of people than you probably ever would have worked with if you went anywhere else in any other direction in sim racing? I
think that might be the misconception, but since I've joined this team, it does feel like joining a regular team. We're hungry to win. We're passionate about our racing. Yes, some of our drivers are in wheelchairs. I'm on the autistic spectrum myself, but you know what? It's the desire's there. We gel really well, and we're just like any other e-racing team. It just so happens we have disabilities, but it hasn't really had any effect on our racing.
And as we get ready to wind this clock and practice down, we're starting to get into the real competition of things. And of course, you taking part, I want to bring some of your sort of insight in. We were kind of mumbling a little bit before we got live on the broadcast. Let's talk a little bit about what we might expect today. GTE cars around Brands Hatch are going to be mighty quick and are going to put on a good show. Probably expecting, stints in about the 1 hour or so mark. But what do you think, cars? You think we're going to be strong today? Definitely seemed like Ferraris and Porsches have really been at the top of the sheets in the practice session. A couple BMWs up there as well, notably the 068 Team Brit entry. Tell me a little bit about what you expect from the race today, not only for yourselves, but from the race as a whole.
It's gonna be tough out there. Brands is a really fast circuit. It's not the circuit you can really rest on. You know, you've constantly got to think about where you're going. The Porsches and the Ferraris do look quick, but I think, you know, with our BMW, that's up there as well. I think it is really all down to the racing gods who comes out of this on top. I think, you know, as long as we can keep it clean, you know, try and avoid penalties, we'll be in for a good result. And I think that's probably the same for all the teams going out there today. They're going to want to try and push, but you know, be conscious of those off tracks and car contact, because otherwise it could ruin the race. For my car, you know, we're sort of mid pack at the moment, but we're quietly confident that we've you know, some good strategy. We can go out there and get a good result.
Clock winds down to 0 on the practice session, and it'll start winding down on the qualifying session in a moment, now that it's up at 10 minutes. Who do you think, any predictions on big teams we should watch out for? Who do you think we're likely going to see up at the head of the field at the end of qualifying here and getting into the racing as well?
Yeah, TeamBRIT, I think, are in for a good shout.
Yeah, the 068 has looked quick. I believe they were about 10th after the practice session. So, Max, huge thanks to you for joining us. Good luck to you guys. I know the nerves are likely building for you as well, even though you're not going to be in the car for probably about another hour and 15 or so, based on you not doing the qualifying or the first stint. But good luck to your entire group, and you have fun managing the nerves for about the next hour and 15 before you're in the behind the wheel of that race car.
Thank you very much. And if I could just say before I disappear, that if there are any drivers watching this broadcast that want to get involved, then by all means, you know, follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, and on Instagram under TeamBRIT. But also, if you want to get involved in driving for the team as well, email us teambrit@teambrit.co.uk and speak to Paul, who's the big man, and he'll be able to put you in the right direction of how you can get involved.
Well, that's, I think, the plug everyone was waiting for, if I'm honest. But Max, good luck to you guys, and maybe if you get out of the car, we'll do a bit of a mid-race talk and see how that team has gone.
Excellent. Thank you very much, guys.
So revs come up, and qualifying times are getting ready to come cycling through. Most teams starting their first hot lap here on the racetrack. Currently, we have the cameras pointed at that number 67 TeamBRIT machine. It's going to be Anthony Beck behind the wheel for qualifying in this car, Lorenzo. And looking at the results of practice, I mentioned it there, talking with Max, it was definitely a Ferrari and Porsche dominated top of the timing sheet. So this number 67 TeamBRIT car, they definitely have the manufacturer and the marquee right, but they didn't quite have the speed in practice. Now, granted, practice and the practice session was mighty crowded. Maybe you can find a little bit more speed out here on a clean racetrack all by yourself.
Absolutely, yeah. Because here's the thing: one of the things that we don't mention about Brentat, even though it's a very short track, Randy, is a very technical track, because some of these turns, especially if you're going to Paddocks Hill and also going to Dingledale, they are very tricky sections because you need to get the apex right for you to get a proper speed. And I was looking right before going to qualify. I'm just restarting my my iRacing server, so I'm coming back into the server. One thing that is really cool to note is that the gap for 1 second, because the top guys were at 118s, 118.1 if I'm not mistaken, to 119.1, was up to the 28th place. So basically half of the grid, they're so even right now that basically it is anyone's race up to this point. They just need to get a clean run.
Qualifying time starting to cycle through. Current top of the timing sheets, the number 79 Full Send Racing car, but as I say that, Revolution Sim Racing Blue, they go to the top at a 118.4. Fastest in the practice session was Satellite Racing GT in the 27. They're about to cross start finish with Ferris Stanley behind the wheel. They'll come through at the end of their first lap, and they top the timing sheets at a 118.0. 4/10 of a second clear of anybody else in that Satellite Racing GT for Ferrari 488 GTE machine. It is GTE spec cars that will be running here today, of course, with 6 minutes left in the quali session. So qualifying time's already looking tight, Lorenzo. 4/10 between first and second is a little bit more than I would have guessed, but after you get down to second, third, fourth, things are mighty quick and mighty close. You have a 118.4 currently P2, a 118.412 third, 118.418 in fourth, 118.439 in fifth. That's 4 spots all in your top 5, all within 0.03 of a second of one another.
And like I mentioned, Brands Hatch is a very technical track, so if you get the runoff perfectly, you're going to get yourself a good lap. So you can see the drivers are putting a lot of work, and now we can see German Sim Racing Red nabbing that second spot, if I'm not mistaken, just as they come into the start and finish line. And we have Sim Revolution Pink right now with Korn Brother Borchers, actually just butchering a few names just around qualify. Just coming into the final turn. Let's see how we'll do, Rainey.
Let's see, so Korn in that number 31 car will work down that front straightaway and come across start finish and scream down towards Paddock Hill Bend. That's going to be a 120.6 for them. Also keeping an eye on the 068, the TeamBRIT entry. They currently sit 17th in the qualifying session. Bobby Trundley, who's going to be driving the TeamBRIT Aston Martin GT4 entry next year, currently behind the wheel, working the qualifying session here, Lorenzo. And there's going to be a big step up, I think, from him compared to that Aston Martin GT4 car. Wouldn't mind that Aston Martin GT4 car in the sim, by the way, but this BMW M8 GT is, I mean, this thing's going to be glued to the track around this place with all this aero. This will be fly around a track like Brands Hatch.
Yeah, but you're not going to even be able to see the car properly going around the track, Randy. But yeah, it will be quite a big of a step up going to the Aston Martin GT4, and as you said, I really would like to see the GT4 also going into the iRacing service, because out of all the GT4 cars, I think that might be within my top 3 favorites GT4 cars like ever. So it would be really cool to see.
So Bobby Trundley continues going down, trying to put a better qualifying time in. He's currently on his final lap. He did improve to 13th. Is still taking a look at the top of the timing sheets. It's still Satellite Racing GT. As we looked at the full send car for a moment, they're still 0.3 of a second clear, Lorenzo, of anybody. So Satellite Racing really doing well here in the qualifying session. German Sim Racing Red has improved to second. As I say that, Full Send Racing number 79, Paul was probably correct pointing the cameras at them. They go P2, 0.2 off of that pole sitter of Satellite Racing GT. So great time from Full Send, and the lap time starting to get down, but people starting to run out of laps and people starting to run out of time.
Yeah, people are starting to run out of time because it is a short lap, so it's very, very quick for you to get those 4 laps in. So you need to get the timing perfectly so you can do your do the lap that you really consider it's ideal. And Full Send, as I was saying, they were actually number 2 within the practice session, so it is right within their margins. They were just slightly slower into their qualify run as they were into practice, just shortly, nearly a full 1/10 of a second slower in the qualifying run, but still a very good run for Full Send. And now we got Sim Revolution Sim Racing Blue Gram in that top 2 spot.
Yep, so Revolution Sim Racing 2, they go to an 18.238. So no one else has gotten below that 18.2 second bracket just yet. We still have a couple of cars that need to get out there to qualify. SpeedTech SimSport number 39. They've run a couple of laps, but they've not yet completed one out there on the racetrack. You also have another one of those Full Send racing cars that needs to get out there on the racetrack. Right now we're looking at the number 88. That's Andrew Mars behind the wheel for Full Send Racing. Currently out on, I believe, what is a hot lap. They work through the latter half of the lap here at Brands Hatch, getting to work down now towards the very, very quick sections of the racetrack, through Dingledell, up the hill into Sheen Curve before you make that left-hand turn into Sterling's. All sorts of camber here at this left-hander to really work with you as you begin the run down towards Clearways and Clark Curve, which will end the lap here. So let's see what this Full Send number 88 Ferrari can do in towards that final corner, and then onto this front straightaway. And oh yeah, he's actually run out of fuel, Lorenzo. That's a disaster for qualifying. With 90 seconds left, he's not going to get around and get another hot lap started. So that 88 is starting from the back of the pack. He'll take a 1:23.4 as he crosses the line, but that's a disaster for Full Send Racing 88. That'll likely be the slowest lap of the session.
Yeah, that might be the slowest lap of the session unfortunately for that number 88 car. But then again, one thing I'm going to mention about Brent's Hatch is that even though you might be starting way back in the pack, the Brent's Hatch is such a very close, tight track that even though you're in the back, you can still make a lot of moves. So 44. Well, that's Lewis Hamilton's number. I'm not going to even mention F1 because otherwise Paul Smith might be able to punch me all the way from now from the UK. But still, it might be a good race for that number 88 car.
Paceworks Williams Gym Esports goes into P2. They're a 1/10.5 off of that pole time, so a late time coming in. And I have to say, Lorenzo, your strategy for not mentioning the F1 is definitely brave at that. But 30 seconds left, and I'd say at this point, Satellite Racing GT has to be feeling pretty solid with their pole position right now, with only one team managing to get under that 118.2 second bracket.
Yeah, Satellite will be in a very comfortable position right now with that race lead, because they will be dictating the pace at the very start of the race, and the only thing they have to mind is just coming into turn number 2, which is just after the paddock seal, if I'm not mistaken. The turn name is Druids. Yeah, because I'm not very used with the track, so I'm starting to get myself picking myself back up again. Yeah, just coming into Druids, if they can survive that, well, they're going to be dictating the pace for the first 10 laps, and that's very important.
Well, luckily for you, Lorenzo, it's a prominent touring car circuit, and our producer in the background is a prominent touring car Yorkshireman. But regardless, we have the starting grid for your PCDC and TeamBRIT 6 hours of Brands Hatch, and let's go through it. 49 cars will be taking the green flag today, and on the front row is going to be Ferris Stanley for Satellite Racing GT, putting in the fastest time of the qualifying session at a 118.038. Paceworks Williams Gym Esports and Josh Thompson will start on the outside of that front row. Row 2, Revolution Sim Racing Blue and Full Send Racing number 79. Starting behind them on road number 3, you have German Sim Racing Red with Pure Motorsport White, and then KC Racing Esports and German Sim Racing.de starting in 7th and 8th. Rounding out your top 10, the 888 of Gaming Paddock Racing and KC Racing Esports Ford. You see we're still within a second on the qualifying times, and they are mighty close as we bump back to row 6, which is all Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, both red and black. They sit 11th and 12th on the racetrack to start. Venomworks Sim Racing Orange and CXR Project Black make up row 7, with Revolution Sim Racing Red and that 068 car of TeamBRIT. They will round out row number 8. SpeedTech Simsport number 59 and KC Racing Esports 3 on row number 9. And we got more team cars on the same row. PCDC's Motorsports Yellow and Blue will start along each other. One's a Ferrari, one's a Porsche. They make up 19th and 20th. KC Racing Esports and Newman Racing Sim Racing Black 21st and 22nd. Full Send Racing and CXR Project Black will make up row 12. PCDC Motorsports Green and Paceworks Esports Right on row number 13. SROC Racing Green and Venomworks Sim Racing Silver on row 14, with TeamBRIT number 67 and Big Bone Racing GT rounding out your top 30. Newman Sim Racing Green and TeamBRIT the 064 on row number 16. Row number 17, you have Escuderia Madrid Racing Team and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing White. Team Down Under and Revolutionary Sim Racing Pink will be 35th and 36th. 37th and 38th, Pure Motorsport Yellow and Fury Simsport. DC Motorsports Red and Full Send Racing number 69 will round out your top 40. 41st and 42nd, Newman Sim Racing Blue with CXR Project Black. The 666 Pacework Esports Blue car will make up the 43rd spot, with the 44th car being the final one to take a qualifying time at 123.434. That's Full Send Racing 88. We saw them run out of gas at the end of their hot lap. Cars that did not take a qualifying time are SpeedTech Simsport number 39, Pineapple Burger Racing. I've heard of pineapple on a pizza, but never pineapple on a burger. Then you have Pineapple Pizza Racing. I know I've heard about that somewhere. Starting in 47th with Escuderia Madrid Aces and Escuderia Madrid Kings, rounding out your 49 car field. They're out there on the observation lap. Lorenzo, any predictions?
No predictions whatsoever, because like I mentioned, Brands Hatch is a very scrappy track. That first 10 laps will be very important to dictate the pace, to see who's going to come out on top, because like again, if they come into paddock hill and try to kind of make a competition, try to go for positions very early in the race. This could be a very long race for some of these teams and drivers, so they have to be very careful within this first 10 laps.
Brands Hatch with 49 cars gets very crowded. So for some of these guys, this might feel a little bit like the Bristol night race from the NASCAR side of things if things go long. And as they work down towards the tail end of the racetrack, they will pull up to the left-hander at Sterling's, which will be the penultimate straightaway. They will go down behind the safety car. So get ready to slot 6 hours onto the clock, and 48 of the best GT drivers on the service will get let loose around Brands Hatch, an iconic circuit for motorsport racing in the UK, for what is, in my opinion, the best cause in motorsport in the UK. Onto the front straightaways, all the field in the hands of Satellite Racing GT, and we are green in the PCDC and TeamBRIT. 6 hours of Brands Hatch. They're fanning out 3 wide, 4 wide, 4, 5, 6 rows back, but through turn 1 for the first time. Satellite Racing will get clear through Paddock Hill Bend. I see a little bit of contact. We do have a spinner starting about 15th, 20th, and there's a bit of a pile up off of turn 1. I see 4, 5, 6 cars, and cars everywhere fanning out, but through Druids, you see 3 wide in the middle of your screen. I believe that's a Geodesic Racing Ferrari. You see up in the middle, I believe that was the 84 involved there, but everyone mostly through clean. A bit of an incident in the back though, Lorenzo, but for the most part, everyone rolls. We get a look at which one of those cars that may have been, and oh, it was one of the TeamBRIT cars. Ben Warren involved in the first lap scuffle. Let's see what happened here through Paddock Hill Bend. You see it kind of happen in front of him, Lorenzo, and really not much that Ferrari could do there. A handful of cars caught out in that incident.
Yeah, unfortunately for the TeamBRIT, TeamBRIT team, they, just as you said, they couldn't do too much about it because there was already a first car involved, and I think that was the number 55. It was right in the front and got involved with one of the Porsches, and then everything else just fell apart like domino effect, and they got a lot of damage. I can see they have suspension damage on that 064 car, so they might have to go back into the pits and get that car repaired. So in the first lap, like I mentioned, it became a very scrappy race for the 64 car, but I believe they can still manage.
So lap 1 will come to a close. I'm showing estimates of about 277 laps for this 6-hour event, so still plenty more where that came from. Satellite Racing GT able to open up a half-second advantage here early over Paceworks William Jim Esports in the early goings. We talked a little bit about the manufacturer representation, Lorenzo, and the difference, the fact that the Ferraris and the Porsches were so dominant at the top of the timing screen. Right now it's Ferrari first, Ferrari second, Ferrari third, Ferrari fourth, Ferrari fifth, Porsche sixth, Porsche seventh, Ferrari eighth, Ferrari ninth, Porsche 10th. To get you your first car that's not one of those, you got to get actually Bobby Trundley in the TeamBRIT BMW. That's the first non-Porsche or BMW in your running order. That's actually not one of the few BMWs inside of the top 20. Matter of fact, it's the only BMW in the top 20. So right now it's pretty much all Porsches and all Ferraris at the head of the field in the top half, and I don't see any Fords anywhere, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think the only Ford I can see is the Pineapple Burger team, which was right in the back. I'm just trying to find where they are right now.
Currently 40th.
Yeah, they're currently 40th, but still, like he mentioned, like Max Spooner mentioned, it's a track that doesn't benefit Ford so much because of the elevation changes and everything. So it is much better for the Italian and German brand of Porsche and Ferrari, and they would be able to stick it out and launch themselves into the prominent places at the very first hour of this race.
So through Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend for the third time, is in towards 13s now for your race leaders. Everyone else getting themselves relatively single filed out, and I think this is what you want to do here early, Lorenzo. This is such an intense racetrack for a motorsport race like this. It's a long race. There's a lot of cars. I talked about the fact that this can get crowded. The only maybe easy thing about this from an endurance race standpoint is that it's not multi-class. It is just single class, GTE only, so you're not going to have to deal with either faster prototypes or slower GT cars of some sort. And because of that, I think you want to get into a rhythm, just get single file, maybe even let that car ahead of you open up a little bit of a gap so you're not having to deal with some aero push here early, and just get those nerves gone and get to the point that you're just calmly and quietly logging laps. As right now we look off the gearbox of the 5th place running Full Send Racing number 79. That's KC Racing Esports all over the back of him, wanting to break into the top 5.
Yeah, Caminari just applying a little bit of pressure on Dorian Mansilla. But yeah, just like you said, you really want to get your nerves down. Be sure you're putting up clean laps, because one of the things also, Rennie, that we haven't mentioned is that the drivers can accrue too much incident points. If they get 20 incidents, then you can easily get that from going and running off the track a little bit more than usual. You're gonna get yourself a little bit of a drive into the penalty area. Therefore, go to the pits.
Had an incident with the number 32 car. That's Tim Grevin, I believe, on board with that machine, who ended up having to serve a penalty for that. He ended up going down a handful of places. He cycles in behind Bobby Trundley in the 068 car. So still keeping an eye on fights up near your top 5. It's still Full Send Racing 79 and KC Racing Esports. That's the closest you have up near the head of your field, and that's still, like I said, a Porsche trying to break into the top 5 and maybe cut down all the Italian stallions we have representing that top 5. We're now coming up on 5 minutes into this event, and live timing will be available for the duration. Go to RaceSpot.tv/timing, and you can have live timing, track pit stops, track all the timing that you want. And remember, we'll try to do our best as well in the commentary box to track everything for you as well. Race leader opens up to an 0.8 of a second lead here as they start lap number 5, and we're still continuing to see this field really single file itself out as these guys work around start finish. Now that we've gotten a handful of laps in, let's go down some of your drivers who really struggled at the start of this race. PCDC Motorsports Green involved in, I think, that early incident. TeamBRIT and Escuderia Madrid Racing Team, the number 13. All of those drivers, all those teams and all those drivers currently 3 laps down. And that's actually a little bit of a heartbreak for me, Lorenzo. Both PCDC and TeamBRIT, the organization really putting on and supporting this event. And two of their cars, one from each organization, currently sits on pit road less than 5 laps into the race, still only technically being scored on lap 1, so never got to the end there. That's it's not the way I think anyone would have liked their races to get kicked off.
Yeah, this is certainly a bummer for all these teams, especially the ones you just mentioned. They're the organizers. They're putting this work so you can get this good racing that we are seeing right now. But I believe that we'll be back on the track, because one of the things that is really cool is this doesn't count for points. So it's just get experience, have fun, raise awareness for such a good cause. So I'm sure they will be back on the track, even though they might be like far laps back. They're still going to be up racing and have fun with it.
5th place is heating up. Full Send Racing number 79 lost that 5th position to KC Racing Esports. So Italian Stallions now representing the top 4 in that 488 Ferrari, and KC Racing Esports Porsche gets themselves up in towards P4. So now it's going to be George Streetley in the Pure Motorsports white car who starts pressuring Dorian Enrique Mansilla as they work through Surtees and now up this long back straightaway in towards Clearways, one of the longer, and up towards Pilgrims. I apologize. Down Pilgrims drop, and now in towards Hawthorne Hill. Won't quite get close enough. And that's one of the difficult things about this racetrack, Lorenzo, for these cars, is that for the sort of speed they do through the corners, there's not really a long enough straight here for these guys to really work the slipstream. You kind of just get the hint of draft as you go down that Pilgrim straightaway and up towards Hawthorne's Hill, but it's not like the sort of slipstream you'll get anywhere, at a track like Sebring, or even of course, a track like Le Mans, or a track like, any of those big kind of GP style racetracks. You kind of get the slipstream and you start really closing in, and then you're basically on the brakes to slow down.
Yeah, this track isn't like COTA. I think you were just going to mention that you can get into the big straightaway and just use the draft and try to make overtakes. No, this track, when you're thinking you barely are into an area, you can work the draft and make an overtake. You're already going to the very end of the track, and you need to go into a right or left hand turn. In this case, just like you said, you're going to Hawthorne Hill. So the only thing that drivers can do, unless they get a really good run, and it's very hard if you come down to Surtees and all the way down to Pilgrim's Drop, if you really get a good run, then you can make a move. But other than that, if you don't, just hang back and enjoy the Hawthorne Hill like Streetley is doing right now.
Right now we're riding on board with Bobby Trundley for that number 068 TeamBRIT car. As you see them cycled in behind the number 8 VenomWorks Sim Racing orange car. And you can see all these cars really running the same line, a little bit more aggressive on the apron there and on the curbing, with Bobby Trundley compared to the Ferraris ahead of them. But we know that that front engine BMW, it tends to really favor in terms of the stability. That's one of the great things about that car. We saw that Matt Marquis really dominant in the VRS Endurance Championship. We have 2 cars down on towards pit road, trying to see who that is. So Pineapple Burger's on pit road. That's going to be that Ford GTE, and there's heavy damage on that race car. Yeah, there's big damage down at Paddock Hill Bend. We caught the tail end of the incident on that replay. Also a blue Ferrari you can see involved there. We'll try to rewind the cameras back and get back, and you see just catching that curb right on the right, nearly taking out their team car by the looks of things. But that Ford GT is absolutely destroyed there, Lorenzo, and I think there's a chance they'll be able to get repairs, but that's going to be on pit road for a while.
Yeah, I think that might be even an hour or 2 on the pit lane just to get that rear wing repaired, because they lost the rear wing when they had a contact with the Paceworks Esports blue car. So yeah, that is going to be a long pit service for the unfortunate second favorite food that I have in my mind right now.
And actually, talking about that Paceworks Esports blue car here, Lorenzo, and the way they, oh yeah, geodesic's off, so sorry about that. I'm going to interrupt myself. I believe that's the 92. Spencer McCarthy behind the wheel in that car. This is a driver up near your top 10, was running in 11th, and up into Hawthorne's Bend at the end of that sort of middle straightaway, Lorenzo. I talked a little bit about it. He just got a little bit too much slipstream. The driver behind him not really able to check up in time, tag the rear bumper of that black and gold Ferrari, and because of that, Spencer gets sent off on the right-hand side of the racetrack and finds the wall. Not heavy contact on that Ferrari, but he's going to be well down the order and possibly having to deal with some damage for sure as a result of that, and he'll be in some slower traffic as well as he immediately goes to work on that slower traffic. Currently working on the 16. That's Josh Johnson and VenomWorks Sim Racing Silver.
Yeah, right now is McCarty just overtaking the BMW, but yeah, very unfortunate for the number 92 car. One thing we also about Hawthorne's Bend itself, that if you are on a runout, it's very easy to get a dirty air, and whenever you get dirty air, it's very simple for you to get a slidey action, and that's just what happened to the Ferrari. Fortunately, they didn't lose any rear wing or something of the sort, but just burning a few bit of rubber and heating those tires.
Race leader still Satellite Racing GT, by the way, but Paceworks has done well as we're nearing the end of lap number 9 to keep that gap down within a second here. As one of the closer fights I can see out there on the racetrack is actually, well, at least one of the longer trains of cars. Starts with your 11th place running Bobby Trundley. We actually look a little bit up the racetrack here at P7, P8, half a second. The gap between Pure Motorsport White and German SimRacing.de as they work through the front straightaway and down now towards Paddock Hill Bend, and these guys work through turn 1 and all over that curbing that Ford GT really struggled with. And I know that's something typically that people dislike about the Ford there, Lorenzo, that it doesn't play nice with the sort of exit curb sometimes, running a little, I think, generally slightly lower to the racetrack, a little bit more aggressive stance, just the sort of style of that race car. And I don't think it's going to be the only car we see spin off that exit curb there at Paddock Hill Bend, but I'm not surprised to see a Ford being the first victim of that curb at Paddock Hill Bend, spinning a race car around. And we take a look at the TeamBRIT car as well.
Yeah, because one of the not technicalities, but one of the downsides of the Ford is very sensitive to, as you said, the curbs itself. It's just not. It isn't just Paddock Hill. It's basically 90% of the curves you take on the Ford. You need to be very cautious how you approach it. I know this because Ford is my go-to car when I do the endurance events in the GTE cars. But yeah, that won't be the first and certainly won't be the last of cars spinning around or having difficulties with Paddock Hill.
So you guys working through, we're 15 minutes into this opening stint here at Brands Hatch. And let's talk a little bit about what we might expect here in terms of strategy, Lorenzo, as drivers already circulating out there on the racetrack. And it's probably something that's, I'm sure, for the alternate drivers, excuse me, not the alternate drivers, but drivers getting in the car maybe in the second or third stint already maybe thinking about what they're going to do on pit road. Brands Hatch is a really interesting racetrack. You probably a racetrack that really favors fuel saving a little bit. You're going to burn, I think, per lap a little bit less fuel than you will anywhere else because, like I said, there's not a lot of long straightaways, but there's a lot of places where you're going to be kind of breathing the throttle and letting the car really roll. Not really as many hard acceleration zones. There's not really a lot of slow corners here around Brands Hatch. There's a lot of mid-speed corners, and the slow corners that there are, they're kind of upper and low speed, if that makes sense. So because of that, you might potentially see an interesting fuel window pop up. I don't think so. I don't think that's too likely. But what's going to be really interesting, especially when you talk about this racetrack, I think is tires. It's only a 70-degree Fahrenheit track temp, so the track temp is really, really passive. And this racetrack is very right-hand corner dominant, which means that the left side tires are going to be getting a ton of abuse. Do you think there's any chance we might see a team at some point gamble and take left sides only?
If we go into the final 2 hours, maybe final hour, maybe we might be able to see if a team's going a little bit courageous with their strategies and just maybe going for right-hand tires or left-hand tires only. Just like NASCAR, and this is something that is very peculiar about racetracks in England, that most of the racetracks, I know this from Oulton Park, the Brands Hatch, Silverstone, they're very prone to right-hand turns. They're anti-clockwise, if I'm not mistaken, so they are very, very focused on right-hand turns, and that burns a lot of the tires. So yeah, for now, drivers will stick it up with normal stuff.
Big gaggle of cars at P20. You can see interacting with one another and one goes around. The 03 KC Racing Esports 3, we saw their brethren get themselves up into the top 5. Their teammates not faring nearly as well. That's Omar Barbara, who was behind the wheel of that car, getting a little bit too wide. And I mentioned the curbs, Lorenzo, and actually, no, I take that back. That was actually assisted. There's a green and white Ferrari behind Jonathan Sterling in the CXR Project Black number 383. A little bit hot into Surtees, got into the back of that green, that black and yellow Porsche ahead of it, and really not much that Omar Barbara could really do about that. He was sort of, taking the corner just fine, and just that car behind him just barely missing his braking marker, getting into the back of him, means he ends up going around there. No heavy damage, I don't think, on any of those race cars, but, oh, the 45 is off. The 92 is involved as well. Another couple of cars that I think were kind of on the pokier end of your running order. Now, not so much, as they'll be circulating well down the racetrack. So that's Geodesic Racing and Spencer McCarthy again involved in an incident, and Paul Ancliffe ahead of him. This is going through that left-hander near the end of the lap here, Lorenzo. Cycling back down to the racetrack through Sterling. Paul Ancliffe just a little bit too aggressive on the corner entry, got that car kicked around, and not really much Geodesic could do about that. That's a big incident for both of those cars.
Yeah, and also that happened in a very critical corner itself, coming into Sterling's and all the way down to clearaways. That could have gone much longer than what it looked like, because the exit of Sterling's is basically blind, so you need to be very mindful where you're going and where you're placing the car on the exit, because you have no vision itself where you're coming into the car. Ancliffe's nearly having a moment with a car that is lower on the traffic, but he just makes two out of it and heads down Pilgrim's Drop.
Oh, the 10 as well. The 10 we were just looking at, Pure Motorsports White. They were fighting with Full Send Racing 79, but going through Clark Curve, got all sorts of sideways. Did George Streetley in the Pure Motorsports White car and lost a ton of ground and backed himself up right into Gaming Paddock Racing and GermanSimRacing.de. So as they work up into Druids, that gap between Pure Motorsport and Full Send Racing has opened up to over a second, nearly 2 seconds in fact, and it's going to be the cars behind that George Streetley is going to immediately be worried about. And this is what I was talking about, Lorenzo, just how hectic this racetrack is. It's not only is it a busy lap, I mean, you buzz a GTE car around this place, it's only a 1:18, a 1 minute 18 lap in qualifying trim. You're still going mighty quick in the 1:19s, 1:20s in full-blown race trim. Just driving around this place is busy and you don't really get a break. You start adding in all this, all the traffic, it really is a track that'll test the driver and really stress a driver out. And we're starting to see that here early as, within the first 20 minutes, we've already had a fair chunk of incidents to start this race, and number of cars already laps down.
Yeah, and also they have to be very mindful, like I was mentioning before, of the incident limit. Every 20 incident points, that will accrue into a drive-through order, a stop and go on the pit lane, so they can get into too much contact or too much off tracks or even out of controls. Otherwise, they're going to be making a little bit of a stop or a visit down pit lane. So very early in the race, these points can also damage very much the teams in their perspective early into the sprint.
And we're starting to see with some of these incidents, Lorenzo, gaps are starting to open up a little bit. I see Anthony Beck in the 067 involved in a relatively close fight, and actually handily enough, that's where Paul's showing the camera right now. Anthony looking back at another Porsche. That's the Alpine Stars geodesic white car of Nathan Parkinson as they work through Druids, and Nathan not quite able to get close enough to Anthony to make a move. You also have Frederick von Eichkoven in the SROC Racing Green Machine just behind, so down towards Surtees, excuse me, for the 15th time. I always find a way to mispronounce Surtees. Apologies for that one, but they work now towards Pilgrim's Drop and towards Hawthorne Hill. This group stretching out just a little bit, but this one's sort of in your mid-pack here, Lorenzo. We are starting to get to that point. I know I've been saying we're starting to get to it for a handful of laps now, but people keep finding ways to bunch themselves back together. We're starting to get toward that little bit of a calmer point of this opening stint where, you know, gaps are really kind of open up, but no breathing room for these guys. Is a little bit of a check to the outside there on Anthony Beck. Nathan Parkinson maybe halfway thinking about it, going down in towards Westfield now as they stream towards the back end of the racetrack and down towards the front stretch. No room to breathe for these guys, and you got to be on it right now.
Yeah, they're going to be on it right now, and I think Parkinson's going to work that job coming into the start-finish line, try to work a little bit of pressure into Paddock Hill forced back to do a mistake. Let's see if Beck actually does it. Goes a little bit wide, but goes for a wide entry to Paddock Hill, just manages to get a good runoff, and Parkinson's not going to be able to make a move down into Druids.
So coming off Druids here and down towards Graham Hill Bend, these guys will go. We saw the drama at this end of the racetrack not that long ago. You see that 067 car pushing really wide. We talked about the fact that every 20 incidents you get, you'll have to serve a penalty. That's probably going to be a 1X there for Anthony Beck, is off of Surtees and up towards Pilgrim's Rise, and then Pilgrim's Drop once again for the 067 car. Is maybe that Nathan Parkinson machine of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing White close enough? No is going to be the answer to that as they work through Hawthorns and down Derek Minard straight into what is one of the most fast sections of the racetrack that I know of. Very scary as well. You see the elevation change, super drastic. The speeds are high as well, north of 120 miles an hour. Big lift as you go through that right-hand kink there at Sheen Curve and then into Sterling. Such a technical bit of racetrack there, Lorenzo. That sort of entire middle bit of the lap, really from Hawthorne Hill to Sterling, there's really only one line, one groove you can ever run going through there, and the pace differential through the cars that are doing it well and the cars that aren't doing it well is going to be absolutely enormous, even though they're in the same class.
Yeah, they are on the same class, and this is probably one of the tracks you can get a moment to blink, because if you blink, you can make a mistake. And well, Anthony Beck just nearly with a little bit of a send as he tries to apply a little bit of pressure on Josh Johnson right ahead of him in the Venomworks 16 car that is not the one in front, but is the one actually after this car ahead of him. So here comes Parkinson on the inside on Surtees. Works that inside lane itself, and good move by Parkinson moving up his line.
Great move by the 17. Another Porsche that was on the move there with the 226 KC Racing Esports car of Keith Camarelli. We saw this car break itself into the top 5 near the start of the race. Now put them up into the top 4 as they've gotten around the 333 German Sim Racing red car. So we talked about the pace differentials here a little bit, Lorenzo. We did a little bit pre-race and even pre-broadcast talking about that. This Porsche seemed to be coming alive a little bit once we get a little bit deeper and into the midway point of this stint. Think there might be some tires situation effect? Do you think the Porsche might be a little bit easier on the tires compared to the Ferrari? Because we're starting to see the Porsche, they didn't qualify as well, and they didn't have sort of the outright out-and-out speed, but I'm starting to see Porsches start moving ahead of Ferraris that out-qualified them.
Yeah, before we even mention that, just to quickly mention the 064 from me, TeamBRIT, unfortunately having to retire the car They couldn't get the steering repair in time, as we saw at the very early in the broadcast. They had an incident at the very first turn and the very first lap, and unfortunately they can't get back in the track. But coming back to your question, Randy, yeah, the Porsche favors a little bit once you get the tires heated, and it is the better car on the tires for basically first 2 stints. If you go into third stint, however, then the drop off the Porsche becomes quite more heavy compared to a Ferrari or BMW or the Ford itself. So I think they're going to go for a double stint over here and change tires and make sure they are still competitive for the next 4 hours.
We check in with your top 2 once again, and your race leaders now getting involved in lap traffic. You see the Full Send Racing number 88 in front of your race leader, and this is actually checking him up quite a bit. And Josh Thompson from Paceworks Williams Gym Esports is going to be loving this. Andrew Barr is still not yet halting and getting out of the way for Mr. Ferris Stanley. Blue flags, I believe, advisory in this event. And now down this sort of middle stretch of the racetrack, Full Send is going to allow Ferris Stanley through, and we'll pull back into the racing line here through Hawthorne's Bend. And now Josh Thompson, as much as he might have loved that lap traffic a moment ago, he's not going to be too big of a fan, and he's running for Paceworks, and he's going to do everything he can to work the pace of that blue Ferrari and get able to get by that lap traffic cleanly. And that lap traffic definitely helped Paceworks Williams Gym Esports with the face of Craig on the side of that machine. And they were able to reel in about 1/10, 2/10 because of that, Lorenzo. And they did lose a little bit of time and kind of gave it back with the lap traffic, but I still think it's a net gain for them. But sort of the gap ends up stabling out about where it was at about 9/10.
Yeah, you shall get the traffic shall give it, and it shall take it away from the drivers. And for Brent's hatch, like we were mentioning, is going to be a big part of this race, because there isn't much places. There isn't a lot of spots for you to make an overtake safely in this track. You basically got like going to Paddock Hill if you give it a little bit of space, maybe into the Pilgrim's Drop. And if you're feeling courageous like Josh Thompson was, you're coming down into Dingeldale and making an overtake, as we probably got battles in the middle of the track itself with one of the Porsches.
That looks like the number 10 Pure Motorsport white car to me, currently running in 7th, and that looks like the Full Send Ferrari number 79 out ahead of them. All over the back right now is that Porsche as they work down. Oh, we got a car around. Yeah, we had KC Racing Esports. The 04 machine ended up going around, it looks like. That car was running inside of your top 10. Replay up on screen through Druids. Things looking well. Looked like to me, before we cut to the replay, that it happened down at 30s. So let's see. Through Graham Hill Bend they'll work, and let's see if there's any assistance here. We'll try to keep an eye on the 04 car down this little short stretch. And, oh, looks like there might have been some contact. Is there a car that cycles through? Hard to tell. Oh, so they just caught the right side tires on the grass there, so no contact. Yeah. That's very difficult to do. That looked a little odd. There is, of course, a curb out there, Lorenzo, and I think he sort of clipped the curb as he clipped the grass, and because of that, I think that's partially what upset the car. Is P4. We saw KC Racing take this spot away, Lorenzo, and German Sim Racing Red is not giving it up. They want it back.
Yeah, they want it back. Nick Visserman, Schulte Visserman, actually wants that position back. He's applying heavy pressure on Keith Camilleri, and he's not letting any room to breathe. But as you were saying, yeah, unfortunately, the KC car got the clip on the grass itself, and they couldn't do much about it, and unfortunately lost a few places, sending back to all the way down P15. And let's see if that Prancing Horse is able to have the power and skill necessary to make an overtake on that Porsche right ahead of him.
So team still continuing to do battle here, but as we said, the longer this race goes on, the more you're likely to get into a bit of a stretch where things start stretching out and you start getting bigger gaps. We're starting to run out of those big trains of cars we saw in the early goings. This one you see up near the head of the field that we're keeping an eye on with the likes of Full Send Racing in the midst of it. This is about the longest train you have at the head of the field. We're right now riding second in line with Full Send Racing with Pure Motorsport White, looking on ahead at Full Send Racing's number 79 car as across Paddock Hill they're going to come and get ready to take what is one of the most difficult corners, I think, in all of motorsport, if I'm honest, trying to get this car kind of angled up correctly, and especially when you have an aero-loaded car up through turn 1 there at Paddock Hill Bend is mighty difficult. And I have to ask you this, Lorenzo. You go through Halewoods Hill, and then into Druid you have Graham Hill. I think that's just that just ended up quite nicely that those in the UK, they had enough of an iconic enough driver, of course, being Graham Hill, that they're able to name a hill after him, and they didn't have to put in Graham Hill. They could just say Graham Hill, and it's both the description of the racetrack and his name as well.
Yeah, it makes a little bit of a sense, doesn't it, Randy? But yeah, it's very complicated. I think Paddock Hill might be, in my opinion, one of the top 10 most difficult corners for you to make in any kinds of racing, regardless if it is sim racing or real life racing, because it is a right-hand corner, it's totally blind. You have to commit the car very early into, not early into the apex, it's a mid-late apex, and coming out into a heavy braking, and you will need the car to let the car roll a little bit. It's very easy to offset the car, let it spin, and you might be getting a little bit of a dirty travel to the gravel traps.
We were riding on board there with the Pure Motorsport white Porsche. It was someone handy with the rear view camera. You can see the action happening out in front and the action behind as well. The action behind is where things are starting to pick up. Gaming Paddock Racing in the 888 car starting to work that number 10 of Pure Motorsports white as they work through in towards Druids. Of course, it's going to be the 23rd time of the race. Down Graham Hill once again and in towards Graham Hill corner, and starting to drop off the back just a little bit are these two Porsches that are fighting through Surtees. This is going to be where you're going to want to maybe think about setting up a move here if you're Gaming Paddock. They give a little bit of time on the entry, but they're not able to get it back on the exit, Lorenzo, and that's going to kind of kill the run. That was a great actual sector there for Pure Motorsport white to open that gap up behind just a little bit and take enough of the pressure off to know that you're not going to have a car diving up the inside of Hawthorne.
Yeah, if you have a little bit of room to breathe over here on this track, is very optimal because you're basically going to be within a chain of traffic the entire time. So applying pressure 100% off the lap itself and see if you're actually going to be able to come out with something on the top. And fortunately for the Pure team, just having a little bit of room to breathe, allowing a little bit of room to breathe, so very good on the drivers. And we had a contact between the 44 and the number 25 car coming out into Hall-Thornsburn just on the last lap.
We're also keeping an eye on the lead. Actually, that fight picks up going into Paddock Hill Bend. They're going to fight it out as they work now down in towards Druids. Full Send Racing trying to get back up the inside, not able to do so. And now Full Send is going to have to deal with Flavio Saturnino and Gaming Paddock Racing. Down through Graham Hill corner once again. Looks like they'll start single filing out. But right as we start looking at other bits of the racetrack, that really picked up going through Paddock Hill Bend, Lorenzo. They're going to go through Surtees and down Hawthorne straightaway once again. And I don't think there's going to be a move on anywhere in this pack. So we'll go back to the point I was going to make. Race lead starting to get even more spicy as drivers work through. It was 0.4 of a second last lap. It's now down to about 3.5 between Josh Thompson and Ferris Stanley as they work now down towards this back straightaway and down towards the front straightaway. So a gap that was at one point about 1.5 seconds, now within 0.5 second.
Yeah, now half a second between both drivers, because one of the things that didn't help Ferris Stanley a little bit was the fact that he did a 119.6, nearly a 19.7. And Paceworks on Josh Thompson has been very consistent on the 19.2s, 19.4s, so it allowed him to bit by bit catch up to the driver right ahead of him. But now again, the gap stabilizing on a 0.5 second between both drivers.
So starting to open up actually in favor once again of Ferris Stanley. That margin that was at one moment things seemed like it was coming down pretty hard, going to open itself back up a little bit. So maybe struggling with that race car a little bit with Ferris Stanley and then getting it back underneath them. That is one of the things about these GTE cars, Lorenzo, is that they're very sensitive, especially at a racetrack like this. You know, you start burning up those rear tires, and you know, we mentioned how big the left side wear is here. If you start messing with that left rear tire or even that left front tire, you know, you're going to have to start playing with those in-car controls. You know, it's something we always talk about in the Indy cars, but no ABS on these machines, but you do have traction control. And because of that, if you start being a little too aggressive, if you start burning up a rear tire and a front tire, it's not only going to affect how the car feels on throttle, but even on the brakes as well. So these guys really managing the tires, they're likely going to be busy with their in-car controls, probably moving their brake biases forwards and backwards, trying to get the balance of the car back that they maybe had earlier on, that maybe they've lost because maybe they've burned up a front left or a right rear or something of the like.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the GTE cars, I think more than the GT3 ones and GT4s, they are very more sensitive to steering inputs, because you need to be very precise and be very light on the throttle, and also on how you input the car coming into the turns. As Ferry Stanley comes into lap traffic, I think that is Sim Revolution Racing right ahead of him. He just makes an overtake and try to clears out, unless Josh Thompson's going to be able to clear the traffic. Yeah, he does. So the gap's still around 0.6 of a second between both drivers. But yeah, you need to be very mindful of how you put the cars over here on Brent's hatch, because if you go a little bit over and you actually accrue a little bit of, I would say, overheat on one of the tires, is going to be very, very difficult to cool it down.
As we look out of the windshield here on board with Ferris Stanley, you saw that lap traffic, Lorenzo, and we mentioned the last, over the course of the last, 30 or so minutes, we've now been green for coming up on 35 minutes. It's been relatively calm for your leaders. We saw one or two kind of lap cars that were involved in early trouble that they were able to dispatch pretty cleanly, and Paul, pretty much on cue, brings up the track map. I'm no traffic reporter for your local news or radio station, but I can tell you, you can expect some congestion for about the next 6 hours. If you're your race leaders. So the days of clean laps and clean running are gone here at Brands Hatch for the next 5.5.
Yeah, right now it is a little bit of a cloudy movement on the track itself. If I have to use forecasting references over here at Brands Hatch, even though it is clear as day, you can see the sun shining out and putting the bright spot on the cars. But yeah, as you can see right now, Ferry Stanley coming heavily into traffic, and Josh Thompson just trying to take advantage out of it, and it's licking at the back bumper. Major contact between both drivers.
Race leader goes around. Drama in the first half hour of your event, and it's going to be Josh Thompson involved as well. What kind of damage is going to be involved on that machine? Replay. Get ready to queue up on screen for the 27, talking about how difficult the track was going to be and how difficult the traffic was going to be. On board, you're going to see the stack up in front. This is the end of the racetrack I talked about. That is going to have huge differences in speed. You can see they're side by side out ahead of Ferris Stanley up the hill through the Dingledale sector of the racetrack. There's a huge checkup, and Ferris, he didn't get it quite wound up enough, and Josh Thompson, he fared even less in terms of getting that car slowed down. So we are going to have your change of your race leader, and Satellite Racing GT will cycle back out onto the racetrack, somehow avoiding major damage, but there's definitely some body work bent and broken on the back of that number 27 Ferrari 488 GTE machine. We'll take a look at the Paceworks car as well, and actually Josh Thompson looking relatively straight. Actually doesn't look like anything's really gotten majorly bent or broken on that car, but that, I think, right there is a warning, Lorenzo. Yeah, Satellite Racing GT is the big loser there, but I think Josh Thompson, they need to be wary as well. That's going to be happening for the next 5.5 hours of racing. You're going to be coming up on slower traffic that is side by side at this end of the racetrack that they're going through right now, and the pace differential when they're going through there is going to be enormous. You have to be a lot more patient going through there than I think they were prepared to in the first time going through with it.
Yeah, they just couldn't calculate properly the speed that the back marshals are actually going to, and unfortunately for Ferry Stanley, just being caught up, sandwiched. We can say that this is Josh Thompson's fault. He was applying pressure. Of course, the incident, the stewards will have to take a look at that if it is reported. But then again, Josh Thompson was just applying pressure, just caught up in the surprise out of it. And now you can see he is working the traffic that actually got involved in the accident. And fortunately for Stanley, just grabbing a little bit of a right rear body damage, didn't get his steering band or something of the sort. But yeah, getting dropped 4 places back isn't the thing you really want, especially if you're leading the race.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye sort of on the lap times as they work through, and while we have actually halfway lost one fight for the race lead, we've generated another. Revolution Sim Racing Blue currently in the second spot. We're gonna flash our cameras back though towards Full Send Racing, because this is a batch of race cars already. Though I keep saying these guys are going to stretch themselves out and, you know, kind of get themselves in a nice little bit of a queue to run with, but these guys don't seem keen on that. They want to stay all over each other through this first stint, and Gaming Paddock Racing trying to keep up with that number 79.
Yeah, heavily breathing on the neck of the drivers and not giving one room to breathe. And I was going to mention Patrick Hahn just making moves left and right over the Dingledale and nearly kind of getting caught up in the Pineapple Pizza number 44 car. Actually, the Pineapple Pizza, yeah, it is the 44 car in the Porsche, as he had a little bit of a wheel coming out in Dingledale. And also we have Bobby Trunley just working the traffic right ahead of him, trying to apply pressure on the P9 right ahead of him.
I freaked out for a second. I saw a blue Pacework Esports car on pit road. It was not your race leader. It was a different one, so apologies for that one. TeamBRIT car, by the way, I believe is one of the bigger movers we have on the racetrack. Currently up 6 spots from where they started, 16th up to 10th, and it seems to be about 6 spots is about the biggest. 10 spots, actually, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing White. They started 34th and they're up into 24th. We'll have another look sort of at the running order, I think, after the first round of pit stops. And actually, I think the clear biggest mover here, Lorenzo, SpeedTech Simsport number 39, one of those cars that actually did not take the qualifying time. They started 45th. They currently ride 27th on the racetrack, just having avoided the bulk of the drama that was out there. So, and I think that's going to be the big thing about this race. You see a little racetrack like this, knowing it's crowded, as we kind of go through the whole sort of list of cars and how they've moved and fared in the race thus far. I think that's going to be the big thing for this race. Even though it's a road course in the UK and it's maybe something we always talk about, just due to the lap length and due to the number of cars on this racetrack, I think that defining characteristics, if I was a team manager, if I was a driver, I would be telling my teammates, I'd be telling whoever's driving my car, I'd be saying, look, the big thing about this race is going to be traffic management and staying out of trouble. That's going to be what defines this race more than anything else.
Yeah, it has to be the key for all the teams itself. I'm not going to say just one specific, but all the teams be within a very comfortable margin. We have a battle for P7.
It's actually P8 and 9 behind that are fighting it out. It's actually Patrick Prius who gets through, and actually TeamBRIT in the 068 seem to have had a little bit of a problem and dropped off in the back. They're not too far off, so we'll see what's actually happened to them. And it was a little bit of a half spin at Druid, so they worked down through Paddock Hill Bend and then up the hill, and you see the traffic, maybe a Constantina effect, maybe caught out a little bit of that. Looked like to me there, Lorenzo, he just caught a right rear tire, did Bobby Trundley, locked it up and gave it a bit of a half spin. All in all, that's not going to be too major of a mistake. It's going to cost him about 4 or 5 seconds on the racetrack thereabouts. Actually, maybe not even that much. Able to get cycled in actually very quickly back in the line. So he'll lose a little bit of time, but in some ways I think that might be as much of a blessing as it is a curse. Yeah, it's frustrating to now see yourself 4, 5, 6 spots behind where you were, but he sort of got himself out of that intense traffic, and I think that is a very, that is a net gain to a certain extent the way this race has been going. That said, it's not too far out of the traffic because he's got a Porsche currently up his backside. That is the number 04 machine of Fabio Busch of KC Racing Esports 4. That organization has been a part of pretty much all the drama and the excitement we've seen today. We've watched their 226 car move themselves now up into the top 3 after that incident amongst your race leaders. But KC Racing getting their fair share of track time as we move back forward to the full send battle. Currently still fighting with that Ferrari behind them of GermanSimRacing.de.
Yeah, I think Casey is just getting attention left and right, and of course it isn't intentional, it just happens. The nature of sim racing itself, as Fabio Busch is applying pressure on Bobby Trundley, and coming back into the P8 battle of GermanSimRacing.de and Full Sim Racing. One of the things we're looking over here is that these drivers have been back and forth all laps. I think 5 or 6 laps on the back bumpers of each other, and still hasn't made any aggressive moves. I think the most aggressive was actually the one that Bobby actually spun at Druids, but still keeping within contact from one another, saving a little bit of fuel and trying to avoid the dirty air so you don't make any mistakes.
And now that we're coming up on 45 minutes into this opening stint, those first round of pit stops is going to be starting to really get big in the minds, I think, of everybody out here, Lorenzo, you know, coming up near the end of this race. And, you know, talking about strategy, I mentioned the fact, actually we do have a fight out here for position. Trying to see on my end which cars these are. Seems to be about 21st out there on the racetrack. Adam L. Watson of Paceworks Esports White. He's up the inside right now of Graham D. Sanders of Big Bone Racing GT, and he'll hold on to that spot through Paddock Hill Bend as they work now up into Druids. So able to, I believe, defend that position there with the 399 away from the 179 car, and they'll go back single file as they work through Graham Hill Bend. But talking about this, the way this race is going to go for these guys, one of the things you're not going to have is the sort of strategy call to try to get yourself out into clean traffic. When we see sort of the bigger endurance races on some of the bigger tracks, Daytona, Le Mans, like I said, so not just the undercut, but just getting yourself into clean air and into clean traffic. That's not going to be really a thing that happens. We have another fight on screen. Couple Ferraris duking it out around the Dingle Dell sector of the racetrack. This is 18th and 19th fighting for real estate out there right now, and they're not giving each other too much room whatsoever, are they? As Jonathan Sterling and Gianluca Matteo are currently the two drivers duking out for it. They're going to lose out a little bit of speed there to the car behind, so that gap will open up slightly as they work down towards this final corner and back out onto the front straightaways, and off of Clark Curve they will go. So fight starting to pick up here towards the end of this stint here, Lorenzo, and I think it's people likely starting to struggle with the tires and the balance of their race car towards the end of this first hour.
Yeah, because now you're spend more rubber than you want to, and of course it is the nature of the car for you to get more loose if you spend rubber and get the tires a little bit more heated. But yeah, I think drivers should be coming up into the pits. If I'm not mistaken, the stint itself on Brent's hatches are around an hour and 5 minutes on the GT cars. Not the GT, but the GT3 cars. They're very similar within fuel spending, so they should be coming up in the next 15 to 20 minutes within the pit, into the pit lane for their pit service. Yeah, really good battles, and it is the nature of the track itself for you to be within. If you're not within a battle, you're probably trying to catch a battle, of course, traffic and track-wise.
Talking about catching battles, Paul Smith's doing a great job finding them. We just watched Josh Johnson navigating Druids, got a little bit sideways, and likes of Jordan Fisher able to slot through Frederick Van Ichkvoken from the SROC Racing Green Car, able to get involved in that as well. And Paul's going to keep me busy. 32nd on the racetrack is contested as well. Spencer McCarthy at the head of this train. Jordan Wansick and Dan Blake of Fury Sims. Where we got a car around the 16 machine out there on the racetrack. That's Venom Simworks Racing Silver all the way down to the 25th spot. Josh Johnson, we just were talking about this race car and what was going on with them at Druids. Let's see what happened here. I think this is sort of at the Dingle Dell sector of the racetrack, and that seems to be the case. And the grass bites once again, Lorenzo. He just pushes a little bit wide, gets that left rear tire on the exit onto that grass, and grass nowhere near as much traction as asphalt. He goes around, looks like he's able to avoid any major dramas or any major incident. He's able to cleanly rejoin and get back circulating out there on the racetrack. But that's a spin there that definitely is that's up there on the pucker factor as we check back in with these Ferraris dueling back and forth.
Yeah, battle right now for P25 between SROC Racing Green and what I need to just take a look at the Simtech SpeedTech number 39 as the number 39 just makes the move on Frederick Van Eckhoven, and good move by the number 39, which again the biggest mover of the race. You're just grabbing another spot and avoiding major drama here on the track.
We are going to have our first race penalty, by the way, it will seem. So penalty for avoidable contact. Kevin Bolland is going to be the driver who ends up getting the penalty for that one. So they'll be ending up coming down pit road, will Kevin, which I believe...
Not the Pineapple Pizza.
Yeah, that's going to be Pineapple Pizza Racing. So their woes are going to continue here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they're gonna get that stop and go, but they're far away. They're far back into the track. Of course, they're P35, but still, they 9 places above of your current start, nearly starting second to last. So even though you got the penalty, just keep yourself on the track, have fun. Of course, the left, right, the rear left side, it sounds a little bit bent, but still, again, the goal of this race is not for points, it's just for the enjoyment and racing their awareness.
That's definitely the case. We keep an eye on that number 8 car. That's Venomworks Sim Racing Orange. Seen them on screen a number of times already throughout this event, the way things have gone down. Still monitoring that race lead, by the way, between Paceworks Williams Gym Esports and Revolution Sim Racing Blue. That gap was down to about 7/10, I believe the lowest is about I saw it. It's opened back up to 1.4. So that number 11 here, Lorenzo, I think they may have thought, you know, there's probably a moment like, oh, we might have a shot. Race leaders ahead of us got into trouble. Going to be stacking them up on top of us. But Josh Thompson able to quickly, you know, basically open that gap back up and pretty much has the pressure entirely off him. That said, lap traffic coming up quickly once again.
Yeah, lap traffic coming in once again for the leaders, and that might allow a little bit of Revolution Sim Racing Blue to close down the gap if Josh Thompson's not able to clear those drivers rather quickly, as he's gonna come down into Paddock Hill. We got, I think, one of the TeamBRIT team drivers allowing him to pass, and let's see if Revolution Sim Racing Blue is actually able to clear the traffic. He is not. So he's gonna get at some heavy traffic, but managed to actually shred a few tenths of a second from the Ferrari right ahead of him.
Fights continuing. Oh, big hit. Looked like the race leader involved in that one. People do not want to be leading this race right now. Josh Thompson involved, coming through Graham Hill Bend, and what happened in front of him is PCDC Jordan Wozniak. It was the car, coming through Graham Hill Bend. Seems like he lost that car all on his own, caught the curb on, actually didn't even catch the curb. He had that car sideways well before, and it was a Porsche behind him, Guillermo Japati, that ended up catching him and spinning him ahead of your race leader of Josh Thompson. Nothing Josh could really do about that, Lorenzo, but a huge incident there for that number 7 car and your race leader of Josh Thompson. That's a huge shunt. It was a relatively light hit earlier on. That was a little bit of a heavier hit, of course, square onto the race car, which is, if you're gonna hit it, you generally want to hit it square on. Now the question is going to be, does the 269, do they have repairable or even manageable damage? The 7, major damage, and that's probably a race ending, to be honest, the way he hit. If not, he's definitely going to be on pit road for probably better part of an hour, is that machine. But the big talking point, of course, your race leader as well, the 269, still out there running, but what's the pace loss going to be for Josh Thompson?
Yeah, we have to see for the next few laps, because right now he's on the back bumper of the KC Racing Esports of Key Camilleri right ahead of him. But yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing that Josh Thompson could do but T-bone the number 7 car, and the number 7 got suspension damage, as our race cameraman over here, Paul Smith, has pointed out. He has major damage. But luckily for Josh Thompson, just having, I was going to say a little bit of body damage, but no car damage itself. If he has car damage, we'd have to see for the next few laps, but I think it's not going to affect so much the aero on the front side of their car.
So that's going to promote Revolution Sim Racing Blue up into your race lead. Started 3rd on the grid. They currently lead KC Racing Esports 2nd, Paceworks Williams Gym Esports. We'll monitor them for a handful of laps. We'll monitor Josh Thompson to see what the lap times are like, to see sort of what kind of window they might be in terms of the speed. We'll still keep an eye as well on other fights out there on the racetrack. That's a 888 car we've been monitoring for better part of this first hour, fighting inside of your top 10, and what a busy part of the racetrack right now. They seem to have lost a spot to the number 8 Venomworks Sim Racing Orange car, who moves into P9 and behind. And they do have a very keen Tim Grevin wanting to move their way forward as well. So the 888 near the end of this first stint wanting to move their way forward. A car peels down on towards pit road, and actually that car, I think, nearly missed their pit box. That's Newman Sim Racing Green, and they're trying to get themselves angled in, but they're definitely not angled in correctly, as 888 is going to lose that position on the racetrack through going through Druids. The 32 around the outside. Tim Grevin excellent move through Druids, and he'll have the spot through Graham Hill Bend, but will he hold it into Surtees? Up the inside goes that 888 Porsche. Great bit of racing at this end of the racetrack. It's what I love about this first sector. Here at Brands Hatch, you can run multiple lines, and that curve. Major wheel hop as they came off, flashing the lights off of Surtees there from Mr. Tim Grevin, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure what Tim expected. Flavio Satorino in the Gaming Paddock Racing 888 all over it and working his way back out there up ahead. That was just great driving there by the 888 there, Lorenzo. He saw an open door into Surtees, and he went right to it. Tim Grevin, I think, could have done a little bit better job trying to shut that move off, but unfortunately wasn't able to.
Yeah, I wasn't able to. Grevin just applying a little bit of pressure. Hey, I'm gonna defend this side. You're not gonna go into this side. You're not gonna go into the inside of Surtees. But AAA just being calm, remain patient, and worked the perfect line going into Surtees. Just made the move very cleanly. Grevin might be thinking otherwise, but it was a clean move nevertheless. But who says thank you more than usual? It is Dion Phillips, even though he's not out of the woods yet. Just says a little bit of a thank you and try to clear away from that 2 cars right of him, which are fuming to overtake him.
So let's see, Grevin still all over the back of that Porsche. He's reeled him back in, and he definitely wants the move done before they get to the end of this first stint. Through Surtees once again, getting ready to scream up this end of the racetrack. Down towards Pilgrim's Drop. You see the 8 car in front as well getting involved. This is going to be a 3 car scrap as they fight for position. Do they think about 3 wide? Surely not, and they won't. Tim Grevin widely backing out of it, and Dion Phillips going to try to defend, finding the curb on the outside of the 888. That's not going to be very good, and you're going to lose all sorts of traction. This is going to be bring TeamBRIT and Bobby Trundley into this fight. Bobby, he sees an open door through Dingledale, and up the inside goes the 068 car, and Bobby Trundley will move up a spot. The 888 of Flavio Satorino, I think, is frustrated with that with the flashing headlights, but Bobby Trundley is more than pleased to pick up a spot there with the traffic kind of Constantining itself going through that tight sector of the racetrack, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think Saturnino keeps playing one bit. He just tried to go for the outside move on Hawthorne's Bend, and those who are aware of it, making a move on Hawthorne's Bend on the outside is a very risky move. We need to have a lot of momentum and speed for you to make that overtake, and the Porsche just didn't have it, and that allowed both the Team Grevin and Bobby Trundley to make the move on the Dingledale and also on the exit of Hawthorne's. So unfortunately for the AAA, just losing 2 spots, which right now at this very early, the very end of the first stint might become really important to them.
So all sorts of battling happening at this end of the racetrack in this period of the race. You would think normally, Lorenzo, the pit sequence coming up soon, that maybe things would really kind of single file out and maybe, you know, get themselves calmed down. But I think what sort of happened is that I think the cars that have sort of burned up the tires are starting to struggle a little bit. And I think that's why we're seeing all these fights being so aggressive and so tightly contested right now.
Yeah, man, right. And talking about struggling with tires, I think I saw, did you, Patrick Prusa? Yeah, Patrick Prusa just having one contact with Full Send Racing, being sent off to the exit of Hawthorne's, and losing a little bit of time, and allowed Pure Motorsport White to close down the gap and engage themselves in a battle for P7.
So that fight's going to close up. Again, we're kind of expecting an opening stint length of about 1 hour and 5 minutes for these guys. You might take a little bit off that, maybe go to 1 hour and 3, depending on the sort of fuel usage you get on the pace lap. Maybe you pick a little bit more conservative number out. We say KC Racing Esports 4. They're on pit road here early in that 04 car, Lorenzo. They're going to be doing, I believe, likely full service, I think for sure. And there's actually going to be no, I take that back. I thought it might be a driver swap, but there will not be on that race car. Fabio Busch is going to stay in that machine that came in from around 10th.
I think the natural flow of this track is for you to do a double stint, swap drivers, and do another swap at every 2 pit stops. So it is a natural flow. I think drivers staying out for this first pit stop serve and then swap out on the second one, because you're already heated up, you're already getting used with the track, you already did a full hour on it, so you already got yourself used with the traffic. So you're getting a driver that is not used with the traffic yet in the position that you're fighting for positions, even though it is the early end of the first stint, is for you to get yourself a very worn up driver and make sure you already are on the 220 volt and be able to get some spots back.
Talked to him at the top of the show shortly before the race. Max Spooner is getting behind the wheel of the 067 TeamBRIT car as pit stop cycles currently cycling through here. So it's been on pit road for a little bit already. They should be rolling relatively soon. You see, actually, they're coming right up to the tail end of their stop. A little bit on the long end for a full service pit stop here in the GTE cars. Maybe some damage repair getting done, but at a minute and about 20 they will roll off. So a little bit longer stop here, Lorenzo, than you might typically like, but if you have a little bit of repairs, I think this is definitely the time to do it. You're doing a driver swap anyway. Just get yourself back out there, back circulating, and yeah, you're going to lose maybe some time taking those extra 10-second repairs, but you definitely want the handling as good as you can get it around here at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, you especially want the aero also to be good within Brands Hatch. If you have a bent wing, you will affect a lot your race performance when you come into the mid-speed corners, like the Clark Band or even Paddock Hill. So yeah, spend those seconds. If you're not fighting for positions, you're just here for the fun and enjoyment. Well, why not spending a few seconds or even a few minutes for you to get the car clean and just get a few good laps at the very start of your mistake?
We're looking right now at the fight for 4th and 5th. That's German Sim Racing #Red and Satellite Racing at GT. That's your pole sitter at one point, who's down to 5th. Of course, your race leader involved at the in that kind of first incident down around Dingle Dell and really the tail end of Dingle Dell and in towards Sheen Curve. That was kind of the first incident we saw at that end of the racetrack, which then preceded one or two more, and has actually kept the let's say the trend of people having issues out there on the racetrack, let's say. So we've had a couple of other penalties come through and get thrown down. I think for the most part, let's see, we've had cars getting penalized. I believe Pineapple Pizza Racing, PCDC Motorsports Yellow, and actually Pineapple Pizza Racing again, I believe, for incident limits there. So unfortunate for those guys. They circulate back out on towards the racetrack, and this is going to be the difficult point of the race to kind of follow here, Lorenzo. This first cycle of pit stops, you have a handful of cars that have been on pit road and a handful of cars that were still waiting to make their first round of stops.
Yeah, because right now you're just trying to get yourself within a clean groove for you to get yourself into the pit stops, and of course having yellow flags being, not yellow flags, but black flags turn out for you to get into the pit lane. Of course, you might be thinking, oh, I'm going to save a little bit of fuel right now because now I'm going to have to do a drive-through. Oh, it doesn't work that way, you know. You have to go through, you're going to be spending that fuel nevertheless. Just because you're going 60 kilometers within a pit stop doesn't mean you're saving fuel. You're just going to be saving like 1/8 of a fuel maybe, but that won't make much of a difference unless you really are saving fuel for the entire stint. So yeah. It won't change much. The center of the drivers just will damage them a little bit.
So the 068 comes on a pit road. That's the TeamBRIT entry. We saw Mr. Bobby Trunley behind the wheel for both qualifying and the start of the race, and it's going to be Matt Allen, who's the TeamBRIT sim. What's the word I'm looking for here, Lorenzo? The sim instructor out there on the racetrack. Paul in my ears telling me that Revolution Sim Racing Blue's coming down pit road, and I lost my ability. Yep, and I lost my ability to navigate the English language for the moment. But German Sim Racing Red on towards pit road as well. Paceworks Williams Gym Esports is going to stay out. Ooh, they actually, Josh Thompson actually cutting it very close with the Porsche going down into Graham Hill Bend. And I have to say, Josh really lucky to not have a bigger incident with that one. I'm not sure why it was the team down under car 010, but that car actually had a spin. That explains why they were so slow off of Druids. That Porsche, a bit of a they caught the curb coming off of Druids, but you're going to see exactly how close here in a moment Mr. Josh Thompson came to getting involved in this incident and missed him by that much. And I have to say, Lorenzo, well, I think that Porsche, you know, maybe he could have waited a little bit rejoining there. I'm going to be honest. I think Josh should have seen that happening, and he kind of just tried to keep to the racing line as much as he possibly could. I think he could have done a little bit more there to keep that to the middle. Yeah, there wasn't a contact, but when you talk about some of the technical issues we occasionally see on the sim, we're not on the esports network, so I can be a little more brash as the 269 comes down on towards pit road. I think that was a little bit of, a little over-optimistic of Josh, kind of cutting that as close as he did.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit, I was going to say, over-optimistic for Josh Thompson to make that move. Fortunately for him, he was able to make that move, but 1 inch to the right, Rennie, that would have been an incident. So that would have been a contact, and to be quite honest, I wouldn't blame the driver returning to the track. Of course, he was returning safely because he had the car coming into the, especially a car faster than you, coming into the ideal line, but still, he would be forcing an issue just like that. So lucky on Josh Thompson.
Still a couple of cars we're waiting to see come on down towards pit road. Like we said, we did kind of expect the sort of potential longer end of a stint here to be 1 hour and 5 minutes. And it is, 1 hour and 5 minutes on Lorenzo is kind of about the expected runtime we typically see. And it's actually Satellite Racing GT. They circulate back into your race lead in that number 27 Ferrari 488 GTE machine, and through the fast S's of Dingle Dell they'll currently navigate. And actually, no, I take that back. That was Sheen Curve as they work through Sterling's. And you can see that damage on that right rear. Either they've bent that right rear a little bit, so potentially hampering the handling on that race car, or that's a new aftermarket mod, that right rear fender flare. Definitely a little bit more aggressive than we typically see, as they'll actually come down pit road for their pit stop.
Yeah, I think that, like I mentioned, the 105 margin, 1 hour 5 minute margin, it is basically the default or standard margin for all the GT cars, not only GT but GT3. So coming into the pit lane, just when I believe they will actually do their pit service. Also the number 79 coming into the pit lane. And let's just see if the PCDC and Paul Davies will be coming into the pit lane. Yeah, they will be coming for the pit service right now, as the number 901 comes into their pit service.
A couple other cars are waiting to come down on towards pit road. The 144 of Dan Blake, that's Fury Simsport, still waiting up for the. Oh, we got a car way off the racetrack. Who is that? That was Sam Blees. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Red. What in the world happened here? This was at the tail end, or excuse me, the midway point of the racetrack. The exit of Pilgrim's drop in towards Hawthorne Hill. He just never got the car turned into Hawthorne's, and the car just never really left the middle of the racetrack, and he just went right out into the tires here, Lorenzo. We're watching the replay here. You see there's some slower traffic in front, but that didn't really get him involved. You see the extensive damage to that front of the car already, but never really got the car set into the corner, and because of that, he visits the tire wall on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And, judging by the way it took Hawthorne's, handling was not great to begin with, and it's not going to be any better now when you've slapped that tire wall at better part of 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think that's just the perfect case of overdriving yourself into a turn and trying to get yourself a little bit of visit on the barriers. Luckily for that car, for the number 92 car, I think we got contact. We got another geodesic car on the exit of Sterling's going into the tire barrier.
Yeah, it looked like what it was. There was actually potentially another incident happening as well. So Geodesic having all sorts of problems at this end of the racetrack. Replay up on screen of what happened at Sterling's, and that looks like a little bit of a checkup that just happened at Sterling's at that end of the racetrack. And well, that's a big problem there for Nathan Parkinson. We're still on the replay. We're going to see if there's a secondary incident here and what exactly might have happened. Rejoining, he sort of caught a bit of wheel spin, and looks like that should be the end of it. We'll pray and we'll hope a little bit as they now work through clearways and onto Clark Curve to so everything ends up working itself out. But a lot of drama there in that little half a lap there. So Lorenzo, we have also had, by the way, the 144 Fury Simsport car come down on towards pit road, and they've executed a driver swap, and we've been going down notable names in this grid, Lorenzo. And there's another notable name now behind the wheel of the 144. That's Martin Plowman. Won LMP2 in 2013 at Le Mans, at Fuji, and they won the championship in the FIA World Endurance Championship that year. He's also had some stints in the American Le Mans Series, finished second in the points there, winning races at both Motorsport and Road America. He's also had a brief stint in IndyCar racing and Indy Lights as well, running in 2013 and 2014, but it was a relatively short stint and only run a total of 5 races across those 2 years. But Martin Plowman, very successful driver and currently competing in British GT.
Yeah, right now Martin Plowman, actually the runner-up of the 2012 American Le Mans Series, and winner of the LMP2 class, like you mentioned, within the LMP2 class on the 2013 Oak Racing in LMP2, and also won the championship in the LMP2 class. So yeah, very good driver into the car itself. So for now, we got real racing drivers making presence here at the PCDC 6 hours of Brands Hatch, and we got a battle for P23, if I'm not mistaken.
P19 and P20 is what it was. It's actually just swapped spots. Richard Gaffenku and KC Racing Esports 2 has just taken the 19th spot away from Paul Ancliffe and CXR Project Black, as they're going to now work their way off of Sterling's and scream down towards Clearways. Actually, we checked back in with that Fury Simsport car of Martin Plowman. I'm not sure if that's lap traffic he's dealing with, and yeah, there's actually a swap of position there. Graham Sanders of Big Bone Racing GT getting their way back out onto the racetrack. This is one of the things that's one of the shortcomings of pitting late is actually Martin Plowman a little bit wide there through Sterling's, not getting that corner anywhere near correctly there, Lorenzo. You kind of stop late. When you do a driver swap and you do that, they get in the car on cold tires and they're surrounded by, even if there's been other driver swaps, those other drivers have been in the car 3, 4, 5 laps now. Tires are up to temps and they're assimilated to the car. Martin's still trying to sort of figure out what the car is doing, get it up to speed. And I think he's fallen victim to that for at least one spot, and it might be another looking out the route. No, I take that back. That's Demis Tigclear and the team down under car. They're a handful of laps down and not in the running order, but just behind is Nathan Parkinson, as we're looking at the fight for the race lead. Half a second between Paceworks Williams, Jim Esports, Josh Thompson, who after pit stop strategy is circulated into the race lead, but it's right now Keith Camarelli and KC Racing Esports that has the pace.
Yeah, right now KC Racing Esports have totally the pace on the Paceworks to William Jim Esports car, and Camilleri, I'm not going to say that he's going to hold back. No, he's going to throw punches out in the start, and he's going to fight for that position for that race lead. And I believe, if we have to judge car status, his car is much more stable, not stable, but in one piece than the 269 car. So if we are to judge of car's conditions, he has much better conditions than 269, so he should be able to make a pass.
It was Ferrari and Porsche. They were really the two main characters of Steve McQueen's Le Mans in 1971, and they've definitely been the main characters of the fight for the race lead here tonight at Brands Hatch. Through Druids, this duo will go once again. 0.3 of a second is what that gap is starting to stabilize to. The lap times for these guys a little bit slower than what we saw earlier on, Lorenzo. The track temp has come up a little bit, but I don't think that's anything about the temperature really rising in the sim. No. I think that's mostly the guys just pumping more heat into the racetrack. Just from the race cars. It's just the cars running over the racetrack, pumping heat into the racetrack. And of course, the track may be rubbering up a little bit is down this back straightaway. The damage on that Ferrari definitely not helping it. We usually see the Ferrari about to be the quickest GTE car in a straight line, but as damage as the front end of that Pacework Esports car is, Lorenzo, not only is Josh Thompson going to be fighting likely a lack of top end at the moment, that car is not going to nearly bite on the front end on corner entry and through the center of the corner the way he might be used to. So really having to struggle with this car at the moment around this place.
Yeah, he has to be very careful where he plays the car. As you said, corner entry is not going to be the ideal corner entry for a Ferrari that is totally bent up on the front and a little bit on the back. And Camilleri is going to actually try to make usage of that, damage itself, to try to make an overtake. And he's not going to be able to do it on Paddock Hill. Let's see if he's going to get the runoff at Paddock Hill before he's trying to make a move on Druids. No, it's still far off. He's not going to be able to make a runoff on Druids. So one thing we have to talk about is the traffic right ahead of him. I don't know which car is right ahead of the 269 right now, but that will play out a little bit of its part in allowing Camilleri to try to make a move and coming in a little bit closer right now on Surtees and then on Pilgrim's Drop.
That car, that lap traffic you mentioned, Lorenzo, might actually provide a little bit of spice. It's John Agayas, teammate of KC Racing Esports, who currently runs second. It's the KC Racing Esports 3 car, the number 03, that runs just ahead of your race leaders. So they worked their way through Hawthorns and now in towards Westfield at the end of Derek Minter's Straight. Let's see, what are these guys going to do? Scream through Dingledale is definitely going to be on the menu. They won't catch this lap traffic, though. This lap traffic at John Agaius, he's about 2/10 off the pace, but that's just enough that these guys aren't catching him rapidly. And matter of fact, he gets a much better exit coming off the Sterlings, and because of that, that's going to allow Keith Camarelli to reel the gap in on your race leader. Through now Clark Curve and back onto the front straightaway. That Ferrari, I think, is getting a big batch of dirty air now, Lorenzo, and with that mangled front end, that's not going to be a great news for them. That gap comes down to sub 0.2 of a second. Through Paddock Hill Bend they will come, and the Ferrari able to open the gap out once again, and now that lap traffic grows larger in the windshield here of Josh Thompson.
Yeah, Josh Thompson can make any single mistake, especially with the adversary right ahead of him. Of course, we're going to say it's a back marker, but hey, it's a back marker working for the team that you're fighting with right now. So he's, unless there are team orders, no, there is no team orders. He just lets him pass. Both drivers go past him safely on Pilgrim's Drop, but allowed again KC Racing Esports car of Camilleri to close down the gap a little bit. It's around 0.2 of a second right now as they work Dingledale, with Thompson still retaining the lead.
Let's see how that's going to affect things. Well, it's going to give Josh clear track. It's going to take away a slipstream. So if that Ferrari's struggling with the top speed, it's not going to be helping it out. Through Sterlings, once again down, screaming towards clearways. Does that Porsche start reeling the gap in a little bit? I think it looks so, and I think that Ferrari is definitely lacking some top end. Now they're going to work Clark Curve. Now you see that Ferrari start opening the gap up a little bit, and this seems to be where the Ferrari really seems to be strong here, Lorenzo. Josh seems to be able to open the gap up on the exit of Clark Curve, and this end of the racetrack right here, turn one. Oh, we got cars off into the gravel as the leaders scream by. Who is that? I have Paul Davies from PCDC Motorsports Blue. And then there's another there's a Ferrari off into the gravel trap as well. I think that started ahead of Mr. Davies, and indeed it did. Jonathan Sterling involved in this, as well as Jordan Fisher for SpeedTech Tinsport number 39. Replay up on screen in a moment here, and it's going to start with those two cars ahead is where the drama is going to be. So you see they go in towards turn number 1, and there's going to be a little bit of a check up on the car on the outside, forced onto the grass, and as we've seen all day, Lorenzo, you stick that outside rear tire onto the grass, car is going to go around, and Paul Davies, he spun trying to avoid that incident, but importantly, he didn't hit anything. So while it's lost time, and maybe the tires taught up, oh yeah, his rejoin was a little sketchy though, talking about that. Well spotted by Mr. Paul Smith. I made the rookie mistake of assuming the drama on screen was done, but very tight rejoin there from Mr. Davies. But regardless, he's back out onto the racetrack without further incident. So we'll check back in with your race leaders. Actually, no, we're taking a look now at what looks to be the number 13 car, Scuderia Madrid Racing Team. What's happened to this car out there on the racetrack? This is at the Dingledale point of the lap. Gonna work through in towards Sterling, and that was a weird spin. I can't say I've seen a car warp its...
Yeah, he caught the grass on the outside of Dingledale. One more incident on the Dingledale.
The Dingledale appears to take another victim. I'll have another look at that. The way I kind of saw, oh yeah, you're right. It's a little bit hard to see, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Kind of looked like the car initially just spun in the middle of the racetrack, but that spin definitely initiated on the outside from the grass. So well spotted there, Lorenzo. But regardless, your lead group is still relatively close here at about 0.3 of a second, and Josh Thompson able to open up the gap out slightly, but not the way he would like. And as I say that, KC Racing Esports and Keith Camilleri able to pretty much immediately bring that gap back down and in as they screen towards the early parts of Dingledale. And just seems to me that Porsche here, Lorenzo, it seems good through the middle kind of sector, but seems sector 1 and sector 3, so to speak, the Porsche doesn't have the legs, and you can see that as they come off Sterling's.
Yeah, I think the Porsche I was gonna say, hold up. Going back, the Porsche just gonna get an advantage if he actually gets a good run off neither of the hard curve or paddock hill. He needs a good run, because if it is straight line battle, the Ferrari is going to win 9 out of 10 times. So on sector 2, where it gets more twisty, the Porsche is always going to have the upside, because it is more nimble on the track and has more power whenever you're paddling out into the corner exits, as we have a battle for P8, P7, and also P10, and P9 as well.
Yep, he's actually just swapped positions here, P9, P10 out there on the racetrack, and actually that 10th place running car wants another one, wants to make it 2-1. Don't think it's going to quite work out as Gianluca Matteo is going to hold the inside off of Clark Curve, but I might speak too soon. Great cutback move by Charlie Collins to potentially get that car into P8 for Full Send Racing, into Paddock Hill Bend. He's going to have to send it here. He's wriggling that car all over the place, but the moves aren't going to be done yet. Gianluca Matteo will have the cutback into Druids, but he's actually not going to go for the move, just going to let that Full Send car move up into that ace spot. So great bit of racing here from Charlie Collins here, Lorenzo, as he's the driver newly into that machine. What do you got?
I got, I think, one of the TeamBRIT drivers, the number 60, 064. Yeah, the 064 was actually spun around on the exit of the Druids.
So the 064 car was spun around on the exit. This was the car early on that we talked about had some issues. They actually were caught up in that incident at the start at turn 1. They've since gotten that car repaired and have rejoined 23 laps down, and their dramas have continued, unfortunately. Alan Day, the driver behind the wheel there, and well, Alan just pushes a little bit wide there, Lorenzo, coming off of Druids, and well, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. It feels like the curbs here at Brands Hatch have taken another victim, and it's weird to say. Normally, you know, when you're going to talk about a racetrack where the curbs are going to be vicious. Oh, we have a big incident out there on the racetrack out of Sterling's. 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all around out there on the racetrack.
And the leaders are coming up into it.
Yeah, leaders are coming up into it. Andrew Mars from Full Send Racing 88. I see him stopped out there on the racetrack. We're going to start, looks like around P9 for Tim Grevin. So we'll give it an idea of what happened coming through Dingle Dell here on the replay. Rewind, we'll actually send the cameras back a little bit, but you see the grass once again takes another victim in front of a huge train of cars. Porsche can't do anything to avoid it, and then there's a secondary incident in the background. So it was 2 completely unrelated incidents, and that's the incident that really ended up getting huge. So you see 3 cars all out there on the racetrack. We're getting another look at the replay. This is the 8 car, so through Dingle Dell, screaming up into Sheen Curve. You're going to see the left-hand side of that race car, the cars ahead having big issues and really nowhere for that number 8 car running 24th to go. Huge drama there through the Dingle Dell sector of the racetrack, and we have a handful of cars that were slow off the racetrack, and I think several that have found their way down on towards pit road once again. But that was Venomworks Sim Racing Orange involved with that, a couple others as well. I think, like I said, I mentioned one of the Full Send Racing
79
cars. So a number of cars involved in that incident, and the awkward part about that, Lorenzo, is that the Full Send Racing 88 just sort of came to a stop in the middle of the racetrack. There wasn't much he could really do about that. He just, you know, he spun the car around, and he did well to hold the brake and not go anywhere, but that definitely did grow the incident, just unfortunately where that car ended up stopping. I think we nearly got a couple of other cars involved, but luckily we were able to keep that incident, I think, about as small as we could have. Only 3 cars ended up stopped, and I think only about 1 car ended up with major damage. But regardless, you know, 2 separate incidents happening at the same corner pretty much immediately.
Yeah, we could say it's domino effect, but they're actually totally unrelated, as you were mentioning. And unfortunately for, I think the driver who actually got the worst of it was actually the Full Send 79 of Charlie Collins. He actually had to retire the car back to the pits. They were fighting for top 10 spots, and right now they're all the way thrown back into P33 right now, and it's just declining. Unfortunate for the 79 car, as we still have the battle for the lead, and Camilleri right now always gonna work the traffic, go near contact between cars.
That BMW off the racetrack at Surtees did not help anybody. The race lead now down under 0.2 of a second as they scream down Pilgrims, dropping in towards Hawthorne Hill. Josh Thompson doing everything he can to maintain this race lead over the KC Racing Esports Porsche. He'll have it as they work now in towards Westfield and scream into Dingle Dell. So seems like it's going to be a backing off the panic button a little bit here for Josh Thompson, but oh, he's actually able to get away with one, ducks both of the left side tires out onto the grass. We've seen that catch out so many race cars, but Josh able to just manage it and not send that car around into Clark Curve. for what is going to be the 61st time, still expecting north of 260 laps for this event here. And across start finish, that gap's going to, I think, update slightly longer. It was about a 10th and 3/4 last trip around the racetrack. It's now 2.5 tenths as they exit turn 1. So Josh Thompson, all in all there, Lorenzo, doing well there through that sort of middle, through that final sector. We've seen this Ferrari be strong to open that gap up. And even though that was sort of traffic, he wasn't aided by the traffic in any way, probably breathing a sigh of relief that he managed to keep the race lead there.
Especially going through Dingledale, where you got both tires on the grass itself. Actually, good awareness from Thompson to not go on the gas, because if he actually went on the gas, he would actually spun the car around and probably get into a two-car contact incident between him and also the PC Racing Esports. But also not losing a lot of time in that battle itself. But again, Camilleri just applying a lot of pressure once again coming into Sterling's.
We are also looking at the fight for 20. Well, we were looking at the fight for 21st. Nathan Parkinson just picked that spot up, as now we're looking, I think, a little bit further up the racetrack, back at your race leaders as they work through the final sequence of corners. And it's really hard for us at the moment, Lorenzo, to take our eyes off the race lead. I don't think anyone was imagining the race lead would be this tightly contested 90 minutes into this race, still less than back down to under 2/10 of a second. Keith Camarillo able to wrestle that lead right back down after a relatively mediocre lap the previous time around the racetrack.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect to have a battle for the lead early in this race. Of course, we had battles for the leads back and forth at the first hour itself. I think we have 3 lead for the battles. Here he goes.
Fight for the race lead is on. Up the inside at Surtees goes the 226 of Keith Camarillo. They'll be side by side down the Hawthorns Hill straightaway, and it's going to be that Ferrari who edges out the Porsche. We know the Ferrari typically has the advantage on the top speed, but Josh Thompson is managing damage as he's able to just hold on. I think the outside line for Surtees really helping him there, Lorenzo. They'll likely be single file from here to at least Clark Curve.
Yeah, they're going to be singled out into Clark Curve, and then
another car
off the track.
That's the number 85 we've seen gone around. Replay coming up on screen. This is Sterling's Bend, the bit of racetrack actually your leaders are going through right now, and heavy contact on the inside there for the number 85 Full Send Racing Ferrari. That's going to be huge damage, but off that final corner your leaders will come, and Josh Thompson once again is able to hold off another siege for the race lead. But a big run for that Porsche into turn 1, but no, KC Racing Esports not able to make the move. Will they get a good run down in towards Druids exiting Paddock Hill Bend? Answer to that question is going to be no as well. Behind the trees they will go, and then they will come back out, coming down Graham Hill and in towards Graham Hill Bend. Will the move be on at Surtees? Once again, this is where the Porsche nearly scrabbed that race lead away from Josh Thompson into this corner, and they're single file at the moment, Lorenzo, and the gap's not nearly going to open up as they work down this middle straight.
Yeah, right now it's Camilleri's not being able to make any work of his Porsche. If he tried to make it look on the inside, just doesn't do it. Thompson's still retaining the lead, but the problem is if they keep battling like this, look at P3, he is gaining. So instead of a two-way battle, it might become a three-car battle before the lead itself. So Camilleri needs to make a move, and he wants to make a move, but he needs to make a move now, otherwise it might become a real complication for him. That's got another car at Sterling's, as we have a P9 also battle.
That was Stefan Tesezka who was around there at Sterling's. What happened here? This actually looked like one of the first few that may have been aided as a result of car-to-car contact. TeamBRIT car, actually, no, I take that back. They were close, but they didn't actually touch. This off the racing line, maybe some marbles down there, and that Ferrari ends up facing the wrong direction because of it. But overall, the move was clean, and there was no contact there. We check back in with your race leaders off of Druids, and we just watched Max Spooner and that E-TeamBRIT number 67, the 067 technically, be involved with that little incident. Well, semi-involved. Josh Thompson walks by at Surtees, and who's going to let his Porsche brethren by as well, who's keeping the good fight here for the race lead.
It's the fight for the race lead is still going on right now, as we have also battle for P9 and P10 in Patrick Hahn still P3 also is actually heated up, as we have Patrick Hahn battling Fabio Underwood. Actually nearly butchered another name. But real close battle, as we have a Porsche right ahead. I think it's with PCDC, one of the cars. No, it's Scuderia Madrid, the number 13th, 33 car. Is that correct?
I believe you're correct about that.
But nevertheless, here he goes, Patrick Hahn on the outside on Clark curve.
A big move here for third and fourth out there on the racetrack. The 333 German Sim Racing Red and Revolution Sim Racing Blue, and Revolution Sim Racing is going to get that final podium spot away an hour and a half into this event. I see side by side in the background, but I think that's lap traffic. So now the question is going to be, Lorenzo, we talked about how German Sim Racing Red was reeling that gap down on your race leaders. If Revolution Sim Racing is passing him, he's surely going to be bringing in your top two.
And he's surely going to be able to close down the gap on that top two, because Patrick Hahn, if we are to remember, he started P3 and he was actually one of the fewest drivers actually could keep up with Satellite, and also, if I'm not mistaken, it is the Sim Revolution. Who was P2? I'm trying to remember. But anyway, he was one of the drivers that actually keep up with the top two back in the very early moments of this race. So I believe on the pace that Patrick Hahn is doing, he can catch up. Both P1 and P2, they keep battling like this because he's doing 119s on a daily basis, whereas P1 and P2 are shifting between 19 mids to 20 highs.
You see Patrick Hahn, actually, that last trip around the racetrack, he had to get around, of course, that German Sim Racing Red car, and he's made short work of opening that gap up. It's now nearly 10 car lengths as they work through Clark Curve, and it's only been about a lap. I'm really interested to see what the lap time is going to be. Your race leader, Josh Thompson, did a 120.3 his last 2.3 mile trip around the racetrack, and it's a 119.4 from the number 11, so a second quicker a lap nearly is the third place Racing Revolution Sim Racing Blue car. About 4 laps time, Lorenzo, we're going to have 3 cars scrapping for the race lead, and I don't think it'll be 3 for long. If Revolution can keep this speed up, I think they're going to be the leader in about 8 laps time.
Yeah, 8 laps time or even 7 laps time. It depends on traffic, because right now, if I'm not mistaken, there is a little bit of traffic up ahead for Josh Thompson to face. It is a 3-car train, even though they are split up between each other around 0.6 of a second. It is something that is to consider if you're Josh Thompson. How quickly can you make work of dry traffic, especially considering that we have a car, a Ferrari, on Patrick Hahn that is coming up really quickly on their back bumpers.
So your race leaders stay close. How aggressive they're going to be, and this might be one of those situations here, Lorenzo. If you're Keith Camarelli here, if you have anyone in the sim, excuse me, I can see Brandon Tabone actually in the sim along with Keith Camarelli at the moment. Keith's the only one that's being in the car, but Brandon should be doing some spotting. This would be one of these moments where it's smart to tell him, look, that number 11 car is coming behind us. Be patient when it comes to making this move. Don't get overly aggressive, and maybe find some way to use that 11 car as a pick when he eventually gets up to you.
Yeah, use the...
We got a car off, actually. Take that back. Sorry, Lorenzo. It's the number 47 machine off at Sterling's once again. This end of the racetrack taking no prisoners, and this one was actually, I believe, car-to-car contact. J.W. Miller trying to work around the outside of what I believe was some lap traffic. Indeed, it was Philip Russell. And he just cut across the nose there, and he really, Lorenzo, looked to me, he just kind of cleared himself and pit maneuvered himself around the nose of the lapper there. Miller was doing that lapper of Phil Russell, kind of doing everything he can to stay off the racing line, but Russell can't really come to a complete stop there ever. He kind of got the car slowed as much as he could safely. Look at these guys all over each other right now on the camera shot as they still continue to deal with lap traffic down this back straightaway in towards Clark Curve. They come across start finish Paddock Hill Bend, a very difficult end of the racetrack to make passes even in low downforce cars. Nigh impossible when you add in a little bit of aero of modern GT machinery. And look at the wiggle of Josh Thompson. That little bit of aerodynamic effect affecting that car. He ends off wide, but luckily for him, Keith Camarelli gets caught up in that pineapple pizza Porsche as well. So Josh Thompson will once again retain the lead. Meanwhile, still in third, still circulating at roughly a second per lap quicker, is that number 11 Revolution Sim Racing blue car, under 4 seconds. So we're watching the gap between P2 and P3. It's under 3 seconds now. It's come down a second since they crossed start finish.
Yeah, I think that pineapple pizza number 44 car did wonders for the number 11 of Patrick Hahn right now. He managed to shred away 1.3 seconds from P1 and P2 itself, and that gap will still continue to narrow down bit by bit, lap by lap. And like I mentioned, it was 8 laps. I'm gonna make it 6 because we still have 2 more cars ahead of Josh Thompson. I think one of them is one of the eBRIT cars, Team eBRIT cars, or the Ferraris. I think that is his number 064 of Alan Day right now, right ahead of him. But right now, I can see Thompson actually driving with a little bit of desperation because he had both major wiggles. First coming into Paddock's Hill, and second right around Clark, sorry. Actually coming in, yeah, actually into turn 3 itself.
We have the 11 in the same camera shot now. Look at their 226 all over the back of Josh Thompson through Druids. Not going to quite make that move. The 11 in the background, maybe a sigh of relief for these guys. Caught up in some intense traffic as well. These two fighting not for position, but just trying to navigate each other on the racetrack. They're eventually going to get let that Revolution Sim Racing car go and find a line for him into Surtees. Josh Thompson, though, has definitely lost the pace in that Pacework Esports Ferrari. They work down on the run towards Pilgrim's Drop and into Hawthorne's Hill. Around the outside is going to go Keith Camarelli, trying to make the move work, but that's never going to stick. Big wiggle along the outside. He gets out into the gray stuff, and he is going to hold on. But if you look into the background, getting bigger and bigger, especially the harder and harder these guys fight. Patrick Hahn is coming on with a full head of steam. Gap will surely be under 2 seconds this time.
Yeah, right now it's just coming down to 2 seconds. It will be around 1.9, I think, after Clark curve. But right now, Camilleri just nearly going for a full commit, full sand on the outside of Hawthorne's bend. He had a little bit of room to work with. If the track was a little bit wider, he actually couldn't make the move, but good defense from Josh Thompson for retaining the lead, and that allows, like you mentioned, Patrick Hahn right now, the gap is 1.8. And Camilleri, again, needs to make a move, and he needs to make a move now.
We talked about how strong the Ferraris were at the start of this event. They've dropped off in the first hour and a half, but they're starting to come back on strong. We talked as well about that about the triple three car that was catching, the car that was at one point in third. That has not stayed consistent. They've kind of dropped off and they stabilized with your current first and second place car. It's only the 11 that's really seriously catching your top 2 right now. In towards Hawthorne and Hill once again through Hawthorne's Bend, and down this very short Derek Minter straight all over the back right now is the KHC Racing Esports car as Josh Thompson is trying to defend. German Sim Racing DE around on the camera shot. This was a move in Druids. We'll see what happened here. A little bit of contact from the Ferrari behind, and they have sort of a lazy spin, couple little contacts as well, and some awkward moments with the traffic cycling through. And Patrick trying to clear himself and get his way off the racetrack there, but I don't think the nature of any of those contacts, there'll be any major damage. Front straightaway now, your race leaders once again. Thompson able to open up a little bit of breathing room as he works through Paddock Hill and down Paddock Hill Bend, flashing the lights aggressively at the lap traffic in front. It's Frederick von Eekhoven, the next car in line, as they work now up in towards Druids, and we have a 3-car scrap for the lead. Patrick Hahn has checked in.
Patrick Hahn just checking in, saying a little bit of a hello to both drivers right ahead of him, and to be quite honest, I think the upper hand goes to Patrick Hahn right now. He has the better car, better pace compared to the other 2 drivers. So right now, Camilleri needs to turn into go from full send on the leader now to full defend on the Patrick Hahn, because you can see now Hahn just giving a little bit of a look on the inside coming to Hawthorne's. He wants to make that move, and considering Hahn, he actually going to be able to make that move if Camilleri makes some more mistakes.
Something we didn't talk about through the first round of pit stops was the pit strategy. We weren't expecting anyone to really risk it, but your top two actually did. They are on double stinted tires, both Pacework Williams Gym Esports and KC Racing Esports. Revolution Sim Racing Blue is on fresh rubber, so they were on pit road for about an extra 30 seconds, but that has paid off in dividends. They come off the final corner. Does that number 11 Ferrari, new tires and a full head of steam in towards turn one, eyeing up the inside, but no, Patrick Hahn's going to be patient. Is the move going to come down in towards Druids? Should be able to get a better run now, especially the patience that actually in front. The 269 doesn't get a good run. 3 cars all scrapping for position. The 226 is going to hold on to second, but not for long. The number 11 up the inside into Graham Hill Bend. Patrick Hahn takes that second spot away. Josh Thompson costing that KC Racing Esports position first. But now it's going to be the situation that maybe Keith Camarelli can reel in Josh before Patrick Hahn gets to him. They work down this middle straight on the run towards Pilgrim's Drop. You can see the overspeed, and Thompson's going to go defensive right to the middle of the racetrack. This worked for him once before, but is it going to work this time? The cutback's not going to be on. Thompson cuts it off side by side as they work through Westfield and in towards Dingle Dell. Josh Thompson's going to try to close the door, and he's just going to be able to do it. Maybe crossing the line here. Sometimes when it comes to endurance racing, you have to know when the jig is up and when that car behind you is simply quicker and is going to get by. Patrick Hahn will get impatient eventually. Off now of Sterling's and in towards Clearways around the outside of Clark Curve. Can Patrick Hahn make this move stick? No. He nearly forced off onto the grass, and he's able to hold on down the front straightaway once again. Patrick Hahn trying to run me out of breath, but I am determined. Is in towards turn one into Paddock Hill Bend. The cutback move will be on Shirley. Is Josh Thompson going to cut it off? Yes. Into Druids around the outside. Is he going to make this move stick on the fresh tires? Nearly a little bit of contact, and off of turn two, Patrick Hahn has the race lead into Graham Hill Bend.
Wow, what a move from Patrick Hahn. But here it comes again. Here comes Josh Thompson on the outside, coming into third. He's trying to get that place back side to side, but he doesn't have the speed to actually make that overtake. Now he's going to work the draft, and Patrick Hahn, very gutsy moves into this final lap, trying to make some moves, and well, sometimes aggressiveness does pay off, doesn't it, Rennie?
It definitely does. German Sim Racing Red has been able to take advantage of this of all this fighting as well. They've reeled in about 2.5 seconds through all of this, but this fighting is not going to be done yet for second and third out there on the racetrack. Patrick Hahn should now be in a situation that he can check out, but Keith Camarelli is still very much latched onto the back of the of the Paceworks Williams Gym Esports Ferrari. Off of Sterling's and towards Clearways once again. Harassed on the outside is Josh Thompson through Clark Curve. The cutback will be on for the Porsche, and is Josh Thompson going to lose 2 spots in 2 laps? No, he cuts that move off, and you see the headlights flashing on that Porsche to the car ahead of it. So a little bit of frustration coming from Keith Camarelli, but Thompson still just being able to hold on, and you have to start asking the question here, Lorenzo, is Josh defending a little bit too aggressively here? 4.5 hours still left in this race. I think back to what we saw in the iRacing Petit Le Mans with Max Verstappen very much aggressively fighting and defending that race lead with Altus Esports. He got caught up in an incident, and that incident cost him about 10 seconds on the racetrack, and they ended up losing the race by about 3. You don't want to get overly aggressive here trying to defend a spot and get caught up in an incident that costs more than just losing the spot would ever cost you. Up now in towards Hildo, and there's going to be contact, and that's what I'm talking about. Big contact for Paceworks Williams Gym Esports, and I think that's their race done.
That's race over. That's race over for the 269. They retired the car to the pits. But here's the thing. Camilleri, I think he was a little bit overconfident. Of course, he had the runoff. He saw the 269 going a little bit off wide into Hawthorne's. He thought, oh, he has a room open for me to try to make a move, and he tried to stick that inside line, but he was never going to be able to make it in the first place. So, unfortunately, the 226 causing contact and taking the 269 out of this race. Unfortunate events for the Josh Thompson and the team of Paceworks Williams Gym Esports.
The thing is, though, Lorenzo, as we take a look at another replay once again, I mentioned what I mentioned it a handful of laps ago in the commentary. I said that for Josh Thompson, yeah, he might be able to defend and he might be able to hold on to the spot, but the problem he's going to have is if that car behind him is actually quicker, and I think that Paceworks car has been quicker. I don't think there's been any question of that for the last handful of laps. Eventually, if there's an open door, that car is going to get aggressive. If you're too determined to defend, if a door gets opened, that car is going to go through it. If they think you're not going to give them another opportunity, they're going to go for anything they possibly can get. And that's exactly what happened. And well, I can definitely see the argument that maybe that the KC Racing Esports 226 maybe halfway caused that incident. I think the reason that 226 car went for that move in the first place is that Josh was unwilling to relinquish the race lead, and to a certain respect, Josh, I think, kind of made his bed, and now he's laying in it. I mean, you saw the way he defended on the 11. He nearly forced the 11 off a couple times, and he was doing so to the 226 as well. I'm just not sure what more Keith Camarelli could have done to convince Josh that he was quicker. I mean, he was racing him clean for the better part of 15, 20 laps, and
yeah, I think one of the things we can talk about on this one, I think what made this cause was, if you have to look back, was actually that start-finish line move, because Camilleri had the move, he had the pace, he had the speed to try to put on side to side, but Josh Thompson just coming into a very, very aggressive line just on the exit of Clark Curve, completely shutting the corner, the line of Camilleri, and of course that would build a frustration. I would be frustrated as well if I was Camilleri. So of course, Josh Thompson being a little bit of aggressive, he knows when to defend and all that kind of stuff, but I think that was just way too much for the 269 car, and that unfortunately built up the frustration. The 226 to try to make that move. The 226 saw the gap opening, he was actually gonna go for it, and I don't blame him, and unfortunately caused that contact.
We're watching the fight between P7 and P8 right now, and actually that P8 able to get a good run up into Surtees, and that number 30 going to relinquish that spot through the corner, and they're going to have pretty much no further incident. Maybe a chance of a cutback as they come off of Surtees and down the straight towards Pilgrim's Drop, but no, I take that back. They're going to sort of single file out here. Josh in our chat kind of mentions that he feels he had to defend due to damage in the start, and you know, if you're looking at that in the context, Lorenzo, of I need to hold the spot right here, right now, you're absolutely right. But in the context of an endurance race with 4.5 hours left to go, you're basically gambling your entire race result on holding a position right now, and that's never really an advisable situation, because yeah, you can say, oh well, you know, I need to defend, but you have to defend to a realistic amount, and if you're going to try and check up a car behind you for the better part of an hour and a half, they're eventually going to throw an aggressive move, and when they do that, you know, yeah, I understand the logic of I have to defend, but the same logic applies to the car behind of they have to get by if they're quicker.
Yeah, it becomes a situation where you need to be able to see what do you gain from it? What are you going to gain from it? If you keep defending, you really think you can be able to retain second place the entire time, of course, or the lead itself? You need to see situations where over defending might not be eventually satisfactory or even advantageous to yourself. So if I was Josh Thompson, I would have given away that little bit and grabbing putting a little bit of emotion on the racetrack and making a move on the inside of Halter's Bend.
Yeah, that was German Sim Racing DE and Revolution Sim Racing Red. The Revolution Sim Racing cars really getting their way up there and getting aggressive. That was a great move by Tim Grevin to slip through, and we'll take a look at it on the replay and see the headlights flashing from behind. That's Patrick Prius, and not that, definitely not that great. And Josh, I know you're in the chat, and I know you're listening. You are someone I have a ton of respect for, and I know you had the opportunity, like you said that you felt you had to defend. I just have to say, think about this. What's the worst case if you lose P2 there and drop down to P3 or P4? What's the sort of major effect? But P5, P6, the fight continues on here, but with them kind of working themselves out. I mean, what's really unfortunate here, Lorenzo, is that we've lost a huge number of our race leaders. I think we've now had 3 or 4 cars that were at one point leading. Another Paceworks car getting their way into some drama. This is the 399 with Adam behind the wheel. And once again, Sterling catches out another machine. And Is there heavy contact with that wall? No, more of a boop.
No. Like a bop.
It's the way, basically what we would do to RaceSpot Cat here at RaceSpot. Not a hit, not a slap, just a little bit of a boot to the nose for that Paceworks Porsche and back out and circulating.
A little bit of a doink for Adam J. Watson, but I was gonna give that a save, a 9 out of 10. They had saved that car because the amount of wiggling he had to do to avoid that car going into the barriers, that was a little bit major. So good job on the 399 to keep that car on the track.
Yep, 9 out of 10 save, 7 out of 10 with Rice as we take a look at the P24 and P25 scrap. Under a second here between C6R, Project Black, and Speed Tech SimSport number 55. And this is one of the few BMWs, like we said, kind of near your mid-pack. And actually, I mentioned that. That's really what
driver off on this.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Sasha Lind off on the left-hand side of the racetrack. What happened here? This is up near Sheen Curve once again. Actually, a little bit, the number 42 of Sasha Lind, Newman Sim Racing Green. Left-hand tires off onto the grass once again, working through Sheen Curve on the run towards Sterling's. Don't think there's a second car involved. Yeah, everyone else managed to pretty much get through cleanly, but Sasha Lind caught up a little bit caught up majorly in that as they were the only one caught up, and back out onto the racetrack. They will go to circulate. So, let's take a deep breath, Lorenzo, because there's been some excitement in the last about 40 minutes. So, breathing exercises, everybody. In and out, and in and out,
and out again.
Okay, we don't get to breathe anymore. The number 69 Full Send Racing is off the racetrack, and they actually have some big damage. The bonnet on that car is completely gone, although that doesn't seem related to the incident. Likely damage earlier on, and this happened at Graham Hill, and looks like this is them just... Actually, they lost it on corner entry. I think they may have caught the curb on the kind of beginning of the turn-in point, Lorenzo, and I think that's exactly what happened. Kind of ducked that right rear tire onto the Astro, and around goes the Full Send Racing number 69, and off onto the racetrack. They're named number 85, but number 69, just to confuse us.
Yeah, everybody, I think all the cars from Full Send, barred the number 88, finished with the 9, so they're trying to play my games on us. It kind of worked.
Yep, definitely kind of worked. And as we're going to continue our trend of breathing techniques and ways to calm ourselves down, let's try a nice little calming meditation technique. Let's do some RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with Patrick Hahn, your race leader of Revolution Sim Racing Blue. We'll be back in a couple here at RaceSpotTV. Well, excitement has been the name of the game here at Brands Hatch in the PCDC and Team Brit. 6 hours of Brands Hatch. We've had, I believe, now 3 or 4 different race leaders, and well, every single lead change has more or less been an incident to go along with it. Right now, that's Revolution Sim Racing Blue sitting at the top of your timing sheets at the first round of pit stops. They opted to go for tires. Bulk of their competition near the head of the field did not. They chose to double stint, and it definitely has paid off through this second hour for the number 11 Revolution Sim Racing Blue car, as they're out to an 11-second lead over their rivals of KC Racing Esports. German Sim Racing Red rounds out your top 3. Satellite Racing GT, your pole sitter, and a 1-point leading this event. They currently find themselves P4, 16 seconds off the race lead, and Revolution Sim Racing Red will round out your top 5. Notable teams we've been monitoring: Team Brit in the 068. Matt Allen has circulated back into the top 10, and the other Team Brit cars that we have circulating out there on the racetrack. The 067 Team Brit car is currently Max Spooner behind the wheel. They find themselves 2 laps down, running in 30th. Fantastic event thus far, and it's maintained the excitement. They did our best to kill my voice through that second hour, and through this second hour, I should say. It's not over just yet, but things are still picking up as we approach the second round of pit stops. Pit window basically opens up in about the next 2 minutes. Expect the bulk of race cars, though, down at around 3 to 4 minutes for their second round of pit stops. Broadcast crew for this one, by the way, don't think I ran down this at the intro. Myself, Randy Chinnet, Lorenzo Bonder, doing all the voice activities for you, and Paul Smith is going to be the one poking at the cameras. Normally we'd get Paul's voice on the broadcast, but he's unfortunately ill today, so we'll have to suffer without. So, cars currently on the racetrack. Lorenzo's second round of pit stops coming up soon. I'm just happy that it seems like we can breathe a little bit now. Still a couple close fights out there on the racetrack. Actually, I take that back. The close fight I was about to reference is getting broken up due to one of them coming down on towards pit road. That's actually the 04 KC Racing Esports 4 machine. But we can breathe a little bit, it apparently seems. And Lorenzo, I believe, has something muted somewhere. I can see him queuing up his
Bonder has
there it is.
Microphone.
There it is.
Yeah, I muted my microphone. I'm sorry, but yeah, we had a eventful first 2 hours of this race, and yeah, Rainey, I think we can breathe up a little bit, but we're not out of the woods yet. We still have battles on this track. We have a battle for P12 and P13 right now between Fury Sinsport and Martin Plowman on the 144 against Venom War Sim Racing Silver of Benjamin Johnson. As Johnson has been able to close down the gap. It was around 0.5 of a second, and now he's putting a lot of pressure on the LMP2 driver. Let's see if Johnson is going to have the skills to make a move on Martin Plowman.
Yep, of course, we mentioned the fact that Martin Plowman, he won Le Mans and LMP2 and won the World Endurance Championship that year as well. That was 2013, if memory serves me. So only year he really ran LMP2 was that year. Well, actually, take that back. He ran P2 in 2012 in ALMS, and then he ran in 2013 in WEC. And since then, he's been around the globe running. Did some running in IndyCar, running in the Indianapolis 500, and has since moved to GT4. So he's definitely a GT driver these days, not so much in LMP2. So cars circulating on the racetrack. I think the big talking point through these first couple hours, though, Lorenzo, especially talking about that race lead, is the unwillingness for cars that were leading to maintain that lead for long. Yeah. I think we've had 3 different teams at one point lead this race, and for the bulk of them, I think 4 different teams, 3 of them have ended up in the wall. Most recently, Josh Thompson from that Pure Motorsport group, not Pure Motorsport, starts with a P. My memory is not great at 8 o'clock in the morning. From Paceworks, that Paceworks group in that Paceworks Ferrari. As now it's another Ferrari that currently leads the field. But I mean, we've seen a good amount of attrition, and a lot of that attrition has come from the head of the field.
I think for the top 10, we've seen a lot of attrition. And Randy, I think after seeing 4 battles for the lead, Team Brit just having a little bit of a moment with one of the drivers coming into the Surtees, if I'm not mistaken. That is the KC Racing Esports 04 car? No, but it is a KC Esports racing car.
So a little bit of drama for those guys as we're getting the replay up on screen. We'll have an idea of what exactly happened here through this end of the racetrack that's caused so many problems down here at Dingle Dell, and see the Team Brit car forced off a little bit wide because of that. And yeah, that's what's so difficult there at that end of the racetrack. But we do have an interview lined up with one of your eBrit associates. It's Mr. Alan Day, representing the 064 machine tonight. So we'll bring in Mr. Alan. Alan, do you got a copy?
Yeah,
So you guys in that 064 car, I mean, you guys really didn't have the start of the race you would have wanted. You got caught up in that scramble at the start. Big damage coming down the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. I know you guys initially said that car was parked, but it seems you've gotten repaired. How are the repairs actually on that race car? You seem a little bit off pace, but you're not really too far off the mark, if I'm honest.
I don't even think really the overall pace is actually that bad, to be honest. It's just a matter of keeping it consistent, really. I think it's just a little bit unstable with the damage more than anything, but we're not really seem to be losing any top speed. From what I'm noticing, like I've been comparing my lap times with our two teammates, the Team Brit car with Matt Allen and Bobby Trundley, and the other E-Team Brit car with Anthony Becker, Max Spooner. And our lap time doesn't seem to be much different. I was noticing at one point I was even lapping near enough as fast as the leaders at one point as they started getting into a battle. But it's just a little bit unstable more than anything, so that's the only thing really we need to take care of really more than anything. But other than that, the car seems to be about on pace.
Now, as we tick over past the top of the hour, so inside of 4 hours of this event, I mean, the big talking about this was, you know, how short this track really is. It's a very short lap for a big 6 hour long endurance race like this, only 1 minute and 18 seconds for these GTE cars. And I kind of said at the top of the show that this is going to feel for a lot of these guys probably about what it feels like to run a NASCAR event at a track like, say, Bristol or Martinsville. How has it been out there in terms of the intensity level? Has it been sort of a big change of pace compared to what maybe you might be used to around some of the bigger kind of, let's say, FIA Grade 1 tracks these sort of events typically happen at?
Well, like these type of tracks actually seem to do a best at. Actually, like the bigger tracks, like say Silverstone, or say, for example, Circuit of the Americas, I don't tend to do quite so well at. But tracks like, say, for example, Brands Hatch or Alton Park, or even Barber Motorsports Park, which I know a lot of drivers on the iRacing network doesn't seem to like it too much, but I tend to quite like the tight tracks quite a lot. I seem to favour them quite a lot. It definitely brings a great amount of like action because of the tight impact. If you're going to make a pass, you've got to actually physically make the move. You can't be half thinking about it. You've got to go for it if you're wanting to make a pass, especially at the top end of this field. Like we've seen that a little bit. We've had a few incidents from what I've heard at the front of the field, but it seems to be all around. Actually, seems to be quite level pegging around all over.
And I know you have several team cars, of course, in and amongst, of course, you yourself, I believe, in the 06. Yeah, you're in the 064. You guys also have the 068 and I believe the 067. Yes, I'm good at this. Have you been in communications with any of them? One of them was in the top 10. They just came down for pit stops as a Team Brit entry. Bobby Trundley getting back behind the wheel of that one. But any talks with the 067 car, or how's the overall Team Brit feel of the race at the moment, or do you guys kind of isolate yourself in just your own little groups?
Team Brit are pretty much doing their own thing, really. We don't really talk a huge amount to Team Brit as such, but we're getting more communication with them now because obviously they're on off season during the winter. But all of the E-Team Brit, like both cars, have been in communication with each other every so often. Like especially when I was coming back on track, because I had a feeling that like me and Ben were communicating with each other, saying if the wheel was going to be far too big, but because of this event obviously being put on part by Team Brit, we're going to try and keep all three cars out as much as possible. But me and Ben communicating before I went out on track to test the steering, that if it was going to be bad, that we was thinking that it was going to hold off other cars and it was going to cause another incident, then it wasn't really worth it. But we're just glad that we're able to get back on the track, really. You know, to actually see that our pace isn't really too far off of the leaders. early on when I was out on track. It definitely did lift a little bit of hope. It did to say that at least we're getting out there and actually trying, because that's what we want to be able to do. We want to be able to advertise what the team can do, really, because obviously not everybody is aware of what we want to be able to do, and that's what we want to be able to show.
Question before I let you go. I mean, generally you'll see teammates and team cars kind of work together. What was the decision between all the TeamBRIT kind of organized cars? All of you are on different manufacturers. You have a Ferrari that you're taking part in, the other TeamBRIT car, the Porsche, and then the TeamBRIT entry, the BMW. Doesn't that kind of stack the deck against you, knowing that you guys really can't talk or really work together on the run up to this event in terms of setup, or was that sort of an intentional thing, kind of spreading out amongst the marquees?
It was actually an intentional thing to actually have all teams actually try and drive different cars we wanted to. Like Bobby and Matt, well, obviously don't go on to iRacing as much as what me, Ben, Anthony and Max do. Max is still relatively new to the team, and he prefers the Porsche out of all the other cars, and Anthony tends to not really mind whatever car he drives in. For me and Ben, it was a matter of, like, we've always driven the Ferrari as much as possible, especially ever since we joined TeamBRIT. So for me and Ben, it was quite clear what car we wanted to choose, and then because we knew that we had enough drivers to be able to actually drive another car, we allowed them to decide what car they wanted to choose. We didn't want to try and hold our teammates to go, we want you to drive the same cars, and that way you can try and get more information. We want to try and allow all the drivers to be able to choose freely. We don't want to try and control and dictate what other drivers do. Like, we are our own drivers as well. After all, yes, we're a team, but we're also our own people. We want everybody to be able to have fun, and it does bring along a completely different element. But this is actually our very first race that we're driving more than one car on one race at the exact same time, and it's also the first time that an TeamBRIT car and a TeamBRIT car has actually been on the same track at the same time. Because when Brands Hatch 6 Hours 2018 came around, TeamBRIT didn't exist at the time.
Well, thanks for joining us, Alan, and I have to say props to you guys for keeping that 064 machine out there on the racetrack. I know you guys are probably feeling lonely at the moment, no one on your lap, but I have to say, with the rate that people are finding creative ways to find themselves off the racetrack at the likes of Dingledell, Sheen Curve, and Sterling, I think your patience will pay off. You'll have people to fight with eventually, so keep at it, and maybe we'll have that 064 car likely on screen a little bit more before this race is over.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much, guys.
There was Mr. Alan Day out there working with Ben Warren. Ben Warren currently the one behind the wheel of that 064 machine, as pit stops are still cycling through. The 32 Revolution Sim Racing red car currently on pit road. That was the car that I believe was running 5th before we had our pit stop sequence. The 27 Satellite Racing GT car still owes us a pit stop. They're going a little bit longer. Of course, like we said, Lorenzo, the fuel window here at Brands Hatch is going to be kind of wide. This is a racetrack you probably are able to save a little bit of gas at compared to some others. So if you have the ability with your right foot, you might be able to stretch an extra 3 or 4 laps around this place. Yeah. And if you can do that, that actually adds up really quick when you're talking about the context of a race that you're likely pitting 5 times on. That you start getting to the end of the race, that's suddenly nearly an extra 20 laps of fuel you have in your back pocket, as opposed to just coming down every single hour.
Yeah, if you're being able to actually make it around 1 hour and a half, 1 hour and 5 minutes, 1 hour and 10 minutes, basically when you're every stint that you're doing to the first 4 stints, you're basically, when you're coming down to pit lane, which might be the case of Satellite Racing GT, not even doing a full pit service. You may be doing around 3/4 up to a half of a pit service, just because you were able to save so much fuel. And I think that's where we give Ferry Stanley, and also up to some point, to be quite honest, to the Alpine Geodesic Racing black cars. Even though they are in the pits, they are losing time, they are losing places. They're doing the pit service right now, but they were second to a point. you were able to save fuel and stretch out your stint. So on the very end of their race, they might be within contention for a race lead or even a top 5 battle whenever the crunch time comes.
Now, the important thing here, Lorenzo, is in a 6-hour race, in order to be able to potentially cut out a pit stop, you need to go, it's an hour and 12 minutes to potentially do that. So right now for Ferris Stanley, for Satellite Racing GT, they're only 4 minutes off that, because of course the first pit stop you would have wanted to be at about 4 minutes 48 left in the race. Or actually, no, I think I'm getting my math wrong on this one. So you would have gone to 6, then you would have had 4. No, I take that back. He's still got another 14 minutes he had to go. I was doing the math. I was like, oh, he's not far off that. Like, wait a minute, he needs to get to 36, not 46. So I don't think he's quite in the window for that just yet. We'll have to wait another about 10 minutes until I can start hyping that up. But yeah, still getting great fuel economy out of that number 27 Ferrari. The only one I think who really still owes us a pit stop, the 333 has come down. So yeah, I think that's the only car that's yet to hit pit road. And so sorry about that slight break.
That's for the pits as well. So Satellite coming.
Yeah, so Satellite's on pit road, going the longest they come down was basically 3 hours and 50 minutes left in this event. The 24 and the 901, they also owe us pit stops. Those cars are well down the order though, and they're basically behind cars that have already stopped and they haven't yet hit pit road yet. One of them's on pit road right now. It's the PCDC Motorsports blue car. The number 24 SROC Racing green stays out, but because they're a lap down here, Lorenzo, they're just going to unlap themselves. What do you got? Oh, we got a car off at Sterling's, it looks like, but that's the first time. That's the first time in a while we've had a car off that's managed to navigate their way back onto the racetrack. That was in front of that TeamBRIT BMW, the 068 car. Like we said, Bobby Trundley behind the wheel of that machine, and that was a bit of a tense moment, I think, for him, having just gotten behind the wheel of that race car.
Yeah, considering that a lot of cars are going off on Dingodale, I think Dingodale is becoming the car killer over here on the track, but naturally it is the car killer on this track. But fortunately for Kurt Camilleri, just lifting off the gas and just coasting all the way down to the exit of Dingodale, all the way down to Sterling's, but losing the spot. He actually tried to go take it from the PCDC number 903 car from Florian Densler. A little bit of an aggressive move, and unfortunately losing a little bit of time, and allow Bobby Trundley to come in and try to place himself within a battle for P12 at this moment. Actually, P9 at this moment.
The cars out on the racetrack starting to cycle back down on towards pit road. SROC Racing green, by the way, they're making their pit stop. I believe that's the last race car we're really waiting on to see come down pit road. And actually an interesting little stat here, Lorenzo. At the first stop, we had a handful of cars that kind of risked the double stinting tires a little bit aggressively. We've not seen that through this second stop. Of course, everyone who double stinted tires at the first stop, they're going to take tires at the second one. But there's pretty much nobody that changed tires the first time that are even thinking of double stinting. I don't think I see any double stints up and down the entire field.
I think nobody's double stinting right now. They did tire swaps, and unfortunately, what I'm seeing right now is that KC Radio, the number 04 car, actually had to make a drive down pit lane because they went over the incident limit. So unfortunately, that P9 battle is actually now thinned down to 3 cars.
So unfortunate there. One of those drivers having to come down on towards pit road here eventually. Another one is actually the 064. We just talked to Alan Day from that machine. They'll be making a trip down pit road due to the incident limit. Is KC Racing Esports 2 and Kurt Camilleri. He's going to be involved in the scrap here with Bobby Trundley. Bobby pokes the nose up the inside, entering the Dingodale sector of the racetrack, but not nearly able to maintain momentum. He quickly falls like a stone, and 3 or 4 car lengths go in favor of that Porsche. So all 3 marquees here, Lorenzo, on the racetrack, fighting for 8th, 9th, and 10th. There is technically a 4th, but we have not seen any Fords for a while after the incident with the Pineapple Burger machine earlier on. But Ferrari, Porsche, and BMW all nose to tail fighting for spots in your top 10.
Yeah, the 3 cars, like mentioned, that we already started the broadcast by Max Spooner, will actually be the perennial cars for this track, as the Ford actually has a downside compared to the 3 cars. And now you can see the 3 the Marquis fighting for battles for the up to P8. And Camilleri again now applying a little bit of pressure on Densler. Actually nearly worked out for a little bit coming up into Druids, where Densler just ran a little bit more wider than usual into the line coming into Druids, but retained the lead nevertheless. And now here comes Bobby Tremblay once again trying to work the draft coming into Pilgrim's Drop all the way to Hawthorns, try to get that P9 back.
Through Hawthorns, they're going to work and quickly down Derek Minter Straight and in towards Westfield. That BMW trying to bring in the KC Racing Esports 2 car of Kurt Camilleri. And I'm actually curious, was it just that incident that Kurt had when they were fighting, you know, amongst themselves, first, second, and third, and especially the race leaders that he had with Josh Thompson?
No, that was
Lorenzo? The other, there's the other one. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm losing track. Sorry about that. There's Kurt Camilleri and there's Keith Camarelli. It's now Brandon Tabone behind the wheel. I'm going to be honest, Lorenzo, that's not confusing in any way, as the KC Racing Esports 2 car is going to reel in Florian Densler a little bit ahead of him, but that caught me out, so apologies there, mixing up the last names. But good to see family members. Likely Racing is, big send up the inside, a little bit of contact, Porsche on Ferrari. No love lost in that manufacturer relationship, and well, Bobby Trundley's likely going to see that, and he's probably going to be very careful about how he approaches this now 8th place Porsche out ahead of him. And that Ferrari of PCDC Motorsports Yellow and Florian Densler, wouldn't be surprised if he's seeing a little bit of red right now.
Yeah, you probably would be seeing a little bit of red as we see on the replay the move. Coming down in Paddock Hill, you can see he had a little bit of a gap, but you saw the big send, and I mean a big send from Camilleri, a little bit of contact door-to-door coming out of the exit of Druids Bend all the way down to Graham Hills Bend. And luckily for Camilleri, that Densler actually saw that move coming and gave a little bit of room for him to work with. Of course, the contact door-to-door is part of racing, but well done by Densler, even though he might be fuming right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if PDC Gallo actually made something and try to, you know, protest that move itself, because that was a little bit aggressive.
We're going to do a quick little rundown of some of your cars that have not had great runs. We're going to start with the 36th place running car of CXR Project Black. They find themselves 7 laps down. Then you get KC Racing Esports 3, 37th place. They're running 10 laps down. 12 laps down, PCDC Motorsports Green. GermanSimRacing.de, 16 laps down, and they're not on the racetrack, so that gap is getting larger and larger. TeamBRIT we talked to, they're 26 laps off, and I mentioned there's going to be some cars getting on their laps soon. Both Paceworks and VenomWorks, they find themselves 41st and 42nd, 26 laps down, neither on the racetrack. The TeamBRIT car is on the racetrack, however. 43rd, 43 laps down, Full Send Racing number 79. The Escuderia Madrid Racing Team off as well. As actually we had an incident, I believe, with the with the fight for 6. There's been a swap for positions there. And Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black is up into P6. The 888 falls back 1 spot. And that is not a fight for position behind. So as I try to regain where I was, PCDC Motorsports Red 60 laps down, but Paceworks Esports Blues 93 laps down, and Pineapple Burger Racing, that was a Soul Ford GT we had. They find themselves 94 laps down as well. So basically all your retirements on all the cars that I would say are well and truly off the order. There's also a handful of other cars 3, 4, 5 laps down, but I'd say they're at a slightly more competitive situation as we continue looking at that TeamBRIT car. Really is right now in the kind of the closest scrap on the racetrack, Lorenzo. Only got about a second and some change to PCDC Yellow behind, and only about another second to get to KC Racing Esports out ahead.
Yeah, because right now, what happened to the KC Esports number 04 car, that he was actually able to, even though he made that aggressive move, we could call that aggressive, he's being able to run so much better laps than, not the 04, but actually the number 22 car. He was actually able to make a little bit of a room, and he's trying to get himself away from Bobby Trundley, but Trundley gave him no room for error. So even though that number 22 car might be thinking, I'm out of the woods right now, don't think like that, buddy. You're not out of the woods yet. I believe that MA will actually catch up to you in, I would say, 3 laps time and try to go for an overtake.
Might even be a little bit better than that, but that Porsche excuse me, that Porsche seems to have the legs on that BMW a little bit as they scream down the clearway straightaway and in towards Clark Curve. And I got to kind of ask the question, Lorenzo. The memes have always been that the BMW is an absolutely enormous car. In reality, it's not that much bigger, but it does. Yeah, it is a little bit bigger. It's a big mate for sure. But do you think the fact that that car is a little bit more sizable, even though it's not wider, it's definitely a little bit longer, and it's certainly taller when you look at it, you know, just having a bigger, you know, the bigger car, do you think that might make life a little bit difficult for these guys trying to make passes on what is such a very narrow racetrack?
For the M8, it benefits a little bit when you're trying to make overtakes, but because here's the thing, the M8, even though we say, oh, it's the thick boy or it's the big boy, believe it or not, he's very, very nimble. If you got new tires on it, if you got new rubber in it, he's very agile. So you can put the car whatever you want. He's actually gonna make that move itself. So it has a little bit of an upside to the M8 compared to any other cars in the GTE class. So if Bobby Trunley just finds the smallest gap for him to work with it, and of course it has to be a safe gap so he can make an overtake, I can definitely say he's going to be in the upside end of a battle and possibly moving up a slot.
A little bit of lap traffic kind of hampered up both of these cars, but they kind of lost and gained equal amounts of time on one another, so the gap is going to stay about even as they work themselves down this front straightaway. Your gap for your race leader, by the way, it's still Revolution Sim Racing Blue, out ahead by about 10 seconds. So through turn 1 and in towards turn 2, you see Bobby Trunley really closing in there. Lorenzo in towards turn 2. I definitely think he has a slightly better line going into Druids at the moment. It's a little bit more of a direct line directly to the apex. He's almost taken a few meters out of the racetrack compared to the way Kurt Camilleri is running the lap. He's kind of elongating his line and making his lap a little bit longer because of that. Kurt not quite getting to the apex of Surtees. That's going to do nothing but helping the 068 TeamBRIT car as well.
Yeah, that will help a lot of the TeamBRIT car to close down the gap, as you can see coming out of Druid, he was sticking out the entry and using the optimal use of the brakes to try to close down the gap, as they have a Porsche right ahead of him. I think that's one of these races. Oh boy.
That was tight. I believe that was one of the Paceworks cars. Indeed it was. Sammy Beitor behind the wheel. He did very well to hold on to that race car, not only when they were side by side, but when he got off onto the grass there, he kind of got scared off the racing line, and he did well to hold on to that. There was another car, by the way, who was well off the racetrack, the Full Send Racing number 88 of Andrew Mars. He held on to it as well, so there's no major secondary issue. But man, oh man, that was relatively close. And I mean, Race Control's had their hands full at that end of the racetrack, haven't they, Lorenzo? It seems like, you know, it really does seem like almost every incident we've had, as the fight for P10 is close right now. PCDC Motorsports Yellow and P11 Pure Motorsports White. They're currently working off of turn 3 at Graham Hill Bend. But that end of the racetrack is just continuing to take no prisoners, and slower traffic is having an absolute nightmare on basically the middle sector.
Yeah, I think everybody in the traffic must be. I have a word for saying this, but I'm gonna avoid saying this word. But you know, having problems, I think, is the best way to put it when it comes to, you know, making sure that you're leaving space for all the cars to make work with. And we have the Paceworks esports car in the wall. Sammy Beitor, unfortunately, having a little bit of a visit on the wall at the exit of Graham Hill's Bend.
Let's see what happened with this one. Doesn't seem like he had any assistance unless you include that curb underneath the race car. Actually, yeah, he got all the way out onto the grass. The right rear tire spun up that rear tire and basically spun down into the wall, so not much he could really do about that. Still keeping an eye on this fight for 10th, though. Ferrari and Porsche fight is through turn 1. They're going to hold on to each other. Saw the movie earlier this month. Well, I should say last month, now that it's December. So I was thinking Ford versus Ferrari, so apologies on that one. But through turn 2, PCDC will hold on to this for a moment. So a couple little scraps here that are forming up, Lorenzo, that are definitely close and that are intense, but these guys seem to be a lot calmer with each other than some of the teams that we saw earlier on in the race. And I have a feeling some of the teams that we've kind of seen kind of live to this point, especially in your top 10, I think they've kind of learned from some of the mistakes of the people that, yeah, they may have been 8 or 9 positions up the road of these guys at one point, but they certainly aren't there now, and these guys seem to have learned from their mistakes. There's actually maybe a little bit of a mistake in front. There's an off-pace Porsche, the 902, 38th place running car was slow at the end of the back straightaway. He was actually off at that corner and actually had a big spin turning into Hawthorne's. Not sure what caused that. Doesn't look like he got onto the gravel. Yeah, he just lost the back end of that race car. Heavy damage on that 902 Porsche, but he'll get it back onto the racetrack and circulating, but definitely not what that driver would be wanting to deal with there. But much calmer fighting than we saw about 2 hours ago and even an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, much calmer moment into this race. Let's say, I'm going to say a little bit of fortunately, because their drivers are not taking big chances trying to make overtakes. Of course, I think the biggest chance we saw was actually that Kurt Camilleri move on the PCDC Motorsports Yellow from Florian Densler that could have gone all wrong, but fortunately for Camilleri, he just made the move stick it out in the end. But one thing I'm actually looking from Densler, that his last few laps has been around the 120-ish, yeah, 125, 126, 120. He's been struggling quite a lot with his Ferrari, whereas Streatley has been one of the 119s, 120 lows. So maybe he could be double seeing those tires, which could be a possibility. I wouldn't say it's realistic, but it's a possibility nevertheless, because he's struggling quite a lot with the car.
Well, they're both their last times down pit road. Their pit stop times was a 1 minute 2.9, and they basically had identical pit stops. A half second quicker in the lane with pure motorsport white, but outside of that, the pit stop and lane times were pretty much identical, just for a few tights. But you're right, a little bit of damage down the 068 and the 22, and move that 068 up a spot on the 888 machine of Trundley. So doing very well, and yeah, no one really out there. So Streatley getting through as well, trying to monitor about 3 or 4 different fights at once isn't really panning out as Streatley up into turn 2. George Streatley through Drew is, and he'll have the spot on the Ferrari of Florian Densler. But trying to watch 3 or 4, 2 different position fights here, Lorenzo, is I think confusing the both of us.
Yeah, I think we should give out a message to all drivers like, don't battle for the next 10 laps so we can compose ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, wait your turn.
Yeah, like, don't be aggressive. Take it easy. Let us commentate and pick ourselves up a little bit by bit. I'm just kidding. But hey, like, this is what I like to see, you know. The nature of this track allows a lot of places for battles, so it is natural we're not going to be able to see every single battle going on in the track. It's just the nature of the track itself playing us a little bit of a trick.
I think our producer, Paul Smith, has a great idea. Let's have him pull a ticket number the way they do it at the deli. Yeah. And we'll have to call numbers. We're currently serving customer number 370 as they currently work out on the racetrack. We are monitoring as well this gap for the race lead. And it's important to know, Lorenzo, that gap is sort of slowly closing down between Revolution Sim Racing Blue and German Sim Racing Red, but it's not coming down overly aggressively either. It's to the tune of about maybe a couple tenths, 3/4 tenths lap on lap last trip around the racetrack. German Sim Racing Red reeled in 4 tenths. So it is a good pace advantage for the 333, but it's not an end of the world pace advantage if you're in the context of the 11 car at the moment, and certainly not the rate that we saw that 11 car reel in the leaders through the second hour of the race.
Yeah, right now I think Jason Dyer is within a really good, comfortable margin for him to work with. Right now it's around 8.7 seconds. Right now he raised up a little bit to 9 seconds, so he goes up and down the laps and every turn he takes. But nevertheless, I think right now I think the 11 is doing a little bit of a race manage. They are not going to desperation. They should be going quicker or something of the sort. So I think all the work has been done by the 333. I don't think 11 is feeling the pressure, not at all.
Also, we're watching the fight now. We were watching the fight 15th and 16th on the racetrack. Now it's 27th and 28th, which is slightly closer. This is a pair of Porsches, Team Down Under and TeamBRIT number 67. Anthony Beck behind the wheel of that car, and it's Kevin Enderman behind the wheel of the Team Down Under car from the driver actually from Dayach, running for what I would assume would be an Aussie team. as let's see down the front straightaway and in towards Paddock Hill Bend. This group will go. Still single file, a little bit wafty apex there. See down under. Actually, we got a car around at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. That's actually Andrew Mars. We saw him get a little bit of drama earlier on. And what happened here? Did he do this by himself? Yeah, it started at turn in. Just didn't get that car anywhere near the racing line. The back end cuts out, and a blue Porsche, I believe that was Sammy Bytorp, in the Paceworks Esports white car. He really has nowhere to go going through turn one, tries to avoid, and just basically T-bones that race car. But man, oh man, big incident there. And there's sort of been a trend I've noticed, Lorenzo. Whenever a car gets into a little bit of trouble, it seems like there's a lot of trouble slowly coming in as well. And they've ended up pulling that car off the racetrack, unfortunately, as we monitor Team Down Under and Anthony Beck of TeamBRIT once again, as TeamBRIT, excuse me, once again as well. They've swapped spots, and I think Team Down Under pretty much allowed that to happen and are letting them open up that gap. So positions continuing to swap here.
Up and down in the field, they will continue to swap places, and well done by TeamBRIT, the number 67 car, to make that move. And I think we got Florian Danzler once again into a battle.
Yeah, we definitely do here as we look at the 10th place running car, the 903, involved in this scrap at the moment. Actually just wrestled that 10th spot away from Pedro Pimenta. So that's 10th and 11th changing hands. Behind, you have that race leader starting to approach on these guys. So on pure pace here, Lorenzo, starting to lap up into the top 10 is that Revolution Sim Racing blue car. And actually, now I think he's he's technically lapped through the top 11. So it's your top 10 who's on the lead lap, but it's not going to stay like that for long with your race leader. Actually, these guys aren't that far off the pace, only about a 10th off.
Yeah, they're only a 10th off from decent tires, so they are within a very good margin for not getting lapped, but eventually they might get lapped. It's inevitability of racing itself. Once you get that blue flag, eventually you're gonna have to yield that position and allow yourself to be lapped. So Jason Dyer, another lap done, 120.0. As we got Fabio Unverduros coming up into doing a lap, that will be on 119.7, so 2/10 to nearly 3/10 snatched away for the German Sim Racing red car.
It's crazy to me, Lorenzo, how much this race has changed. I mean, we have spots that are changing hands back and forth, but we're now 2.5 hours into this race. We're a half hour. Next round of pit stops, we're going to be halfway in this 6-hour contest. And really, I'd say the intensity and the intense feeling of the race, not to say that, these fights for position don't matter or anything like that, but it just feels like the race has a much different vibe than it did a couple of hours ago and even an hour ago when people were fighting for position, especially up at the race lead the way that they were. These fights seem a lot calmer than they were, through that second stint. I think drivers are definitely being a lot more wise about where they're placing their cars around people. Even though there's a lot of side-by-side moments that are happening, they seem to be over and done relatively quickly as opposed to lasting for laps on laps on laps on laps.
Yeah, I think one other thing that also could be assisting the more conservative drive out of the drivers itself is the incident numbers, because some of the teams we're seeing hasn't been going to the pit lane. The pit service near contact between a back marker from Venom Works. Contact between TeamBRIT, I think one of the Venom Works cars. I don't know which car that is, but it is a Venom Works BMW nevertheless, nearly sending Bobby Trumley into the fence. But as I was saying, yeah, contact itself, getting those incident points is very important for you to avoid those incidents, the 4Xs, the 2Xs, the 1X, for you, so you don't get into the pit lane and serve a stop and go or a drive-through penalty and potentially endanger your race.
It was the 068, the car that we just saw have that little brush with the VenomWorks Sim Racing Silver. That was going through Graham Hill Bend, the big BMW TeamBRIT car, but I don't think they actually touched. I think they just about squeaked by, maybe a little bit of brush with the side of that. Yeah, with the side of that BMW. But overall, they're back out there circulating. That was actually drama with a lapped car, so it wasn't them fighting for position. And while the fight that was for position amongst those two was the 22 and the 068, and the 22 has scampered off into the distance by about a second and a half. So no real fight going on there. So we ride on board with that BMW for the moment up into Druid. You can get a good idea of the elevation change, and well, that rear view camera really helps sells it as well, especially on the downhill sections. So you can just see basically how much of the racetrack you see, how much downwards you're looking at the racetrack versus at what's going ahead of you. So Team Brit trying to reel in KC Racing Esports, all the while slightly getting reeled in by Pure Motorsport White, but not by a huge amount. But we mentioned a handful of laps ago, Lorenzo, and it's still it's still true. Fabio Unverdrus in the 333 machine still reeling in that race leader of Revolution Sim Racing Blue. Jason Dyer now behind the wheel, so we saw Patrick Hahn putting in a fantastic kind of second stint for that group to get them the race lead, and Jason Dyer just ever so slightly getting outpaced at the moment.
Yeah, Jason Dyer is not being able to put 119 laps. He's being consistent on the 120s. The only lap that he did was when the 119 was the lap 113, which was 2 laps ago. As he comes down once again into the start-finish line, his lap will be a 119.9. Still, it is a good lap under the 120 mark. But still, Unverdrus on the German Sim Racing Red is still faster, 119.6, so around 0.2 of a second nab from the lead once again. Right now, still race managing, but I'll be quite honest, I think the 11 car should throw a yellow alert and start putting a little bit of more of a pace, so it doesn't allow the 333 car to close down the gap and engage themselves in the battle.
We are bulk of the way through this third stint, by the way. We're watching the fight for 15th and 16th out there on the racetrack. That's a Ferrari and a Porsche SROC Racing Green, currently driven by Nicky Decker, and is Casper Arid in the PCDC Motorsports Blue machine. And, of course, this SROC Racing Green car, Lorenzo, this is a car that we've been seeing on the pit stop cycles consistently going the longest. Like we said, no one's anywhere near the window of potentially cutting out a pit stop, but still maybe something to think about, especially when you start thinking about what those gaps might be at the end of the race. If they can save 10, 15 seconds on pit road, maybe they can have a closer to a splash and dash, and instead of having a if they think they can cut out a huge amount of fuel fill, maybe you risk it and double stint the tires, and instead of having to, take 30 seconds worth of fuel, maybe you only need 15 or 18 or even 20. You might be able to jump some traffic there inside of that last hour and try to make something crazy work.
Yeah, I think right now for Nicky Decker and the SROC Racing Green car, I think that's the case for them. I think they're eyeing that top 10 spot, because even though it could be far away from them right now. I think they are around 10 seconds away from the Geodesic Racing Y from Andrew Langham, which is right ahead of them, coming up into the Clark's curve. They are within a good contention to grab themselves a few spots if they keep going like this. Like as you were saying, they're stretching out of around 1 hour and a 2-minute mark, 1 hour and 3-minute mark. So they are from looking themselves at a 3/4 or maybe a half pit service.
We've been mentioning the fact, of course, Lorenzo, that one of the big things with this event is the incident limit, and I won't say we've been doing a bad job, but we're starting to get to the point that there's a huge amount of cars getting that incident limit violation. Seems like every 3 or 4 laps, there's another team or another driver getting tagged with a penalty. We just open up, you open up your chat log, and it's basically filled with admins giving people the stop and hold in the chat at the moment. So it's getting to the point, a huge amount of people starting to struggle with that ink limit as we approach halfway.
Yeah, right now we are approaching a mark where we might be seeing more of those teams up in the front getting more incident, maybe off tracks or something like it. But more, I'll be saying the admins and the race direction has been giving out penalties for the teams who are actually more the back markers, which we are seeing over here. Big Bone Racing, 50 incident limit violation, 50x. Newman Team Racing Green, 40x. Paceworks Esports White, 50x. CXR Project Black, 384 with the 50x as well. So they're not up in the front; they are between the mid to the backpack. So it doesn't affect the leaders as much, but still the leaders need to keep themselves mindful of what could happen if they get even a 10x or a 20x.
Yep, definitely is something to keep an eye on. We've been watching, by the way, this fight between 7th and 8th. This is the Team Brit machine fighting with KC Racing Esports 2. Really, I mean, this has really been the fight we've been, I think, keeping an eye on the most over the course of this entire stint, Lorenzo. And, you know, it's really been this. There was another scrap behind that has sort of figured itself out. And, you know, besides that, it's just basically been monitoring the race lead as the gaps we've really been watching closely through this third hour.
Yeah, because right now there hasn't been a lot of battles. I think we only saw in the last 20 minutes. I think we only saw around 2 battles instead of watching 355 battles going on in 5 minutes, and we basically would throw our heads into a wall and try to pick ourselves back from all so much craziness that is happening on the track. But yeah, that the gap for the lead is once we dwindling away a bit. It should be coming down in less than 7 seconds as they come down to the start-finish line in a few moments.
So let's see. Let's keep an eye on what this fight's going to be between P8 and P9. That gap has been relatively stable at about 6/10, but Porsche's definitely looking quick. Next car out ahead of Team Brit, by the way. It really isn't that far ahead. Remember, we saw this KC Racing car scrap with Mr. Bobby Trundley a little earlier, but they've really not been able to break away in a huge number. But that said, last trip around the racetrack, not in favor of Team Brit and Bobby Trundley. It's very much favored George Streetley in the Pure Motorsports white car. Gap now half a second between 8th and 9th.
Yeah, and you can see Streetley going for a full launch into Druid's band, cutting away a little bit of the disadvantage they have to Trundley, but now working to drop that Porsche number 10 car coming into Druid's band. You can see it is a more of a tight line cover for the Pure Motorsports white. A little bit of a more also clean line compared to Bobby Trundley's M8 line, and now he's going to work the drive coming into Hawthorne's. And I believe he should be putting more pressure within this the next lap or two, so you can try to make a move on the Team Brit 068 car.
So down out through the Dingledale sector of the racetrack and up towards Sterling's they will go. That yellow Porsche all over the back of Bobby Trundley. That big BMW, I think, maybe struggling in the tires here in the second half of the fuel window and of the tire window as well. Keep in mind, we saw in the opening stint some teams try the double stint. No one tried it into that second round of pit stops whatsoever, including the cars that took tires at the first pit stops. And remember the pace advantage we saw from the 11 car at the end of that opening round of pit stops and into the second stint. Now up into turn 2, big dive potentially from Streetley, but no, he's going to back out of it, and I think that was a wise move, Lorenzo, to not commit.
Yeah, and not committing on Druids, because if you did commit, it could have gone so wrong as we have a car 3 from CXR Project Black on the X of Hawthorne's. As we look at the replay, he coming down on Pilgrim's Drop, and seems like it was all unassisted.
There was 2 of them actually
behind. Yeah,
there was 2 of them. It was
into the entry. Yeah, just loses the back end and has a little bit of a trip over the wall, and the blinking car narrowly avoiding damage. And I think actually he did go over the wall, to be quite honest.
Yeah, he did. I'm not sure what happened, but regardless, that's going to be unfortunate for both of those CXR Project Black cars, because that's going to be both of them getting into an incident with one another and both of them being out. One of them seeming to suffer severe technical issues and unfortunately very much so negatively affecting the other. But regardless, Team Brit and Pure Motorsport White, they're going to continue their little scrabble down the front straightaway, and that gap is still going to remain constant. So for Mr. Bobby Trundley at the moment, Lorenzo, he's not losing a lot of time here. There's a couple, you know, lap on lap, he might lose a little bit of ground, but he's generally able to sort of eke it back out and get that margin back where it needs to be.
Yeah, I think right now Strictly is just managing to make work of the gap and just try to apply most pressure as possible on Trundle, but still Trundle just keeping himself composed, not feeling the pressure at all, even though he looks like, oh, I think that there's a guy, he wants my position back, but still keeping himself composed, not falling into the pressure. And the fun thing is, even though he's trying to defend himself bit by bit, and in turns like Nicoledale and Sheen, he's still managing to keep himself within a second and less than a second from the KC Racing Esports #2 from Kurt Camilleri. So even though he's still trying to defend, it might work wonders for him, because if he just see one mistake done by Camilleri, instead of finding himself just defending, he might be able to attack and grab a position up and allow the other two teammates scrap themselves off and see who's actually going to come out on top.
And this little scrap continues. Be sure to be getting active in the chat. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. The likes of myself, Lorenzo, will potentially answer them, especially if you answer nicely. But any questions about the race, any questions about us, any questions about anything, we are definitely here to answer them, especially as this race kind of turns into maybe a slightly slower phase. This 3-car scrap continues here in the latter stages of the third hour of racing as we approach the halfway point. We'll be 3 hours down, 3 to go. KC Racing and Kurt Camilleri starting to reel in some lap traffic. That's Newman Sim Racing Blue and Oliver Holtke, who's in their car as they work their way in towards Hawthorne. Next is going to be this duo we've been watching, and this is might catch out Bobby Trundle. Indeed, is going to. Whoa. This is, a little bit aggressive there is Trundle on that lap traffic. This is going to stack him up with George Streetley. Streetley up the inside through Dingledale, and, well, just like that, that big BMW loses the spot in towards Sterling's. They're going to stay single file. So just like that, Lorenzo, we've been talking about how important the traffic is, and Streetley, knowing that, immediately gets on the headlights, blinking at that lap traffic in front of him. A little bit wide, though, with Oliver Holtke coming through Clark Curve, but he's going to hold it on the left side, and both of those quicker cars will cycle through. Bobby Trundle weaving around on the front straightaway. I don't think he's too happy, but I think that's just basically one of those things that occasionally happens on that racetrack, on this racetrack. He just sort of caught the lap traffic when
the worst place.
Really the worst point of the racetrack is to do it is there through Dingledale, through Westfield, in towards Sheen Curve, especially when you're dealing with lap traffic that has some serious damage on it. They can only do so much at getting out of the way, and especially when you're talking about damaged race cars, they generally have to stay on the racing line, especially to maintain any sort of speed through that end of the racetrack.
Yeah, I think that was really unfortunate for Bobby Trundle to get that car in the worst spot possible, because you need the most momentum as you want coming into the Westfield bend all the way down to Dingledale, and unfortunately Bobby Trundle had to brake check of sorts so to avoid contact with the car, and that allowed the Pure Motorsport white car, the Pure Motorsport white car from George Streetley to make the move on Dingledale. He had the total momentum to work with, so why not make a risky move on the Dingledale? He gave the room, let's make a move, and unfortunately for the number 10 car, just grabbing the spot up and breaking away the lead a little bit.
So this gap's going to open up after that little bit of a scrap. Just a reminder to everybody, live timing is available. I'm going to head over to RaceSpot.tv /timing to check that out. A little bit of an early pit stop for one of your geodesic racing cars, trying to see which one that is. It's one of their Porsches. I believe that was the 17 of Andrew Langham. Andrew Langham's service, actually. So he comes down on towards pit road. Looks like they'll be staying in that race car. But that's pretty much going to be, I think, the trigger for people to likely start coming down pit road here, Lorenzo. Usually once you see one of those guys hit pit lane, it's not too long until you start seeing other cars. We're also keeping an eye on a couple of other battles. The 901 out there on the racetrack at the moment. They're running P15 involved in a scrap. Casper Areed currently behind the wheel. You have John Agaius, although that's lap traffic behind, but a P14 Nicky Decker only about 10 or so car lengths out the nose of that Porsche.
Yeah, so right now Casper Areed not being able we've seen this battle going on back and forth for the last, I think, 5 or 10 laps. Reed just trying to close down the gap. Unfortunately, the traffic playing a little bit of an effect on Reed, so he just had to yield a little bit of the lead he was trying to gain from the 24 car. But then again, now clawing his way back up again. The gap right now 0.8 seconds. But as you were saying, right now drivers coming into the pit lane for the pit service as we come into the halfway through this race from the 6 hours. We should be seeing cars coming up in the next, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes, even though the gap is quite lengthy. And we have a car on the Dingledale, on the exit of Dingledale, the number 55 of SpeedTech SimSport.
Let's see what is befalling the 55 here through that first part of Dingledale at Westfield. Is let's see up till Sheen curve. It looks like he lost it at turn in there. He didn't even make it to the exit of the corner. He may have even lost it before we got on the grass, but it was just sort of awkward timing to get the rejoin, and he ends up back out there on the racing circuit. Asked you guys for questions, and Accelerator hit us with one with how do we get into broadcasting iRacing, racing? Do we race or do you just broadcast? That's going to be a very different answer depending on everyone. The first race I ever broadcasted was back in 2014. That would have been on Glacier TV. It was actually an event I was participating in that I wrecked on the opening lap, so that wasn't great. And I kind of stepped into the booth and. Well, I'll be honest, this is about the longest job and business relationship I've ever had. I've been working with Will Vincent pretty much ever since, so coming up on 6 years now in 2020. Had 3 real jobs in that span, which is kind of crazy to think about. As far as do I race, I personally don't race too much. Occasionally I'll do some IndyCar stuff, especially around the month of May. IndyCar in May, who could ever say that? Yeah, Paul Smith definitely saying... that I'm a poor sod. The question I have to ask is it me or Hugo? You could make the argument, Paul. I know you won't talk on stream because of your voice. I do some driving still, but it's mostly driving RaceSpot into the ground.
Yeah, I think from my case, to be quite honest, I think it started in 2018-ish here at RaceSpot, but iRacing itself, I started in 2017. When I did commentating, I kind of like fell down on my lap because I was driving. I drive still, even though I'm on a timeout period for iRacing. I started in iRacing Brazil. I still do commentating for iRacing Brazil, which is owned by one of Hugo's friends. Also, if I'm not mistaken, one of the co-founders of RaceSpot, believe it or not, with Hugo and Rafael Sanke. But right nowadays, I just commentate and I try to do racing from time to time, even though I stream my racing from time to time. I'm not going to promote myself. I'm not going to do that. And by the way, the 901 just in the back bumper of the 24 car for P14.
Yep, we're watching actually these fights amongst 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th on the racetrack. Could argue 6th through 9th. It's sort of turned into one long train of cars, all fighting for the same bits of real estate on the racetrack, from Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black all the way back to that 068 of Team Brit. Remember, we're still sort of in the midst of that pit window. Our producer, Paul, by the way, 2015 was his first RaceSpot commentary. He races all sorts of stuff, touring cars. He does as well some of the Skip Barber leagues that we'll see him stream as well from time to time. And mostly he's just driving trains as well. You can catch him over at Smilerbolt. He streams quite a bit, not only doing this sort of stuff, but he'll also see you'll see his own point of view in some of the races he does. Check him out on Twitter at Smilerbolt. You can get his Twitch from there as well. I'm not good enough of a friend to promote the Twitch channel, but I'll just say you can get the Twitch channel off of his Twitter. But you can definitely see some moments from Mr. Paul Smith. This fight continues in towards Sterling's, and now the question's going to be: is anyone going to be interested about maybe cutting down towards pit road relatively soon here? Actually, no, I take that back. That wasn't towards Sterling's. My apologies, but. Any of these guys going to consider coming down pit road here relatively soon, Lorenzo? You know, this seems like the sort of time you'd want to pit when you start getting into scraps like this and fighting not only for position but for in traffic as well. This is like prime opportunity to come down pit road, I think.
I think that, yeah, absolutely. It is prime opportunity because now you got the traffic. You need to make quick work of it. Oh, nice send on the inside for for Kurt Camilleri. A little bit dangerous, but still a safe move nevertheless if you want to clear yourself from traffic. But right now, I think Camilleri needs to show a little bit of a red alert if you want to, you know, keep that position away from Street League, because Street League is coming in hot. And even though Daniel Wieser is right ahead of him on that Alpine Geodesic Racing black car, I'll be quite honest, Camilleri might not have the pace to work himself into a contention spot for P6. So right now I think he just might have to defend himself for that P7 battle from Georgia Street League.
So this huge train of cars continues now in towards Druids. They're led actually by the Fury Sport car. Well, what do you got?
Oh, I got contact between the number 11 and the Team E from the TeamBRIT of Bobby Trunley down all the way to Druids.
So let's see, this was actually your race leader and the 068 of Bobby Trunley. How did this start? Bobby did it all by himself. Whoa, that was a weird incident. There actually didn't look like there was contact actually involved. If I didn't know any better, I'd say there was oil on the racetrack. TeamBRIT trying to get up the inside of that lap traffic. It was a lap Ferrari of Andrew Mars. I'm not sure they were expecting quite the checkup, but regardless, Bobby Trunley kind of outbroke himself going into Druids, and at the same time, a completely different manufactured car and your race leader, Jason Dyer, make the exact same mistake going into Druids, and it looked almost exactly the same. That was one of the most kind of, you know, if I wouldn't have known better, yeah, it was really a synchronized spin. Very, very awkward amongst those two, and what looked like it may have been a major incident between them, and you know, possibly some drama for your race leader. Ended up being a little anticlimactic in that sense, but man, oh man, that was definitely a humorous incident.
Yeah, that was a little bit of humorous, but not humorous at all if you're Jason Dyer, because that gap itself was 5.9 seconds. Right now it's 2.5 seconds, so you just lost 3.4 seconds in that spin itself, and Unverdrus will know that he spun in. He will come in hot in the next few laps. But I'll be quite honest, I think that's Unverdrus' golden opportunity to try to snatch away that lead itself from Dyer. And who knows, coming into the final laps of his stint, trying to fight away himself for a lead spot into this race.
So race leader Jason Dyer will continue otherwise uninhibited after that little bit of drama. We're currently looking at the 333 car. That's, of course, German Sim Racing Red, who actually, as a result of that, Lorenzo, big talking point, actually, that little half spin. We were talking about how the 333 was sort of slowly reeling in time on the 11. Actually, I won't say slowly, but it was sort of at an adequate pace of 2 to 3 tenths a lap, but not like an extraordinary amount of speed. That little half spin from Mr. Jason Dyer has just actually taken a significant chunk of that gap out of it. So here's we're kind of approaching the middle sector of the race and the middle round of pit stops. The gap's going to be 2.5 seconds as they come across start finish, and we'll see if it goes down a little bit. Actually, it will. 2.2 seconds. The gap between P1 and P2, as they still owe us mid-race pit stops here coming up shortly.
Yeah, I think right now pit stops should be coming up for all these guys in the front. They are on a 38 lap stint. Lap stints are going around 44 to 49 laps, so they should be coming up into the pit lane in about 6 laps or 7 in average for all drivers, because they're going around 45, 46. So yeah, it should be coming up within a battle. If Unverdrus keeps going at it, it should be coming up into a last in a second gap in about 4 to 5 laps ish. I'll be if I'm quite honest.
So let's see. Actually, I see cars side by side behind us. Some lap traffic just getting navigated actually by that second place running car of Fabio Unverdrus. We're still keeping an eye on that yellow Porsche that's still very much involved in this fight. Pure Motorsports White, KC Racing Esports 2, as well as Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black. I don't know what it is here, Lorenzo, but there's something about having a black and a yellow colored Porsche, because we got 3 of them lined up. P6, P7, P8, all nose to tail on the racetrack. None of them teammates, and actually that's going to check up. Daniel Weiser, the Alpine Racing black car with some lap traffic around Druids. He's going to drop a spot. Not sure what happened there on the entry into turn 2, but getting caught up on some lap traffic. Jack Anderek having some sort of issue. He was slow. Actually, no, he wasn't that slow coming off turn 1, but actually the geodesic car just not getting turn 2 correct. Think overcooked it and locked up. He's going to drop at least 1 spot because of that. So a little bit of shuffle between P6 and P7. That's going to move Kurt Camilleri up in towards P6, but still the trend of these black and yellow Porsches here will continue.
Yeah, it's confusing my brain a little bit, you know, that yellow and black liveries from all 3 Porsches, but still, I'll say that's a moment that Jack Andrak will not forget on his stream, because if you guys don't know, Jack Andrak is one he actually streams iRacing, so he should be streaming right now, so that will be a moment for him nevertheless. But still, Camilleri once again grabbing up another slot and trying to break away that lead. Right now it's 0.6 seconds, but to be quite honest, he's not out of the woods yet, because both drivers are coming up in quick, and they're working some really funky lines to try to close out the gap. As you can see, Vieser is going to dive a little bit deep into Druids right now.
As this 3-car scrap continues, something I mentioned, we mentioned our kind of streaming and whatnot a little bit in some of our history. One driver that's currently streaming their perspective of this race is actually Alan Day from TeamBRIT. We talked to him about an hour and a half ago about the things going on with them and their event thus far. You can actually check out his perspective of this event. Head over to twitch.tv/eteambrit_Alan. That's eteambrit_Alan, as we're still working this little gaggle between P6, P7, P8. P6 open up the margin just a little bit. So now it's going to be Daniel Weiser having to defend from George Streetley here through the middle sector of the racetrack, through Dingledell up in towards Sheen Curve, and Daniel Weiser just able to stabilize the gap here just a little bit through Sterling, and now on the run down towards Clearways. This is going to be an interesting fight, Lorenzo, because now it's all equal cars here, all Porsches. There's no difference here in terms of manufacturers. We're still waiting for the bulk of these race leaders to come down on towards pit road now that we are officially past that 3 hours to go mark. And big dive in towards turn 1. No, I take that back. Streetley backs out of it.
Yeah, Streetley backed out of it. He saw he wouldn't get any advantage out of it, and we saw now Vieser once again deep line into Druids itself, trying to snatch away a little bit of a 10th of a second out of Kurt Camilleri, but Kurt Camilleri not yielding to any pressure. But the gap right now is just fluctuating between half a second and 0.6 of a second between the Porsches behind Camilleri. So now here we go into the Pilgrim's Drop once again, working the draft. Vieser, and we got to think of the Pineapple Pizza car right ahead of him. And now let's just see if Vieser is gonna be a little bit of an optimistic guy or not opportunistic guy and trying to make a move on Camilleri himself, as we got Camilleri coming into Dingledell. He's not gonna make a move. He's gonna lose a lot of time because of it.
Much like pineapple on a pizza, this is not where Mr. Kurt Camilleri would want this Porsche out in front of him. Coming through Sterling's now, this is going to stack him up. Look at the amount of time lost. Already visually, you can see it. You don't need a stopwatch to measure it. Through Clark Curve, and Kevin Bolland is basically making him having to go the long way around. He kind of got locked to that right end of the racetrack, and he lets that faster traffic cycle through. And that's going to end up actually maybe favoring Kurt Camilleri a little bit. Through Paddock Hill Bend, George Streetley will just cycle through. Daniel Weiser, maybe a little bit of a moment. Will there be a dive into Druids? No, but once again, Streetley thinking about it. So Streetley being mighty aggressive here, Lorenzo. He's kind of consistently half showing the nose here and then backing out of it, half showing the nose here and then backing out of it. But eventually I think there's going to be a time where he doesn't back out of it, and Daniel Weiser may be caught off guard.
Yeah, I think Vieser got caught off guard coming into Clark's Curve with the slower Porsche. And fortunately for Camilleri, now he's within a range that draft himself is not going to work wonders for Vieser. So he can break away a little bit, but he needs to break away now if he wants to retain that position when coming into the pit lane. But for right now, certainly I think that's the golden opportunity. If he gets within a 2, maybe 3/10 battle, second advantage to work the draft in any one of the turns, he can actually make a move and try to make an overtake.
still monitoring your race leaders and that gap. The gap between P1 and P2 now down to 1.5 seconds out there on the racetrack. We're kind of keeping track as well. Expected stint length. The last stint for that race leader, they came down pit road on lap number 46, and they then were back down on towards pit road working lap number 92. So quick math tells me that that's going to be a 46 lap stint. So you figure he circulates back out onto the racetrack on lap 193. That's going to be about lap 139. So if you then kind of correlate that to the rest of the cars on track, Lorenzo, about 2, 3, 4 laps till we start seeing everyone on towards pit road. Actually, I mentioned that German Sim Racing Red on pit road right now as he works through. Satellite Racing GT will inherit the second spot because of that. So race leaders starting to actually come down pit road as I do a little bit of tinkering around, wondering when in the world are these people eventually going to pit. Answer is going to be right now. German Sim Racing Red circulates back out onto the racetrack. Pit stop time 34.5. That's going to be fuel only. So once again, maybe testing the strategy here for pure motorsport white, going with no tires. We saw earlier on in the event that this strategy did not work out for any of these drivers. We saw the pace advantage for the 11 of new tires versus old, but we'll have to wait and see as things work through. I'm going to quickly ask Paul a question here for him to type to me. Paul, I know you guys being on the northern part, longitudinally, latitudinally, whichever, I'm much too tired to think about the coordinate system that much. Do you suspect we'll be getting in tonight in this race based on UK time zones? Of course, it does take that into account. Time is not going to be equal, and I don't see the sunset time anywhere, so I'm curious if we're expecting to get into night racing here. So we should be expecting sunset around 4 p.m. And actually we see a fight there on the racetrack between a couple of those Porsches that we've been monitoring for a handful of laps now. They're close. George Streetley around the outside of Daniel P. Weiser, and what a move that was. I'd love to get a view on board, looking perhaps over the hood of that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing black car on the replay, because that was about as close of a move as we could possibly get, and they're going to stay single file. So watch this, ladies and gentlemen, as they head down this front straightaway. You're going to see the view off the back first, and then watch this move around the outside for George Streetley. We'll cut back to the forward-facing camera, and maybe about an inch between them there, Lorenzo. But Streetley up a spot now into the top 5. What a move for that number 10 car. That's probably the best pass we've seen all race.
I think that might be the best pass of this race, especially on a curve that doesn't favor you if you're on the outside line like Hawthorne's been. But well done by George Streetley to stick out that outside line and give room enough for Weiser to be still on the inside line and avoid contact. And now Streetley working himself all the way up, and well, the gap is quite large for Konstantin Stolzenberg, but still it is around the, I would say, 7 seconds from the German Sim Racing Red to the KC Sports of Keith Camilleri. So right now, well, I was gonna say Keith Camilleri, but no, actually George Streetley, I got played by you know, by my live timing stuff, but still well done by Streetley to move up a slot. And now the job is try to break away, and actually he's been able to do it with the traffic that is working towards Weiser right now.
I know you stepped away for a moment, Lorenzo, so something I want to just make sure you're aware of. That second place running German Sim Racing red car was down on towards pit road, and it's actually an interesting strategy choice for them. They did switch drivers. Sorry, but I wanted to just double check and confirm this. They switched drivers, but it was actually a fuel-only stop for German Sim Racing Red and Nick Schulte-Wisserman. So new driver behind the wheel, and they're testing the double stint once again. So bit of an interesting call here by that 333 car. Remember, we were monitoring that car chasing down your race leader. Bit of a bold move. It's actually your race leaders on pit road, and this is going to be interesting to see. Remember, earlier on, we saw this team at the sort of first round of pit stops where the huge, a big chunk of cars went for the double stint. They chose not to, and they had a huge pace advantage. I have a feeling they're likely not going to skip tires here once again, and they're probably just going to do full service and keep things simple, Lorenzo. That's exactly what's happening.
I think they should keep it simple, because otherwise there will be a major time loss. That's 30 seconds tires that you need to swap. So why would you risk going for a tire swap if you know, oh, actually they are going for a tire swap. So, wow, that's a very interesting strategy coming out of the 11 Sim Racing.
Well, remember what we saw in the opening stint. Remember, they were the one team that really changed tires amongst your leaders. And remember how much time they reeled in on the likes of your leaders. Remember when we saw that incident with Josh Thompson. So for them, they're probably thinking, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Monitoring the track temps, by the way, Lorenzo, the track's done nothing but get warmer. So if double stinting didn't work 2 hours ago, I don't see how double stinting is going to work now. So I actually really like this call from Revolution Sim Racing Blue. I don't think the track's gotten, you know, and actually the ambient temperature's even gone up. So I don't see how there's, you know, I don't think there's any window for these guys to potentially make the double stint work. So I have a feeling that Jason Dyer back out there on the racetrack on new tires, I think he's going to be loving life. You can see it's a 22-second gap currently to German Sim Racing Red, but at the pace advantage that they had earlier, I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem.
I think that's not going to be much of a problem. I thought it would actually be worried. If it was on the 30-second gap, it could have become a little bit of a problematic because you'd have to gain basically a second per lap from so you can dwindle away the race lead, and then actually just pray for the RNG Jesus and Sim Racing Jesus that that you are able to make a move. But fortunately, he doesn't have a lot of traffic to work with. He just have, I think, the 2 KC Racing Esports cars that are right ahead of him. But they are back markers, so the only thing they have to do is clear the traffic away from them. And now I think that's the Alpine Geodesic Racing black car. And I think it is coming out of the pit lane just ahead of the number 11 car.
Yep, it's a different potential spots getting traded back and forth as I just completely lost track of what I was thinking of. It's currently Satellite Racing GT who hold that race lead. They, of course, still owe us a pit stop based on what we've seen. I'm showing Aaron Williams as having a 1-second pit stop last time, but I have a feeling they did not do 4 tires and fuel in 1 second, in which case they would be actual literal gods. A little bit of wiggle, actually, for your current race leader as we're watching the 5th place running car trying to chase down that Pure Motorsports white machine just out in front of it. That is Revolution Sim Racing Red. That is not the same Revolution Sim Racing that we saw leading this race just a couple of moments ago. That's their sister car, running very, very similar liveries, though. Main difference being the mirrors. Jason Dyer, though, not having great luck with the traffic and actually getting caught up with this Pure Motorsports white car, and actually he's going to fall down to being just ahead of his teammate, or is he, is going through Clark Curve, and actually well off the racetrack is going to be George Streetley, and I don't think there was any contact here. I think George just a little bit too aggressive here, Lorenzo, just trying to fight the outside, no touch whatsoever, and actually he ends up peeling it down on towards pit road. So bit of an awkward moment there as some cars cycle down on towards pit lane, and a little bit of a false fight because of the pit strategies working their way through, but still a stressful. That was about the most stressful pit entry I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think because here's the thing, you can see the number 30 out of I think it's Ivo Costa, who was actually fighting the number 11 car. Who was fighting turn by turn. Why would you try to? Well, of course you want to keep yourself within contention of the guys ahead of you, but you really want to risk it all trying to find a guy that is you're back marking yourself from? You know, you're gonna get yourself a lap nevertheless, but you're still fighting turn by turn like you're actually fighting for position. You know, it could have gone very wrong for either the number 30 or for the number 11 himself. So Dyer needs to make himself get away from that bunch right now, otherwise it could become very problematic for him.
Keeping an eye on Aaron Williams right now as well. I'm keeping an eye. I'm doing a quick count to see what their stint length was last time. They came down on lap 48. Excuse me. They went out on lap 48 and they came down pit road on, I believe it was lap number 97. So just under, what is that? 450 laps, 49 laps. They're currently, so lap 97 till 142. They got about 5 or 6 laps left in this for Satellite Racing GT, Lorenzo. So about another 7-8 minutes until I think that Satellite Racing GT car likely has to hit pit road. So still getting great fuel economy, and there's a couple other cars that still owe us pit stops as well. Notably as well, that SROC Racing green car, they're still going very long on the fuel as well, as they've done through the previous 2 stops.
Yeah, and once again, Satellite Racing, I think he's cutting away another, I would say, 1/6 out of a pit stop. So because they should be pit stopping about 244, 243 left into this race if they keep going for the 49, 48 stint lap they are currently going with. Even though they have the back end, that wing on their rear end of the car is still damaged, they're still doing good laps. So they still could come away with the podium place if they play their cards right, to be quite honest, Randy.
Definitely the situation here, as Satellite Racing GT still leads the way. German Sim Racing Red, when everything factors in, will be your race leader. But remember, they ended up skipping tires at this last round of pit stops, and they're out there on old rubber. At the moment, things are working out for them, Lorenzo, in terms of speed. They are outpacing Revolution Sim Racing on the track at the moment. Jason Dyer, last trip around the racetrack, a 120.9 versus a 120.4 for Nick Schulte-Wiserman. But we're still in the early phases of this stint. The tires aren't going to be nearly as bad for Wiserman as they will be probably in about 5 to 10 laps time, and the Revolution Sim Racing blue car likely getting those tires back up to temps. And on top of that, Dyer didn't seem to have the sort of pace that Patrick Hahn did, so it may work out a little bit more in terms of the German Sim Racing Red's favor than what we saw last time. But on top of that, Revolution Sim Racing Blue has been in some pretty thick traffic the last handful of laps, and I think a little bit thicker than what German Sim Racing Red has had to deal with.
And I think right now on Dyer's position is that he came into the worst possible timing. Again, if he can make work of the traffic rather quickly, then he's within a very good place. But the problem is, look what's ahead of him. He has the KC Racing Esports 2 car. He has also the PCDC yellow car right ahead of him. Not the PCDC, but I was going to say the number 10 car right ahead of him going to the turn number 1. Actually, I was going to say the number 10, but I got a mistake. But nevertheless, he got 5 cars ahead of him to work with. So it's quite complicated, and they're actually battling for position. So he needs to make work real quickly, as we got a car coming off on Green Hills Bend.
That's a little bit of a car slow. Let's see what the issue is there. This is Paul Rogoli in Full Send Racing number 88. See what exactly happened to him. This is at Graham Hill Bend, and looks like, is it the grass again? Yes, it was. Just got out on that AstroTurf at a corner entry and just spun off to the right-hand side. But a little bit of a rundown of the cars Jason Dyer is going to have to quickly deal with. You have KC Racing Esports and Omar Barbara. He's next in line. Andrew Langham Service immediately in front of that car. Fury Simsport and Dan Blake immediately in that car, immediately ahead of that car. Then you have Revolution Sim Racing Red, his teammate of Team Grevin. Then you get PCDC Motorsports Blue in line as well. And I was about to say Nikki Decker and SROC Racing, but they've come down pit road. So yeah, you're absolutely right about that situation there, Lorenzo. It's an enormous amount of traffic. You compare that to German Sim Racing Red, the only bit of traffic you really had in front of him was actually the car that just pit in the Satellite Racing GT car, but that car is not slow. And besides that, he's just got a huge amount of real estate out in front until he gets to Sammy Bytorp in the 399 Paceworks Esports white car. So really a lot of things working in the favor of the German Sim Racing Red team right now.
Yeah, because they got themselves the perfect pit. They came out without a lot of traffic ahead of them, so they just got one car right now. Dyer is just clearing himself away from one of the geodesic racing cars. I think that might be the number 17. Yeah, that's the number 17. He just got himself cleared away. That is for the geodesic racing white car. Now he has one more car. I think that's Fury Simsport right ahead of him. Yeah, from Dan Blake that he has to clear himself, and then yeah, he has room to work with. So clear room for the Revolution Sim Racing blue car in about 2 to 3 turns.
The German Sim Racing Red, as a result of their competition coming down pit road, will inherit the lead. Revolution Sim Racing Blue cycled up into second. KC Racing Esports and Keith Camarelli in third. Don't want to blame him with Kurt Camilleri. I say that as someone experienced with splitting those two up and mixing those two up. I believe Ayrton Williams holds on to P4, and as things currently cycle through, I'm currently showing PCDC P5, then Gaming Paddock Racing in P6, and it's actually another kind of fuel window and pit window here, Lorenzo. It's actually the 901 on lap 50 of their stint. That's actually really interesting to me that the 901 managing to go that far.
Yeah, but then again, I've seen, I think, Satellite Racing GT doing a 49, so 50 laps, 51 laps is not impossible. It's, you have to put a lot of work for you to save lap by lap, so you can get into the 51 lap mark. But I'll be quite honest, Casper Ari doing a really good job, but I believe he has to come to the pit lane now, because otherwise it can become real problematic, as he has there's a Team Revolution car right behind him right now.
Yep, the number 32 around the outside, and actually I think that car's sipping or gasping for fuel. Actually, I take that back. He was just letting that move happen, and off the final corner, he'll work down that front straightaway, and he's going to start what I believe should be lap number 52 here as they work out on the racetrack. So, excuse me, 51 out there on the racetrack. I'm just doing some mental arithmetic here. I'm showing my live timing here, Lorenzo. It's been coming down from the start of the race. Initially, my live timing was estimating about a 277 lap event. It's currently down at 269. So it's actually interesting. You know, 50 laps, that's obviously a guaranteed 5-stopper, but that's only 19 laps. If you can do 50 laps, that's only 19 laps separated over those stints that you'd have to save. Maybe you could somehow find a way to cut down that margin. It'd be interesting to see what number he can get to. And then we can maybe think about it as like, oh, well, maybe they could have made it on 4 stops the entire time, but no one really tried it.
Yeah, but then again, it's a risky move. You know, is the reward greater than the risk you're actually taking? So maybe if you're doing 50 laps within a competitive pace, why not go for it? But you're doing 121s, because I can see Arid is doing 120s, 121s, mid 120s to 121 highs, just saving fuel. So for him, it doesn't work out one bit as he comes just now into the pit lane. But nevertheless, really great stint for that 901 car.
Monitoring pace still amongst your race leaders, the 333 machine 120.4. Remember talking about the fact that they were out there on double stinted tires. The number 11 Revolution Sim Racing blue car and Jason Dyer able to get out there in clean traffic, Lorenzo, and he's running 119.8. Third place running car of Keith Camarelli, he's running 119.8. So Satellite Racing GT car out there on new tires. 121.6 for Ayrton Williams last trip around the racetrack, but I have a feeling that was likely traffic inhibited. Or actually, he might just be getting those tires up to temp. It was a full stop, and he's only been out there for one full hot lap. His second hot lap will tick through in a moment, and we'll take a look at what it was. Fifth place running car, PCDC Motorsports Yellow. They're in the 120.4. So Satellite Racing comes across the line. They go down to a 120.3. So pace advantage right now seems to be favoring the cars that took tires over that German Sim Racing red car. And even though the pace isn't a huge advantage now, it's kind of it seems to be settling out at about a second. Keep in mind, the longer we go, the worse those tires are going to get into this second stint.
Yeah, because the tire drop off of here on the track that actually demands a little bit of the tires. It doesn't sound like it, believe it or not, but it actually demands a lot of the tires because of the elevation changes and the abrupt, in some of the abrupt turns that you need to rely on aero and also on tire rubber itself. It does spend a little bit of a beating on those cars. So the drivers are making actually really good work, especially, believe it or not, the 333 is still keeping competitive despite the situation they are facing themselves in.
So with that, let's actually go ahead. The pit stop cycle pretty much coming to an end here. We'll monitor any cars that we think might have to come down pit road. I believe the 901 actually made their stop. Indeed, they did. So they made it something around, I think, 53, 54 laps by the end of it. So not really much they could do with that fuel number. Let's actually ride on board for some RaceSpotTV fan immersion here as we're already nearly midway through this 4th hour of racing. And you know what? They're out there on fresh tires. They're pushing through lap traffic. This will be some of the most fun, I think, moments you could possibly see. Let's get on board the number 11 of Jason S. Dyer as he tries to chase down the 333 German Sim Racing red car driven by Nick Schulte-Wiserman. Enjoy a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. We'll be back in a bit. 3.5 hours have just ticked off the clock here at Brands Hatch in the PCDC and Team Brit. 6 hours of Brands Hatch. Middle sort of pit stop strategy currently working his way through, and we're going to do a bit of a full field rundown. Right now, the 333 German sim racing red machine who leads. Nick Schutz-Wiserman currently behind the wheel of that race car, but are they on the right strategy in that Ferrari 488? Currently, what they're working is a double stint. Every couple hours, they're only changing tires once. Compare that to their main rivals who sit in the second spot, Revolution Sim Racing Blue. They're taking tires at every stop. That means it's going to be an extra minute and a half over the course of the event that they're going to sit stationary on pit road, but they're circulating around the racetrack at about a second to a lap quicker than the 333 right now ahead of them. That gap has come down about 4 or 5 seconds since we had our RaceSpotTV fan immersion about 10 laps ago. KC Racing Esports, they sit in the third spot right now in their Porsche. Keith Camarelli involved with some of the scraps at the head of the field early. Dramas have dropped them back down a little bit, but they're comfortably running in third. Satellite Racing, they led early, involved drama with one of those cars in the early goings, one of the Paceworks esports machines. Josh Thompson involved in that incident. Ayrton Williams, though, currently still sitting fourth, and they're getting the best fuel economy of anyone out there on the racetrack amongst your race leaders, save for maybe one car, the SROC Racing Green car that's trapped down a little bit more in the mid-pack. PCDC Motorsports Yellow, Gianluca Matteo, he currently rounds out your top 5 with a 888 of Gaming Paddock Racing. Flavio Saturnino currently in the 6th spot. They're out there on a double stint right now on their Porsche. Shortly behind them, you have the KC Racing Esports 2 car, Richard Gaffenkoop in the 7th spot. That car is on new tires, so maybe a little bit of an idea of what we might see from the race leaders. Right there around Richard, though, we have a car around Philip Russell in the CXR Project Black 384. We'll have a quick look at what maybe caused this incident. It was a self-spin. Doesn't look like anyone else was involved, but still a close moment for a handful of race cars circulating past that race car that was slow out there on the racetrack. Revolution Sim Racing Red and Tim Grevin, he's out there on the racetrack circulating in P8, currently trying to track down some of the cars out there ahead of them as we just got the tail end of that replay. But Tim Grevin, much like his teammate, is currently in the 2nd spot out there on new tires, while cars ahead of them are doing the double stint. Pure Motorsport White rounds out your top 9, and the 068 car of Team Brit. We've seen this car a little bit further up the racetrack a couple times thus far over this event, but they've sort of fallen down back to around P10. It's Matt Allen currently behind the wheel. They're doing the relatively simple strategy of swap drivers every single time they hit pit road. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black and Ivo Costa, they currently sit on lap 156 in the 11th spot, with SROC Racing Green in 12th. Like we said earlier, this car has been getting the best fuel economy of anyone out there on the racetrack. They're doing the double stint right now, but doesn't seem like there's much in the window of them in terms of strategy, but they will likely have the shortest final pit stop of all cars in this event. It'll be interesting to see how that favors them. PCDC Motorsports Blue, number 13, in the 13th spot. 901 car of Casper Arlid out there on the double stint right now. Newman Sim Racing Black and Till Bellum in 14th, with Fury Simsport in the 15th spot. Dan Blake a little bit further up the running order. They handed the car over to Martin Plowman. Martin just seemed to really be struggling with the car early. Took him about the better part of a stint to really get to grips with that car. Martin did manage to put the fastest lap of the race down in that machine, but unfortunately they've dropped down to about 15th. Alpine Stars Geodesic Sim Racing White up into 16th, with Venomworks, Full Send Racing, Speed Tech Simsport number 55, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Red. They round out your top 20. CXR Project Black number 383. This is a car I believe we just saw have that little drama. They sit 21st, with Speed Tech Simsport number 39 in 22nd. Revolution Sim Racing Pink in 23rd. Full Send Racing number 85 in 24th, and Team Down Under in 25th. They're starting to really get into some of the cars that have had some problems today. TeamBRIT number 67 in the 26th. Max Spooner currently behind the wheel. We had a chat with him at the top of the show. They sit in the 26th spot, 3 spots up from where they started, but 4 laps down. Pure Motorsport Yellow in the 27th spot. Pineapple Pizza Racing. That team not having the start they would have liked for their Pineapple Burger Racing brethren in the Ford GTE, but their Porsche is still out there running strong, up 19 spots from where they started. Newman Sim Racing Green in 29th, with Paceworks Esports White rounding out your top 30. Big Bone Racing GT in 31st. And then Newman Racing Sim Racing Blue in 32nd. And now into some of the cars that have had serious problems over the course of the event. KC Racing Esports third, 11 laps down in 33rd. CXR Project Black 384 in 34th. PCDC Motorsports Green in the 35th spot. They're 15 laps down. Full Send Racing 88, 18 laps down in 36. KC Racing Esports 4, they are 26 laps down, but they are not on the racetrack. They currently scored in the 37th spot, along with CXR Project Black number 44. They are in the 38th spot, 26 laps down, not on the racetrack as well. TeamBRIT, remember, we saw this car involved in the early dramas. Talked about the fact that they had initially planned on retiring the car. They got the repairs, ended up checking the steering, decided it was okie dokie, and they've gotten back out there and they're slowly worked their way into the top 40. Sometimes perseverance pays off, and there's not a team or an organization that knows perseverance quite like TeamBRIT. They're going to continue working their way forward, and in just a couple of laps time, they'll move up 2 spots ahead of that previously mentioned CXR and KC Racing cars. GermanSimRacing.de, 74 laps down. They are currently scored 40th. These are the cars that are pretty much out of the race at this point. Paceworks Williams, Jim Esports in 41st, Venom Works in 42nd, Full Send Racing, Escuderia, PCDC, Paceworks, and Pineapple Burger Racing round out the current running order out there on the field. So huge dramas up and down the field here, Lorenzo, but now that's 46 cars, 47 cars that we've just gone through. Now we can start taking a look, a closer eye of things happening since that pit stop sequence. I think the big story still is likely going to be what that number 11 can do chasing down the 333.
Yeah, because right now the number 11 is actually chasing down bit by bit the way that the lead that the 333 has from him. It was around 17 seconds when we started the countdown, 17, 16 seconds. It has now gone to 15. It is going down to 14 seconds. The gap that Jason Dyer has to catch away from Visserman. But you know, 22 laps into his stint right now, it might become a little bit complicated. It might come down to the wire. If Dyer from Steam Revolution Steam Racing Blue can actually catch the 333 and then gain away that lead that the 333 has, holding right now in the top of this race.
And talking about some of the gaps that we have out there on the racetrack, Lorenzo, I mean, we're mentioning the fact that, you know, there's people losing 6 or 7 tenths of a second at times, and even a full second. And one of the things, I mean, we've talked about how short this lap is, but losing 2 or 3 tenths here isn't the same as losing 2 or 3 tenths at a track like, let's say, Sebring, or let's say Le Mans. You know, you talk about a track like Sebring, probably doing what, 25, 26 laps in a stint? So losing 2 or 3 tenths, you kind of aggregate that out. You're going to lose about 2.5 to 3 seconds over the course of a run. Here, we're doing nearly double that. We're doing nearly 50 laps on this tank of fuel. So if you're losing 2 tenths, you're essentially losing double the amount of time that you would be at a track like Sebring. And, you know, you start losing half a second, 6, 7 tenths of a second, that's a huge aggregate. So yeah, even though on the lap time charts, you might only look at it and might say, oh, they're only dropping about 4 tenths of a second. When you aggregate that out over into a full stint, it's actually an enormous difference in pace between, let's say, our race leaders right now. We are currently lurking, by the way, on board the 7th place running car, I believe, looking back at, we're on the 6th place running car, looking back at the 7th place running car, this PCDC Motorsports Yellow and Gaming Paddock Racing.
Yeah, because right now, we got a car turning around on Dingodale. Who's that?
Might be, it's one of your esports. Yeah, it's one of your racing leading cars, actually, working his way back out onto the racetrack. KC Racing Esports 2 and Richard Gaffenkoop. So we'll get a look at the replay. And once again, the exit there through the Dingodale sector of the racetrack bites another car, Lorenzo. Left side tire is off onto the grass, and he was trying to rejoin a little bit quick there. Of course, trying to, I think, get off the racetrack mostly, because the unfortunate thing when you spin there, Lorenzo, if you don't hit anything, which is an if, it seems to me that the cars tend to come to a stop right in the middle of the racetrack. There was apparently a car spun in front of him, so we're trying to get an idea of of what maybe happened there. I didn't actually notice that when I was watching the replay myself, but yeah, so difficult moment there for Richard regardless, and you see on the replay he eventually gets it back rolling without any further incident. But yeah, I mean, it's a very dramatic thing, you know, especially for those guys that are coming up through Dingle Dell. You know, to have a car in the middle of the racetrack like that, if you're side by side, we've seen a couple times today that sort of incident happen. You just have nowhere to go as we check in with the 888 now chasing down the 903.
Yeah, because here's the thing, Dingle Dell, just like Paddock Hill, is a blind curve. Basically, whenever you're committing, you have no idea what's coming out of the exit of its turn. So you only get a glimpse of what is happening whenever you're basically exiting the curve itself. So, oh, there is a car right ahead of me. Oh, I'm already exiting the curve, so I'm probably gonna T-bone him or probably send him to the dark dimension or something of the sort. Therefore, it's a very tricky curve return for you to actually try to make an overtake or even try to commit yourself towards. It is an early apex. It is surely an early apex, but the problem is, if you grab the right left on the grass itself or even the front left, you just have to know that you're clipping the grass itself and not use the gas, because if you do use the gas, it will happen just like what happened to Gofenko.
It's not often that we hear the sim racing dark dimension get mentioned. It is one of the top secret things amongst top level sim racers. So us in the organization will have to have a chat about Lorenzo about telling people about that.
Send me an email.
But, yeah, we don't use email in the dark dimension, but we do it telepathically using dark matter. But regardless, Gianluca Matteo able to open up a gap over the 888 racing car of Flavio Santorino. That's Gaming Panic Racing he's piloting. And these two cars, actually, interestingly enough here, Lorenzo, both different manufacturers, of course, Ferrari and Porsche. They're both out there on the double stint. So sort of an interesting sort of split amongst your race leaders. We have the race leading car on a double stint. Second and third are on brand new tires. Actually, second, third, and fourth are on brand new tires. P5's on a double stint, P6 on a double stint, P7 new tires, P8 new tires, P9 new tires, P10, I believe, is on new rubber as well. They did a full stop. So it's about, I think, 60-40 new tires to double stinting amongst your race leaders. So pretty much all the strategy options getting utilized right now by drivers in your top 10.
Yeah, I think some of the teams that are going for the double stint right now are using you could say risky strategies, you know. Double stinting tires, making sure that you leave the fresh rubber for the final hour. You know, it's a strategy that if you have the pace and you have a driver that can maximize the output of that rubber itself, the new rubber, oh, outstanding, because you might be able to, you know, close down the gaps, make a few moves, grab a few spots, you know, maybe, who knows, trying to find yourself into a podium contention. Who knows? It's a possibility. But for now, I think since the track, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, it hasn't, you know, it's quite stabilized right now. It's 24 Celsius on the track itself. I think it's around 70, 75 Fahrenheit right now on the track. My mat, you know, my weather mat's not that good, but still, drivers managing to get a good output on the tires despite the lack of the rubber.
Yeah, we take a look at that track map, of course, and we didn't really mention it as much. 2.41 miles is what our graphic says. In the sim, the official, their official measurement is 2.3, so that might depend, you know, specifically how you measure it. But regardless, it is a short lap for what is actually, I mean, it has a really high average speed in terms of at least, especially a track this short, Lorenzo. But regardless, it's not a super long lap. Either way you kind of chalk it up. The only way I think you could have ever, you know, the only track I can think of that would have been more intense, you could maybe make the argument of Lime Rock Park, which actually wouldn't have been a bad choice in about a week's time when we have the new one.
Summit Point.
But, well, no, not Summit Point. Just throw them around the Indy layout. I'd love to see all 47 of these race cars hop out onto Brands Hatch Indy and let them loose. You want to talk about traffic? Yeah, that would have been pretty dank. I'll just put it that way. As Revolution Sim Racing Blue, your second place running car, still trying to chase down the 333 German Sim Racing Red Machine. Currently caught up in some lap traffic. They're currently behind Max Spooner in the TeamBRIT number 6-7. But as they come onto the front straightaway, they should be able to make a move here.
Yeah, they should be able to make a move right here, right now, and as you can see, he's trying to retain that lead a little bit by bit, but Flavio Saturnino is just not being able to close down that gap. Fortunately for Gianluca Matteo, he's actually used the traffic for his advantage, cleared out a little bit of a space for him to work with. Can breathe a little bit, but he's just not at the woods yet. He still has one more car right ahead of him to work with in terms of traffic back markers. So right now, Saturnino is just not being able to maximize the spin rubber, I would say the worn tires that he actually has on that Porsche 911 RSR.
The gap's continuing to stagnate, and well, not so stagnate as well. We're still looking off the back of, I believe it's a 903 PCDC Motorsports Yellow. They run 5th. The 888 racing car, currently driven by Flavio Santernino, they currently sit in the 6th spot, and actually a little bit wide was that 888 car through this sector of the racetrack, letting someone through. That was actually your 2nd place running car, Jason S. Dyer. So looks like they may have actually gotten a slowdown penalty there, Lorenzo. So that's going to see that scrap come down to a bitter end, unfortunately, I think, between 5th and 6th. But he's able to take the slowdown there, and actually at the same time letting the faster traffic through before that bit of the racetrack got really technical, where we've seen a lot of drama, maybe a little bit of a bonus to getting that slowdown. But yeah, regardless, not what we would have wanted, but still 2 hours left to go. Still plenty of time to bring that gap back down, especially with the way lap traffic has been affecting things.
Yeah, and also drivers making a little bit of a mistake, especially coming into the killer Dingle Dell. I think we should rename Dingle Dell. I'll ask Paul Smith. Paul Smith can actually tap it out. If you had to rename Dingle Dell as a mean mystic turn, actually a mean mystic corner name, how would you name it? I'll refer to you.
How about Dark Dimension Bend?
Fair enough, it should work.
So Dark Dimension Bend is going to be the new term for Dingo Dell, at least for this event. With the way cars have been working themselves off the racetrack, Gaming Paddock Racing working through that bit of the racetrack right now, trying to figure out where these new dimensions are currently going. They typically used to racing in 3. They're currently in a 4th and 5th dimension as they work through. We ride on board though. Ferrari down the front straightaway. As Paul says that corner we've been calling Dingle Dell, excuse me, is actually Sheen Curve. Problem is, Paul, the cars are doing about 1 billion miles an hour through there, and they're through that entire sector in about 3 seconds. And I'm American, so as far as I'm concerned, that's all Westfield A and Dingle Dell A, Dingle Dell B, and Dingle Dell C. As far as I'm concerned, that's the way corners are named here in the United States. Gap for your race lead, by the way, since the pit stop strategy differential down under 2 seconds, Lorenzo, and that last lap was horrendous for your race leader. 2nd place running car Jason Dyer at a 119.8. That's the sort of pace we've been seeing from him on the new tires. But Nick Schutz-Wiserman, 121.9, 2 seconds lost in a single lap. That's a disaster.
That's a disaster, but considering the fact that he actually double stinted, you say he double stinted. I'm not going crazy, right? All right, fair enough. Not going crazy. Nah, not going crazy. All right, fair enough. Because here's the thing: if you're double stinting and you're leading the race, your pace should be around at least 120. 120, I would say 0.4 to 120, maybe 0.7. He was doing that, 1.28, 126, 125, 128, 125, 25, and he was around that margin. But the problem is, when he got in new rubber, 119.8, 122, 125, 119.9, and 119.9, and it keeps going like this. So it is surprising that you're losing so much time, and now you got traffic to work with. It isn't surprising you just lost 2 seconds. It might become worse than that, but you just managed to scrap yourself into a position you can work with. And the worst thing is, you got an RSR team right ahead of you.
Gap's down, came down another 0.6 of a second. And something I want to start talking about and thinking about, Lorenzo, is we're going to shortly be in the final 2 hours of this race. The penultimate pit stop is the next one. This race has gone by pretty quick. Especially it seemed like not that long ago we were talking about 4 hours 45 minutes, and now we're coming up on 2 hours, and the fuel window is about to open. I'd say the pit window is open right now to make your make your penultimate stop from what we've seen in terms of the fuel economy, but I don't think any of these teams are going to come down nearly that soon. Not mainly just for fuel, but they want to use these tires up a little bit more and get them more worn out. But what's sort of your thoughts on some of these cars running, say, P3, P4 on the pit strategy? I think most notably the interesting car in terms of pit strategy has been this number 27 Satellite Racing GT car. They've just sort of been doing the fuel, the full stints on the tires. I don't think we've seen them do a double. Actually, no, I take that. Did they do a double stint early? I think, no, I take that back. They got caught up in issue in that first stint. That's why they lost the lead. I think ever since they've just been getting new tires. But we're expecting them to go long, which means they're probably going to push a pretty long ways into that final hour of the motor race before they come down pit road. And I honestly think, if generally speaking, if you're that team that's doing that, I think, you know, you're likely going to have the shortest pit stop for fuel. I think you have to pair that with a double stint on the tires to get the maximum advantage that you possibly can. So it's something that team hasn't done all day. Where do you think you can potentially see them coming out? They're 1 minute and 14 off the leader right now. I don't see them being anywhere near there, but I think they're well in the window to potentially be P2, P3.
I'll be P2. I'll be quite honest. I don't think P2, P1 or P2 are basically a lock unless something happens and it's Brands Hatch. Knock on the wood, and Brands Hatch actually plays a few trick or treat on those drivers. P2 and P1 are a lock between Revolution Team Racing Blue and German Team Racing Red. Unless you really go for a very gutsy strategy, you know, half a stint on the next one and then a full stint with some new rubber in it, and then just go full yellow and send every single lap that you probably can, then maybe you might be able to get a P3. But P2 and P1 are very out of the range right now.
I know you didn't mention knocking on wood there, Lorenzo, but I have to say, Brands Hatch, I think Jay Foreman taught me, I mean, this track isn't nearly far enough in the north for the people here to be saying mahogany at least twice a day. But regardless, Revolution Sim Racing reeling that gap in P2 to P1. Hopefully Paul Smith will get a giggle out of that and he'll understand that reference. Still 6, 7, 8 tenths every single lap coming out of that race lead. And I see a little damage on that left front of that Ferrari that leads this race. I don't think I saw that many laps ago. So I'm going to have a quick look, see if maybe my memory is just deceiving me or if that's new damage.
No, they had an issue at the very start of the race. They had an issue with that damage has been there. Jimmy Sports.
That damage has indeed been there. And Paul Smith kindly circling it with the yellow pen. Probably getting ready to write down Randy, pay attention on there as well. But regardless of that, 8 seconds currently the margin amongst your couple race leaders. Last lap not in favor of the 11 car, getting caught up in some traffic. KC Racing Esports is actually the quickest car on the racetrack. And actually this KC Racing Esports here, Lorenzo, I don't think we can count them out, because even though they're 13 seconds back, they're getting a little bit more out of the car than the Revolution Sim Racing Blue guys are managing. KC Racing Esports and Keith Camarelli, he's kind of consistently down in those 19.5s. Compare that to Revolution Sim Racing, they're kind of in those 19.8s, 19.9s. And remember what I said, there's still a large number of laps to go until the end of this race in comparison to, say, at a track like Sebring. So 3/4 tenths is a lot more here than it is at some of those longer race circuits. Where you're going to be doing less laps in an hour. I think he's still in the window in terms of speed to potentially reel them in if they can manage and keep this pace advantage.
Could be, but the problem is the thing for you to actually be within contention, or for a P2 battle, for a P2 or even P1 battle, is for Brendan Tabone to be just as quick as Camilleri was, because Brandon Tabone's average was averaging around 120 low average, whereas Camilleri is on the 119 mid-lows average. So he just needs to, you know, put the pedal to the metal every single lap itself, and hope that they actually reach themselves in battle for positions. But the thing is, I talked about being locked in, is that while Dyer has been very safe within his stint, the fastest driver he has yet to come in, which is Patrick Hahn.
Yeah, you are. That's definitely a thing to think about. But you know, Dyer's not been that far off the mark, though. Patrick Hahn definitely has had the pace advantage. I don't think there's any question about that. But especially in the early stages, I mean, he was down in the 118s in the earlier phases of the race. The racetrack has definitely slowed down a little bit, though, even though the temperature, I mean, the temp hasn't gone up that drastically, but it's just the fact that the track's rubbered in the way it has. It doesn't have quite the grip it did earlier. The other question we have to think about, Lorenzo, I know you were gone. I kind of mentioned this with Paul. This is about 20-30 minutes ago. Actually, it may have been even longer than that now that I think about it. We're expecting in sim time probably the sun to go down at about 4 p.m., and that's going to be in about 2 hours time, which is going to be right at the end of the race. So we're going to be right up to the brink of the sun going down in this final 2 hour stretch. We're 4 minutes out from 2 hours to go. So the sun will just about be going down when the checkered flies. We won't really be racing in full darkness at any point, but for this next 2 hours, the track is likely going to be starting to get into its coolest point that it's been throughout the entire event, and that's you know, generally correlates in the sim to much better tire life, much better tire management. That's it's going to be interesting to see how these teams that are double stinting, how that's going to work out for these guys, and maybe the double stint through the last 2 hours, the double stint might be better than it's been through the previous 4.
Yeah, maybe, because the track temperature might be going down in the next hour or so. Maybe if I have to guess, around 3 degrees Celsius. That should be around 6 or 7 degrees Fahrenheit. That should be coming down around the 67 to 69 Fahrenheit. They should be around the 21 Celsius whenever we are at the lowest point of the track in terms of heat. But yeah, it might be a possibility for you to double stint tires better than you actually did in the very start of the race. But here's the thing. One thing that I'm seeing from Dyer, and he might be going for a double stint at this point, is not being able to get the best out of his tires because the gap has stabilized around the 7-second mark.
Yeah, it has a little bit. There has definitely been lap traffic, though. If you look out of the back on Jason Dyer, you can get an onboard shot. You can see there's 2 cars, 3 cars kind of lined up already. And actually, we don't even need the onboard. You can see coming off of Druids, the huge train of cars he has behind him. That's not really the case for Nick Schulte-Wiserman. I mean, there's a fair amount of traffic, but it seems like there's much more of it congested around that that Revolution Sim Racing Blue Machine as they work down this Pilgrim's Drop sector of the racetrack and in towards Hawthorne Hill. So it is one of I think the new tires, Lorenzo, it seems to me it's almost backwards from what I'm typically used to. Normally, one of the big ways the new tires are advantageous is getting through the traffic, but I think the traffic is so difficult to deal with here. I think the traffic's almost acting like an equalizer, almost the way rain does at so many racetracks throughout the world. You know, like we see in the likes of F1 or IndyCar. You know, whenever whenever rain comes out, things generally get pretty crazy. As actually, fuel strategy aplenty, German Sim Racing Red, they come down pit road, and even though this is at the top of the hour, I think this is really early for them, Lorenzo. This feels like a short stint.
Yeah, unless you're really going for a half stint, like a 3/4 of a stint, and then just link shotting all the way down to their final pit stop, and they do actually a driver swap. Fabio Unvergers is actually maybe, who knows, closing out for German Sim Racing Red team. But yeah, that is a very interesting strategy from the 333 car.
So that was only a 40-lap run there, thereabouts. Yeah. I want to see, where is Jason Dyer right now? He's currently on lap number 30. He came in.
He's on the 30. He's on his 39th lap.
He's on his 39th lap. Remember, we saw a couple cars going 50, so maybe I take that back. Maybe it felt like these guys came down at the top of the hour. Because, I mean, the thing is that we have is actually we're still monitoring this fight for 12. Sorry, still trying to discern the leader strategy while watching this scrap for P12. SROC Racing Green involved in this, as well as, I believe, Newman Sim Racing Black, who's actually just gotten that position away. So move them up into P12 and SROC Racing Green back down into P13. Replay of it side by side going through Hawthorne Hill, and that spot is actually relatively taken away easily there. And that's actually a thing, Lorenzo. Going through Hawthorne's Bend, the outside, if you can get there, is actually really strong because you can maintain so much speed onto that next sector of the racetrack on the run towards Westfield and then out of it towards Dingle Dell. I know a lot of times people will fight for the inside, but if you have the outside comfortably and especially evenly around those bits of racetrack, you really do have it strong.
Yeah, the only point you can actually defend a Hawthorne's bend is if you're actually coming side to side. If you're coming side to side and you have a little bit of you have a bit of an overlap, then it's actually worth it for you to defend that inside lane of Hawthorne's. Otherwise, if you don't have an overlap, he has more overlap than you, then it's better for you to actually let go a little bit off the gas and just let him make the overtake. So well done by Newman Sim Racing Black to make that overtake.
There we take a look at the stint length graphic there for that race leader. Like we said, 39 laps. We talked about that. It's about what our previous, the second place running car, German Sim Racing Red, was doing before they came down pit road. KC Racing Esports, they currently inherit second. They're on their 43rd lap. Aaron Williams and Satellite Racing GT, they're only on their 33rd lap. And I think that's why that stint felt so short, Lorenzo. Even though that was sort of still on the struggle, even though that's still in the window that they've been doing pretty much hour on hour, there was so many other cars that went 8, 9, 10 laps longer that it really didn't feel like the pit window ended until about 30 minutes from when a lot of a handful of our race leading cars came down pit road. So it only felt like a 30-minute stint, but in reality that full hour definitely was there for the German Sim Racing Red car.
Yeah, because again, the lap here is so short right now that you barely see time go by. Whenever you realize you just did 30 minutes and 1 hour, even 1 hour, it has been just so quick because you're just that focused in the moment. One thing that we have to mind of is that the German Sim Racing Red gap to the leader is around 1 minute and 3 seconds. So if Revolution Sim Racing Red comes into a full service, there might be a possibility of, they're being taken away the lead, but if they go for a shorter stint, a shorter pit stop, they might come out in front. So we have to see whenever they come into the pit lane, as we have TeamBRIT from Matt Allen coming to the pit lane for the 068 car service.
Yep, and Bobby Trundley getting back into that machine. So again, relatively at the top of the hour, they're likely going to keep their trend of relatively short pit stops, of relatively top of the hour pit stops on a driver swap with full service every single time. I doubt we're going to see much strategy there. You mentioned that a German Sim Racing Red car, Lorenzo, and potentially, short filling a little bit. I think we're seeing that from the German Sim Racing group. There was a driver swap there. Yes, Fabio Unverdrus getting behind the wheel. Their pit stop time 56.6, which is about 15 to 16 seconds short of what we've typically been seeing for a full stop. Actually, no, I take that back. 5, 6, maybe an ultra longer stop might run a little bit longer than that, but they took kind of a few seconds out of it. That tells me that what they're planning to do is likely split the difference between these next couple stints in terms of fuel. So the pit stops won't be as long because they don't need, of course, fuel to go the full. They don't need full fuel to go 2 tires. They don't need full fuel to go for 2 hours. Because we know that on full tanks they can go like an hour 7, an hour 8, something like that. So they're just splitting the difference over these next couple final pit stops.
Yeah, right now you're just doing a few calculations and see where the tank takes you. Even if you put like a third quarter of fuel load, you can actually save it and make that third quarter become a full fuel load if you're just able to save a proper fuel. If you are able to save properly the fuel and then go for that full hour. But it just comes out what you're actually going to strategize and what you're planning for the race itself. As we have Team Revolution Red, Team Graven all the way on the inside coming to Drews, having a look at it. Saturnino just going way a little bit wider than usual and into the exit of Drews, and Graven just not capitalizing, because if he did try it, it could have gone very wrong. Wiggle for that at Triple Eight, and Graven all the way inside into Surtees, who will have the advantage and just nabbing 6th place out of the Triple Eight.
Flavio's not going to let that go easily. He tried to work the cutback off Surtees, and he's actually done very well to get momentum down this next straightaway. Down the hill they're going to go. Around the outside we know can work at Hawthorne's, but you have to be brave, and he's not going to go for it. It's Flavio Saturino, so move him back into line. And behind, is that car for position? The answer is going to be no. That's Nicky Decker, who's a full lap behind. this battle we're currently watching out there on the screen. So the fight for P6 single files itself out for a moment, but still relatively close as Revolution Sim Racing Red continues out there on the racetrack.
And right now,
go ahead.
No, I was going to say the AAA should be coming into the pit lane right now because they are on the 48th lap, and as they actually come and real brake lock from Flavio Saturnino to avoid, the penalty.
Second place comes down on towards pit road as well. That's Keith Camarelli. That was, I believe, about a 48-lap stint out of them. Your race-leading car, Jason Dyer, he's been out there on the racetrack for 43 laps. I'm just monitoring a handful of these cars. The fourth-place running machine of Ayrton Williams, interestingly enough here, Lorenzo, like I said, 36 laps right now. So we're seeing cars running 46, 47. The Satellite Racing GT car is going to be able to go about another 13 minutes. That'll take the bulk of about 20 minutes off the clock. So I'd expect them likely down with about an hour and a half left to go in the race.
Yeah, hour and a half-ish. I would be expecting them to come in as well. And they're doing, again, very good work on that fuel strategy of them. And if I'm them, I probably would go for a three-quarters of a fuel load for both pit stops. And maybe on the last and in this first pit stop, go for the rubber. It might work for them, but hey, that's me strategizing. I'm not a team manager or a team strategist.
I can definitely agree with you, though. I think there's validity for this Satellite Racing car, kind of both ways they kind of try to chop it up. You could either go for an absolutely full stint here, full stop next time they come down pit road, take absolutely full fuel, four tires. I think is a guarantee. I think you have to take 4 tires next time you hit pit road. But I can see the validity in filling it up and then having as short of a possible pit stop for the final time. Or I can also see the value, Lorenzo, if you split the difference between these next 2 stops. Let's say you take 3/4 of a tank, whatever that numerical value might be, so that there's a little bit less in the tank. You'll be out there with a lighter race car on new tires, which means you should be able to go faster. And on a little lighter race car will use the tires less than a regular full fuel will. So I think there's a validity there for Ayrton Williams and Satellite Racing GT. I think you could do it both ways, and I think it makes a lot of sense regardless.
Yeah, and if they actually play the strategy that I'm actually thinking, and I just said it, it might work around the clock. They should be able to grab that the third spot away from KC Racing Esports. As I was gonna say, we have sort of a battle for P4, but then again, PCDC Motorsports Yellow will have to come down to pit lane. I'll be quite honest right now, as
Rip battle.
Gillico Matea, Rip battle. The 903 comes into the pit lane, but had he actually stayed on the track, 5-car train right ahead of him, it would have been a quite interesting development on the next few laps.
P8, P9 fighting on the racetrack. That's Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing Black, and Iva Costa running in P8, and KC Racing Esports, Richard Gaffinco running in P9. Richard, one of the first cars to come down pit road for their fuel service, 16 laps into their stint. Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing Black, I think actually they may have gone the longest on fuel. They're currently 29 laps into their stint. Either that or they had a really weird scheduled pit stop 29 laps ago, but regardless, they currently sit out ahead of this group and working his way down the back straightaway and off the final corner down the front straightaway. Costa currently the car holding on to this position, but I think that car behind definitely looking like they have the pace advantage here at the moment, Lorenzo, is PCDC Yellow is going to be getting jacked up. Now it's really all eyes, I think, on our race leader on when Jason Dyer plans on coming down pit road, and he's definitely starting at least lap 46 before then.
Yeah, they should be coming down on the next lap or on the next, even on this lap or the next 2 laps, as we have a car spinning on the paddock hill. I think that's the CXR racing car, if I'm not mistaken. I just caught a glimpse out of it. But then again, yeah, they should be coming up shortly into the pit lane. Yeah, that's the CXR Project Black as he comes into paddock hill. Just loses sight a little bit of the apex and just has an unassisted turn, but just throws the car into the grass safely and rejoins. Yeah, rather safely into the track, avoiding any possible damage to other cars.
Yep, that was the number 384 car having that little bit of a moment, but overall getting things back going out there. Monitoring another fight. This is monitoring this fight, excuse me. It's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black and KC Racing Esports, like we mentioned, still out there doing battle on the racetrack. So let's see, off the final corner, seems like that lap Lorenzo stayed relatively even that trip around the racetrack. Really not much stretching an advantage for either of those drivers. They seem really, really even in terms of the pace right now. It was a 1:22.45 for Ivo Costa ahead, and it was a 1:20.335 for Richard Goffenko. So basically within a tenth of those two, slight advantage to the geodesic car, but definitely not a huge amount either, as your race leader goes around for, again, that's going to be stint 47 on, lap 47 on this stint.
Yeah, because one thing I can say, if they keep going for a battle like this, one thing that has been noticeable from Ivo Costa is that Costa has been defending his line back and forth. Remember that he actually, even though as a back marker, was actually fighting for avoid being lapped by the race leader, which was a Revolution Sim Racing Blue at that moment, and fought all the way through this Dingle Dell section, coming into a Sheen curve. There you go, Paul. Now you're satisfied. It says Sheen curve. And as they come down into circles.
I'd be careful throwing that spice around at Paul. He'll wash that spice down with milk and wipe it out real quick if you're not careful. Yeah. And that'd be, I think, much worse for me than it would for you. But 47 laps now into the stint for your race leading cars. We're still keeping an eye, of course, on this fight in the groups shortly behind. But it's definitely going to be this race leader. I'm a little surprised. Actually, nope, I take that back. I was about to say, surprised they're going this long, but Jason Dyer, 47 laps was enough. Race leading car on towards pit road. And now what's the strategy call going to be? Is it going to be 4 tires? Is it going to be fuel? I think we're likely going to be expecting a driver swap here. Lorenzo is a double stint for Patrick Hahn, a double stint for Jason Dyer, and I expect that we're likely going to be getting Patrick back into the car. Yeah. That's exactly what happens, and with this happening, I think it has to be 4 tires and fuel, but whether or not you fill it up is definitely the option.
Yeah, that's the option we really are interested to see right now. Here we go, 20 seconds, 22 seconds on their pit stop. And I think they might be coming into tires. They will be coming into tires, but I don't think it will be a full service.
We'll have to wait and see. It'll entirely depend on, I think, what they plan on doing. It's definitely 4 tires as the car gets jacked up, and that was very close to being full fuel as well. Yeah. So Patrick Hahn waiting to see when he gets released. German Sim Racing Red and Fabio Unverdrus. He's going to drive right around him right now down the front straightaway. Looks like full tires and full fuel is going to be the call. Nearly at 1 minute, 1:01, and close enough to a full service at 1:01.1. Maybe a little bit of fuel off the top, Lorenzo, but not much. That is, for all intents and purposes, a full stop. Race leading car is now working through turn number 3 at Graham Hill Bend, and Patrick Hahn up in towards Druids. So it's going to be a relatively serious gap between those two competitors, but not going to be so much that if Patrick Hahn can get to the pace he was doing earlier, that he can't possibly get there.
Yeah, because Patrick Hahn, we've seen throughout this race, he's been probably one of the fastest drivers, if not the fastest driver in terms of consistent pacing here on the track. So I believe that Hahn will have the advantage. He has a 10-lap advantage on his stint compared to Fabio Unverdrus, whereas Unverdrus might have to come around the top of the hour, and Hahn will be coming around 45 minutes-ish into the pit lane. So right now, Hahn just needs to put that pedal to the metal and hope he doesn't get traffic ahead of him, so he can actually get himself engaged in a battle for P1.
I will also say, Lorenzo, one of the reasons I love going a little bit longer on your fuel strategy is that now if you're Patrick Hahn, you have a little bit more flexibility in terms of when you can actually come down pit road than that 333 German Sim Racing Red car. If you get into a situation, where there's some awkward traffic, you can make the call to maybe cut your stint short by about 10 laps. You can really make that call. If you're German Sim Racing Red, though, you're pretty much locked in. You can't really go much further than the top of the hour just simply on fuel. So if you're Fabio Unverdrus, no matter what, even if you have, great situation, clean track in front of you, you can really put the head down and really knock out some fast laps. What do you got?
I got somebody has actually spun on the entry of the pit lane. Well, I think that was the full send number 47. Yeah, that's a full send number 47. What happened?
Well, he spun on pit road, and actually I don't think they were intending to get towards pit road. It was actually just tracking out on the exit of that final corner at Clark Curve. He just clipped the left rear tires. Did Michael Rugenbrink off that final corner onto the grass. Replay coming up for the Full Send Racing number 47 machine, and you're just gonna watch here in towards Clark Curve, pushed it a little bit wide, the left rear tire up onto the dirt, and well, that's that race car pretty much done in. I'm gonna imagine the way he throttled that access road with the left side of the car. That's not gonna feel very nice overall, getting back out there onto the racing circuit, even if they do get any repairs. So that's gonna be essentially race done for number 69, or excuse me, I think it's technically number 47 in the sim. Indeed it is.
Number 47.
Yeah, so they're gonna be on pit road for a while, I think, repairing that, as your race leading cars will continue to do battle. Meanwhile, just for reference, that gap has settled down at about 12 seconds since the pit stop. We're still waiting, by the way, Lorenzo. Talked about the difference in terms of stint length. Aaron Williams still very, very much out there on the racetrack, 44 laps into his stint, and if he does the sort of stint we saw previously, where he went 50 laps plus, I mean, he's going to be nearly I mentioned it's going to be an hour and a half, but it's, we're getting closer and closer to it, and it's like, man, I can't believe he came down pit road yet. But of course, what they've been doing in terms of strategy, it makes perfect sense.
It makes perfect sense, and right now, let me just take a look at the last laps for Aaron Williams. 121.3, 121.28. Yeah, he's basically going full safe fuel mode, as we have another driver. Yeah, that's the Fury Simsport, who got clipped by the Dark Dimension corner.
The left rear tire coming off a Sheen curve, finding the grass likely once again. We'll take a look at the replay, and before we even have it on screen, I can tell you that's what happened. Same exact incident that we've seen 10 times plus, I think, probably nearing 20, if I'm honest. So Dan Blake
bingo
in towards Sheen curve, and boop goes that left rear tire onto the grass. The problem, Lorenzo, is that with bingo you need different results to come up, so you need like different numbers. The problem with Brands Hatch bingo at the moment is it's just going to be a spin on the exit of Sheen curve, a spin on the exit of Sheen curve, a spin on the exit of Sheen curve. So Dan Blake, of course, a former commentary partner of Mr. Paul Smith, ending up the wrong way. So fortunate there for Dan, as we have a couple cars on pit road. Pure Motorsport White currently on the pit lane, and I believe this is scheduled service. Indeed, it looks like it. Chris Cash going to be the driver getting behind the wheel of that car. That's the car that was driven by George Streetley for the bulk of the event thus far. He did the opening stint, and he did the previous double stint. They traded off singles, and then George did a double through the last couple hours, and I think they're likely giving it to Chris to the end.
And Gaffinku just blinking his headlights to Ivo Costa, just applying that a little bit of pressure, just say, I'm here, I'm going to make that overtake. He just goes into the inside line. Half a cent for Gaffinku, just staying side to side on the exit of Druids. Next turn is Graham's Hills Bend. It allows Costa to actually have the overlap, but Gaffinku's not going to have the full run coming into Surtees. And certainly the driver from the 22 car will actually grab that spot away from the Alpine Geodesic Racing Black car.
Of course, one of the ways you can say that, hey, I'm coming and make that move is by flashing the headlights. The other way you can say, hey, I'm coming, please move over, is by sliding the car up the inside of Druids and just making a really solid pass for position there. So that was well executed, and they're now going to continue their fight, and hopefully moving forward, I think definitely, if you ask that group, is the KC Racing Esports 2 car. That'll put KC Racing Esports cars, Lorenzo, now running P4, P5 out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, KC once again putting their cars within really good positions here on the track. If I'm not mistaken, we've seen KC Racing Esports even fighting for a lead, I think, at the very start of the race with Camilleri, fighting with the Paceworks Williams Gym Esports cars, the Revolution Sim Racing Blue. At the very start of the race, it got thrown back a few spots, but still keeping within contention. And well, we got the satellite team going for one more lap here on their 47th lap, going to the 48th. We have a battle for P23 as we got Ryan Barneveld fighting against Team Down Under as they come into Surtees, and Barneveld applying major pressure on that number 69 Porsche, number 10 Porsche.
Yep, this is Full Send Racing, number 85 out there on the racetrack, as well as Team Down Under. It's Demis Tig Chiller behind the wheel of Team Down Under, is through Westfield on towards the Dingledale sector of the racetrack. These two kind of more lightly cornered right-handers, and then Sheen Curve right here. And now up towards Sterling's. Demis doing everything he can to really manage this gap. We've seen Team Down Under involved in a couple scraps throughout the event thus far, and most times they've kind of just given away, I think, realizing that discretion was very, very much the better part of valor. So down the front straightaway, this duo is going to go, and let's see, in towards turn one, will there be a move? Seems like there's a run from Full Send Racing, kind of eyeing up the outside on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Up the inside, in towards Druids goes Ryan Barneveld, trying to get up the inside. Can he get the exit speed? Yes, he can, but can he get clear? Yes, he will. And I think Team Down Under and Demis a little bit facilitating that pass to Lorenzo, but regardless, move full send up to P23.
Yeah, full send up to P23, and nearly getting to contact with another Porsche right ahead of him. I think that's the Paceworks Esports Flight car, nearly getting to a rear right contact with the driver ahead of him, even though it is a guy that is unlapping himself. Fortunately for the number 69.
TeamBRIT.
Go for TeamBRIT.
Problems for Bobby Trundley. He's back down on towards pit road. Remember, we saw them down not that long ago. Gonna have a look to see if there's been any issues with that 068 car. Actually seems like they've been on pit road a while, and I'm actually showing their stint length at 0 laps. Maybe having a technical issue of some. So they had a half spin. So Bobby Trundley on his outlap, I believe, because I'm still showing 0 laps. He had a big oversteer. Oh yeah, they had a big oversteer moment actually up at Hawthorne Hill. So the TeamBRIT BMW going into Hawthorne. Bobby Trundley on the new tires. Big bite of oversteer, and he actually threw that car into the tire wall. I'm going to say visually that BMW handled the impact very well, Lorenzo. It doesn't look like there's much damage on that car. Yeah, well, yeah, that's a huge hit on that BMW.
Yeah, that's a suspension damage.
Yeah, the body panel is relatively straight, which is why we were so confused. But overall, still back there on the racetrack. But after nearly 50 laps, Aaron Williams and Satellite Racing coming down on towards pit road. Let's see what the pit stop strategy is going to be, because an hour and 40 minutes, more or less, is what they're going to have to deal with here, Lorenzo. Like we said, they have about 1 million different ways they could potentially run this fuel and tire strategy to get to the end of the race, and it all kind of equalizes out to one half dozen than the other. The only thing I think they have to do right now is take tires. Besides that, they can do whatever they want nearly in terms of fuel.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want in terms of fuel. And it isn't, and I think it's going to be half of 3/4 of fuel, because they're right now putting the tires. They should be around, they come out with 56, 55 seconds on their full pit service. So it will be really interesting now, repairing a little bit of the damage on their rear wing. So they might become longer than expected to be cut off.
Well, it could actually, I mean, that could just be a smarter thing, Lorenzo. If you know you have damage and you want to get it repaired, maybe you just take that extra couple seconds here, and that rear wing is definitely a little bit straighter than it was because they came down pit road. So I think that makes a lot of sense. If you want that damage repaired, you know, maybe you had a slight run, you know, they likely had a slight run-in with another car we didn't see. Like we said, there was nothing wrong with really taking a full tank of fuel. So if you can bundle that in with a repaired rear wing, I think that makes all the sense in the world as we approach the last 90 minutes of this race to go.
Absolutely, because you basically got nothing to lose. So you just go basically risky strategies. Go for I'm gonna say again, for the full YOLOs and the full sends, and try to get yourself back up a few spots. You're certainly going to get back up to the top 5 because KDC Racing Esports and the Applying Geodesic Racing Black will eventually have to come down to pit lane in a few, let's say, Evo has to come down in about 4 to 5 laps, and then Fenko will actually have to come down in about 15 laps-ish to the pit lane, so eventually going to grab up to the top 5. The question is, can he reach Brendan to Bone? He's far, but can he reach him? I believe he actually can. You just have to see how actually his next scene will be.
Camera's currently pointed at the second place running car of Patrick Hahn in Revolution Sim Racing Blue, and this is actually a talking point, Lorenzo. We talked about the impressive speed Patrick Hahn had earlier in the event. Remember when everyone was off sort of strategy, everyone was, you know, a handful of the leaders were trying the double-sended tires. He went with the standard strategy on new rubber, and he absolutely chased everybody down. He's not really showing that pace advantage right now. He's losing time to the 333. That gap has opened up to a 13-second gap. So Mr. Fabio Unverdrust doing an absolutely phenomenal job in that 333 German Sim Racing Red machine to open that gap up, really putting a lot of pressure on this final, coming in towards this final stint on that Revolution Sim Racing Blue car, potentially, you know, likely trying their best to maybe force them into a mistake.
Yeah, but the problem is also Patrick Hahn is facing major traffic issues. Just look at that. He's trying to make work of the Alpine Geodesic car, but he doesn't have room to work with. The track is narrow, so you need to find the perfect place for you to make an overtake. And if you try to find a place now, he just overtakes Ivo Costa over just laps him one more time. But the problem is, you just lost basically a full second or even 2 seconds just, you know, trying to let yourself clear away from traffic.
And just keeping an eye on the stint lengths, Lorenzo, one of the things I've loved about this race. Yeah, very good lap there by Patrick Hahn. So, but regardless, German Sim Racing Red putting in a 1:19.9. So, despite being a very good lap, Fabio Unverdrust still opening up the gap. But one of the things I've loved about this event, we've been talking about it and rambling on about the strategy. We've had a replay of something on screen.
Yeah, full send 88 and spinning on Drit spinning.
Okay, so the Full Send Racing number 88 car going around. Actually, maybe sort of.
Yeah, he got into contact.
Yeah, started from that BMW in front of him, but then contact from behind as well. So unfortunate there for Mr. Paul in the number 88, but overall that should be, yeah, actually a teammate getting into him, full send on full send. So unfortunate there for that incident, but there shouldn't be major damage on either of those race cars, the way that that's worked out. But what I've loved in terms of just the strategy, Lorenzo, is let's just buzz down the top 10s. The race leader, 22 laps into a stint. Second place, 11 laps into the stint. 16 laps into the stint, is running third. Fourth place, 30 laps into a stint. Fifth place, 43 laps into the stint. Sixth place, 3 laps into a stint. Seventh place, 8 laps into a stint. Well, eighth place now, I think some of these positions are updating. 14 laps. 16 laps is Gaming Paddock Racing in ninth. 10th is 7 laps with Pure Motorsport White. I think there's only 1 or 2 cars that I think there's only 2 cars on the same strategy and on the the same pit window from when they last came down pit road. Everyone else in the top 10 on entirely different numbers and doing entirely different things right now in terms of the fuel and tire strategy.
Yeah, basically, if you're just like us, you probably are like, what is going on? Why so many different numbers now? It is part of their strategies. Some drivers actually were double stinting tires and going for full lengths on their stints. That's why, you see those different numbers playing out on the screen. The 22 laps for Unverdrust, 12 for Hahn. No, just 4 laps for Stanley. So it's part of the nature. Stanley and the satellite racing is not surprising. They've been the ones who actually are, sticking their link shotting their stint for longest than the other cars on the track. So it's very natural, and these different strategies is what makes sim racing and racing in general very exciting, because we never know what the outcome is going to be, what they're thinking, what are their strategies coming into the final hours, as we have less than 1 minute, 1 hour and 31. I was going to say 1 minute 31 seconds left to race it, but it's 1 hour and 31 minutes.
With all the strategies panning out, I want to have a chat with someone we talked to at the top of the show. We're going to bring Mr. Max Spooner back into this conversation. Max, it's been an unfortunately rough kind of go of it for you guys at both TeamBRIT and eTeamBRIT. You had, I believe, the 064 car get involved in that big incident at the start. You guys currently sit 5 laps down. I don't think you guys have had any major drama, but obviously to get 5 laps down, race has not gone the way you would have liked. And of course, TeamBRIT, they just had that big incident with Bobby having the big issue at Hawthorne's. Definitely not the way you guys would have liked your own event to really go today.
Yeah, it's been we're not gonna lie, it has been a tough event. I think we were sort of hoping that that Bobby and Matt were gonna pull off a good result at the end of that. But yeah, our race has been relatively incident free. It's been my first endurance race, so we kind of came into it not really expecting a lot, but sort of be where we are at the moment, we're pretty happy with. But yeah, no, it is a shame about the other cars. You know, I think after the first lap incident, you know, the car was very badly damaged for the Ferrari, and but the boys are still running it, you know, and they're enjoying themselves, which is good. And we just hope that the TeamBRIT car can sort of pick up from where it left off.
Yeah, with the 068 having its incident, you guys have actually inherited as the front running of the TeamBRIT organized machines. So TeamBRIT ahead of TeamBRIT at the moment, and I know I don't know if you've seen the incident or not, but it was a very, very heavy incident Bobby was into, and I'll be very surprised if that car really gets back out onto the racetrack, even if it does, if it's in a competitive mode. But have you guys really found the event? We've seen a lot of issues, especially in kind of the middle sector of the racetrack. You know, that run through Hawthorne's into Westfield and Dingledell and Sheen Curve, and particularly the exit of Sheen Curve. We've had probably about 10 or 15 spins there. How have you guys got on, and any close calls?
Yeah, I think both me and Anthony had a spin there, but in the last stint, that was really my only incident. The rest of it was a pretty much a clean run. So yeah, it has been tough out there. I think certainly in the towards the end of the race, it sort of started to quieten down a bit. Some of the traffic has been a bit more well behaved, shall we say, than some of the kamikaze moves we've had towards the start of the race. But yeah, we're just watching Anthony and Al through to the finish, and hopefully we can pull off a good result.
And inside of this final 90 minutes, one of the big talking points for us here in the booth has been strategy. I just kind of ran down the stint length of the top 10, and of the 10 cars in the top 10, I think 9 of them were on completely different strategies from one another. There's only like one car that repeated with another one. In the stint lengths, when I read down, and varied by much as about 20-30 laps, depending on the cars. How are you guys finding the strategy? And I know you guys are only about 10 laps in, but this has definitely been an interesting race strategy-wise, not only managing traffic, but managing fuel. How are you guys liking the running the long stint strategy? That seems to be what you guys are doing.
Yeah, no, the seems to be working well for us. Yeah, it's just we've got a strategy through to the end. I ain't going to tell you what it is. But yeah, no, it's we're on track, and yeah, it's just see what we can make of the last bit of the race. Hope there's a few casualties further up the field, and try and make up some places that way.
Well, I hope to maybe spoil anything for your competitors, but I suspect that your strategy will revolve around putting fuel in the car and maybe or maybe not putting tires on it. And when the last time you come down pit road, Anthony, so as long as they're expecting that, perhaps they won't be surprised, but who knows with everything that's been going through. But Max, thanks for joining us, and well done for you guys getting that Porsche up to being the best of the TeamBRIT represented cars, currently running the 24th spot. You have a couple cars ahead of you on the same lap, Team Down Under, Full Send, and CXR Project Black. But you guys have a good kind of final 90 minutes of the run, and hopefully bring it home clean.
Yep, thank you very much, and thank you to you guys at RaceSpot and to PCDC for a fantastic event.
Yep, huge thanks, of course, to those guys, Mr. Max Spooner from TeamBRIT, and huge thanks as well to Max for thanking us. And actually, in all honesty, Lorenzo, with the all the support, you know, with TeamBRIT coming through, and that really being the charitable cause, of course, in all this, we really have lost the focus on PCDC really supporting this event the way they are.
Yeah. And because we have this good cause of, you know, TeamBRIT, you know, supporting disabled drivers, getting back out of the track, giving them a new purpose into their lives, but also PCDC knowing this cause is a great one and helping support an event like this. PCDC also provided a lot of you know, other events that we have covered over here on the RaceSpot TV coverages. But nevertheless, always good to see a team like this partnering up for a good cause and a good team for another great race and another great event.
And of course, this event, I've actually just realized, I just popped an eye over on the PCDC Motorsports website. I just kind of went down, want to see the history of these events. This is actually the 1-year anniversary of what I believe is the first one that held. It was actually held here pretty much 1 year to the day. Actually it was to the day. December 1st was a Saturday in 2018. It's a Sunday this year. But the race was held on a Saturday. But of course, they've held a handful of these events now. Started with a 6 hour of the Brands Hatch in 2018, 6 hours of Oulton Park, which is all GT3, and of course we did the Silverstone 6 over the summer, Lorenzo, and now this one. So full year for these guys, these special events supporting Team Brit, and it's really hard to find any fault with that for sure.
Yeah, really cool to see that these events have taken a liking out of the sim racing community, and we can see a lot of people coming out. I think it's another full event because on the Silverstone 6, if I'm not mistaken, we have also a full grid. Unfortunately, we had a few issues that prevented the full grid to be actually realized, and had the full 50 driver grid. But still, good to see that we have nearly full 50 50 teams once again here on an event like this. And also, just as Paul mentioned, we have to thank also SimAbility for supporting the event, because they also provide adjusted equipment for people with sim race with disabilities. And I know Team Brit has also partnered up with them to provide some of the equipment for the drivers. And nevertheless, it is still good to see that we have companies like this enabling disabilitated drivers to come up with sim race and be competitive with the able-bodied drivers like us.
Yeah, and that's a great thing for SimAbility. And I think one of the things there, for me, Lorenzo, I have a little bit of an engineering background, so my mind immediately starts going to this sort of stuff. Is one of the things I kind of see, especially between the sim racing world and tying it in with the real life. We are keeping an eye, by the way, on this fight for 6th and 7th on the racetrack. They come up into the final sequence of corners. A little bit of side-by-side with some lap traffic, but overall they keep themselves single file, and I don't think there's any major time loss for either of them as they work down the front straightaway and in towards Paddock Hill Bend. But one of the great things with the sim is that now for drivers who are dealing with a disability, be it some of those who when Team Brit was started, helping out war veterans, or for other people with a disability they were perhaps born with. Having the sim, and especially have a partner like SimAbility to really give equipment that can, adjusted equipment for people to sim race with for disabilities. Getting someone with a disability into a race car, you can really kind of get their driving position, I'm sure the controls set up before they ever get into it. You think about someone like Alex Zanardi and whatnot. I know there was a ton of testing that went into that, of just getting that car working correctly with the hand controls. I imagine it's likely a much, much easier thing being able to potentially get someone, potentially 90% of the way there with hand controls or whatever it is that they may need before they ever actually step into the race car, just doing it on the sim, and then just doing much more minor tweaks and adjustments. That's likely got to make the entire process much, much easier, and probably gets them much more track time on the track day, instead of having to maybe waste an hour on in the garage getting the car fine-tuned to them.
Get himself used to it of sorts. Yeah, I agree 100%. Just to facilitate and speed up the process of rehabilitation. Get yourself back up with the simulator once again, and just be again starting to get competitive. If not, I'm not gonna say inflate your ego, but I was gonna say it. Inflate your self-confidence, become self-confident again with the race car, with the car itself, with your abilities on a day-to-day basis. It's really good to see a company like this. And I have to think, not just Alessandro Zanardi, Billy Munger, as I was mentioning only in the broadcast, up to a few nicks of it. Even Robert Kubica adapted its steering wheel of sorts, where he, of course the drivers have the clutch and the paddles, but he has a few other things that habilitate him and facilitate his driving style.
Yeah, definitely does. Unfortunately, Robert not going to be in Formula One continuing in towards 2020. I know a lot of fans were really excited to see him return, but unfortunately, I think some people, well, definitely not the return I think a lot of people were expecting or really wanting from Robert, but hopefully continues on in motorsport and finds success in other places, especially with as competitive as F1 has gotten over the years since he had his major accident. Very, very difficult to be a series that you can just drop back into and be competitive. But regardless, we need to start focusing about what's happening on track here as we're inside the final 90 minutes. We are into the final 80 minutes of this event here at Brands Hatch. And you know what? Let's do our final RaceSpotTV fan immersion, take a little bit of a break here, catch our breath, and get out there and then monitor the last hour of the race when it actually comes to it. A little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion, and let's ride on board with the driver that's trying to open up the gap over second place. Let's ride on board with German Sim Racing Red and Fabio Unverdrus. This is RaceSpotTV fan immersion. 4 hours, 47 minutes, and 31, 32, 33 seconds of racing have clicked through in the PCDC and Team Brit 6 hours of Brands Hatch. It's been an absolutely phenomenal race that has run through, and let's do a little quick field rundown once again. Let's go through your top 10. It's German Sim Racing Red who leads over Revolution Sim Racing Blue. KC Racing Esports, they sit in the third spot with KC Racing Esports 2 in fourth, but that may not last long. They're coming up near the end of their stint. Satellite Racing GT in fifth. We'll go down the fuel strategies in a couple of moments. Revolution Sim Racing, PCDC, Gaming Paddock Racing, and Pure Motorsports White and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black. They round out your top 10. 11 through 20, PCDC Motorsports Blue, Newman Sim Racing Black, SROC Racing Green, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing White, Venomworks Sim Racing Silver. That car is actually down on pit road right now on lap 15. Fury Sim Sport in the 16th spot, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Red, SpeedTech Sim Sport, Revolution Sim Racing Pink, and SpeedTech Racing number 39. CXR Project Black sits in the 21st spot with Full Send Racing number 85 behind them. Team Down Under, TeamBRIT number 67. That's the leading car of the TeamBRIT group. They currently sit in 24th. Their two teammates have had some dramas, unfortunately, so the Porsche will be ahead of the Ferrari and the BMW at the moment. Pure Motorsport Yellow in 25th. Pineapple Pizza Racing, they come to a stop in their pit box in 26th. Paceworks Esports White, Newman Sim Racing Green, Big Bone Racing GT, and Team Brit round out your top 30. The BMW back out there and racing after their big shunt about 10 or so laps ago. Maybe a little bit longer than that, actually. And rounding out your field, including people who have disconnected from the server and will not be finishing the event. Newman Sim Racing Blue, KC Racing Esports 3, Full Send Racing 69, CXR Project Black number 384, PCDC Motorsports Green, Full Send Racing 88, E-Team Brit, KC Racing Esports 4, CXR Project Black, German Sim Racing DE, Paceworks Williams Gym Esports, Venomworks Sim Racing Orange, Full Send Racing 79, Escuderia Madrid Racing Team, PCDC Motorsports Red, Paceworks Esports Blue, and Pineapple Burger Racing round out the 47 car field as they currently sit out there on the racetrack. Track temperatures starting to come back down a little bit. We got to about a track temp high of about 75 degrees Fahrenheit. We're currently showing at about 74. So in this final hour, as the sun gets closer to going down, we might be expecting these track temps to really fall. And that's going to be relevant to what I'm going to be talking about right now. Pit strategy is very, very complicated for the end of this race. I talked about it before the fan immersion. Pretty much every single car in your top 5, pretty much every single car in your top 10 are on completely different strategies. Right now, German Sim Racing Red, they're 39 laps into their stint. They've consistently been double stinting the tires. That's been saving them about 30 seconds on pit road on every other pit stop, but they've been struggling on the pace with the double stint. They're about 10 or so laps out from their next round of pit stops, probably a little bit less than that. Revolution Sim Racing Blue, they've not been doing the double stint. They've been running the car dry pretty much every single time, and they've been slapping new boots onto that race car every single time on pit road. It's not helped them in terms of the overall time spent on pit road, but that car through the first half of the race was easily the quickest and most consistent. However, into the second half, favor is really shifted in terms of that number 333 German Sim Racing Red car. However, we're expecting this number 11 to have a shorter fuel fill on this final pit stop. Will they maybe be able to double stint the tires and maybe rock victory away in the final hour? KC Racing Esports, we've got a replay going up of an issue we had out there on screen with the CXR Project Black 383. A little bit of a spin. They're able to get themselves back rolling. KC Racing Esports, they're 41 seconds down, currently 34 laps into their stint. They're kind of in the middle between the first and second place running car on a relatively similar strategy. Will they double stint? Will they potentially put new boots on and really push it for the last hour? Who knows? Satellite Racing GT, they have consistently been going the longest of all of your race leaders on fuel. They're only currently 22 laps into the stint. Next closest to them would be Revolution Sim Racing Blue at 30 laps into the stint. And actually behind them, 27 laps into the stint, is Revolution Sim Racing Red. So Satellite Racing GT, they came down late. They got some repairs. They stayed on the pit road for as long as possible, filled that puppy up with fuel and got back out there on the racetrack. We're expecting them to double stint the tires to the end when they eventually come down pit road, and they are going to likely put new tires on as well. However, don't expect them on pit road for about another half an hour. Revolution Sim Racing Red, somewhat similar window for them. They've only been out there on track for about 27 laps. Florian Denzler, 33 laps for them at PCDC. Then you get the likes of Gaming Paddock Racing, Pure Motorsport White, and KC Esports Sim Racing 2. Actually, that car, Kurt Camarelli, they just came off pit road. That was a car we were monitoring likely to pit soon, Lorenzo, and the number 22 peels off of pit road. They're likely going to be having to stretch this to the end. An hour and 7 minutes feels a little bit long, though.
Yeah, but they can actually do it if they go for a real, very similar strategy that Satellite GT, Racing GT is doing. You guys are seeing on screen the position gain on the race itself. The biggest gainer being SpeedTech SimSport with 25 places gained. Then it comes around with Fury SimSport with 22, and then Alpine Geodesic Racing White with 20 spots. And just tied with them is the Pineapple Pizza. Let's go Pineapple Pizza. I love Pineapple Pizza, even though Rainey might disagree with this one. It's 27th place, gaining 20 spots into the grid itself. But yeah, the key of this race will be the drivers coming into the pit lane real shortly from German Sim Racing Red, Revolution Sim Racing Blue, and KC Racing Esports, where they will come out in the field, especially those top two, Rainey. What will they strategize coming into their final pit lane?
It's definitely the big thing to think about, because like we said, there's sort of different things in terms of strategy. The race leading car, German Sim Racing Red, they came down pit road a little bit sooner than everyone else in regards to the previous pit stop, but they also took less fuel on board, only 56.6 seconds. So they kind of, what we're thinking they did is they likely kind of split the strategy here. And the question you have to ask yourself here, though, Lorenzo, is are they going to double stint the tires into the final hour? And I think the answer to that question has to be yes. I think that they've double stinted consistently. They did it at the end of the first hour. They did it at the end of the third hour. I think it makes sense that they would double stint at the end of the fifth hour as well. So I think it's pretty, everyone should kind of I'm sure everyone knows likely what this German Sim Racing Red organization is probably going to be throwing in terms of strategy at these guys in terms of the double stint. It'd make no sense for them to do it as consistently as they've done throughout the race and then not do it here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if they double stint the tires. I think every single team will be double stinting the tires coming into the pit lane in a few laps time. As right now, Unverdrews just completes his 40th third and going to his 40th fourth lap on his stint right now. He should be coming into the pit lane as he didn't do a full service. I think he did 90% fuel, so he should be coming up in the next few laps, maybe this one or maybe in the next 2 to 3 laps into his final pit service. And then we have to keep an eye on Patrick Hahn and Revolution Sim Racing Blue, where they actually come out on the track.
Car is still out there on the racetrack. We don't really have too many close fights for position yet, but I think that's likely going to change, Lorenzo, when more of these cars eventually get down on towards pit road. P5 is evidently close on the racetrack, so maybe I have to be corrected there, and indeed I do. It's Revolution Sim Racing Red and Konstantin Stolzenberg, and then PCDC Motorsports Yellow and Florian Denzler. They run 5th and 6th as they head up in towards Druids. Both of these cars on relatively similar strategies, 6-lap difference in terms of stint length right now, Lorenzo, but I'm going to be honest, the way the stint length is varied up and down the field, that's about as similar as it gets amongst cars in your top 5.
Yeah, I think it's the most equal strategy we might have here on the field itself, as Denzler has been on a cleaner lap look compared to Stolzenberg, because Stolzenberg has been averaging around 20.4, so 20 mids, whereas the PCDC Motorsports Yellow Ferrari 488 has been on a 20-point low average lap, so it's natural that Denzler closed down that gap and applies pressure on the blue car of this Revolution Sim Racing Red car, and who knows, maybe grab that spot.
But Konstantin works down the straightaway run in toward clearways. Let's see, working through Clark Curve and back onto the front straightaway. No one will even think about coming down pit road. I would say here, though, Lorenzo, the pit window is officially opened up. An hour and 3 minutes left to go. Well, hour and 2 minutes left to go, rather, as I looked away for a moment. But, pit window is pretty much open from here. So this is actually one of the few situations, I talked about it at the top of the show, that you're never really going to ever get clean track. So, trying to pit to get out of traffic doesn't necessarily make sense. I would argue from this point to the end of the race, if you kind of come up on a big gaggle of traffic near the pit entry, you're probably going to be just better off getting on pit road, getting your final service done, and then getting back out there. Pitting a little bit earlier, a little bit later isn't going to matter. You're still going to need the same amount of fuel to get to the end of the race. So if you can avoid some traffic doing so, now makes a ton of sense to do it with only an hour left on the clock.
If you got a calculator to do maths about relatives, real-time relatives for all drivers in the track, I think that's the time for you to do it now. See where you're going to come out on top. As we have a car off, I think that's the number 17 Alpine Geodesic white car. Just having a little bit of a drive on dark dimension bend, which is sheen turn, but good on lining off the gas, avoiding any possible mistakes. And Densler's still on the pressure on that Revolution Team Racing red car off still some burn.
Yeah, a little bit of damage there on that Alpine Geodesic Racing white car. Actually, in terms of the drama we've seen at Sheen Curves, this is probably the least incident there's been. But I think the damage on that race car, you can see there's no bonnet on that machine, so that's going to be affecting the aero for sure. As things work their way through, as we're still waiting for race leaders to come down pit road. I will say we should be seeing German Sim Racing Red down any time here, Lorenzo. They're currently working lap 46. Longest we've seen anyone go is about 49, 50 laps, I believe, on the long end. And remember, German Sim Racing Red, they cut their fuel fill a little bit short last time they were on pit lane. So the race leading car, I'm honestly thinking they're going to likely be down this lap. And if they're not down this lap, I would be very surprised if they stretch out more than this in terms of gas.
Yeah, I'm on the same end as you are, Randy. I think they should be coming up on this lap. And to be quite honest, strategy-wise, they should be on this lap. It's around an hour or right about on the top of the hour, just less than 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5. Not going to start a countdown. There we go. 2, 1. We're at the top of the hour. So 1 hour remaining.
1 hour remaining in the event, as the counter will tick down to 0, and the race clock disco ball on the top of the Empire State Building will continue moving down to mark the end of the race. So German Sim Racing Red and Fabio in Unverdrus will work through towards Sterling's and come down onto the race onto the back straightaway towards Clearways. And I am fully expecting this 333 Ferrari to peel on a pit road this time. He will work through the final corner, and it turns out I'm a horrible race engineer. He goes for another lap.
Yeah, then again, as I was mentioning earlier in the bracket, they could have gone for the 3-4 or maybe 5/6 of their fuel load and be able to slingshot that load to become a full load. Instead of becoming half a load or 75%, they could go and turn that 75% into a full 100. If you just be able to properly save fuel, work the traffic, just save whenever you need to save on the turns and on the straights. So well done by German Sim Racing Rado, still retaining that 10-second gap from Patrick Hahn and the Revolution Sim Racing Blue, and still be able to do 119s on a daily basis, and with the possible lesser load than the 11 car that's right behind you.
And actually, I mean, that's going to really be the talking point here, Lorenzo, is we've seen Patrick Hahn be quickest when he's out there on new tires compared to everyone on old. So if you're Patrick Hahn, do you know that, and you know that, I think you kind of put yourself in a weird situation here, because I think if you're Patrick, you can almost talk yourself into taking tires here for this final kind of segment of the race, because that's when you've been most impressive, when everyone's double sending the tires. Race leader on pit road, though, possibly the most important sequence of pit stops of the day. Fabio Underdrus pulls down on towards pit lane. Remember, it was full service last time he was on pit road. We're expecting fuel only this time, Lorenzo. That'd be consistent with their strategy all race long. And Revolution Racing, they will inherit the lead as they pull into turn 1. Actually, a driver swap Nick Wiserman is going to get back in the car.
Yeah, Wiserman is going to get back in the car, and that might be interesting because as we saw when Wiserman was driving, he wasn't the fastest driver. He was a very safe driver, but he wasn't the fastest. He was averaging 20 minutes on a daily, on an average basis every single stint he actually was doing. Maybe what could happen is that they feel confident with Wiserman just closing out and not losing the lead.
Yeah, they're taking tires. They got a little bit of repairs as well, at least on my end. So let's see what they do. Will they maybe take, maybe 2 tires? We talked about that. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's going to be a full stop here. Remember, we saw about 56 seconds last time. So a slight short fill. Remember, they did pit early, so they likely filled the tank up. But no, it's actually going to be a full stop, and I don't think they quite they didn't cut the fuel as close as they could have there, Lorenzo. I see 1 minute 2 seconds on the stop for both fuel and tires. You're only running 57 minutes to the end of the race. They've got themselves an extra 9 or 10 laps of fuel they don't need on that race car.
And if it is indeed a full fuel load, and that seems like it, yeah, they're probably going to have as you said, 7 or 8, even 6 laps of fuel remaining on their fuel load. But one thing that I know about the Ferrari is that the Ferrari is not the best car when you're under the low pressure on the fuel. So having that extra load on the car, that might help a little bit in terms of performance out of the 488 GTE car.
I have to say here, Lorenzo, just talking about strategy, like I said, one of the reasons I love going late on the strategy is that you can see what your competitors do and you can respond. Patrick Hahn, remember, was only about 10 seconds off the back over that German sim racing red machine that was leading the way, which means that they're going to know what they just did on the pit strategy, and they have 10 minutes, they have 10 or so laps to think about what they're going to do. I think what they've just seen is going to heavily dictate what they do on this next pit stop, and I'm going to be honest, with them having 10 extra laps of fuel that they likely don't need to take, and seeing them, their competitors just take not only take full fuel but full tires. I think if you're Patrick Hahn, you come down, you basically fill light because you know you can do that, and you do not take tires, and that'll likely give you about a 30 to 40 second edge. I think
the driver's stripping off
because big incident down there at Paddock Hill Bend. Lorenzo caught that on our production feed. I didn't quite notice it out of the corner of my eye, doing a little bit of mental arithmetic, but we'll get a replay up of the cars involved in that incident here in just a couple of moments. But a huge drama down at turn 1. Let's see what happens. The 42 seemed to have been involved in this one, coming off of turn 1 and in towards turn 2. Now, we're trying to figure out exactly which cars that actually was. I see the number 815 of Loris Baumler on my end, hauling the 039 of Jordan Fisher. That was Speedtech Sinsport number 39, so apologies on that. So this was going in towards turn 1, bit of a move up the inside. The 039 just pretty much gets turned around for me, and let's see, off into the gravel. We're lucky that doesn't turn into a bigger incident with the way a couple of those rejoins work, but man, a big incident down there at turn 1, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that could have gone so very wrong because the way the Ferrari was actually looking at the very exit of the turn of Paddock Hill, had he not gone on the brakes and stabilized the car, it could have gone just in the front of the number 11 car of Patrick Hahn, and Hahn would have either to make a very aggressive move while in mid to high speed and avoid the track, or probably just debone him, which would be the most possible likely outcome into a situation like that. So very well done by the 815 to avoid a possible race-changing any wreck for Revolution Sim Racing Blue car.
Keeping half an eye on the lap times here amongst those couple of leaders, because remember, this is going to be relevant as well, Lorenzo. The sort of times that, even though German Same Racing is actually KC Racing Esports come down pit road, so I'll hold my thought. I want to see what they're going to do. Down pit road, they're going to take fuel for sure. Brandon Tabone is currently the driver in the car, and it looks like, yep, there's changing the driver. Keith Camarelli is going to get back in it. So this is I think this is a wise call for them in that respect, Lorenzo, because he's definitely been the hot shoe in that machine. Now the question is going to be, do they take tires? Because I know you can basically do a driver swap and send someone out on old tires, and it ends up working out to about the same. And that's exactly what they're going to do. 30.7 fuel only driver swap. Keith Camarelli rolls back out onto the racetrack.
Camarelli just back coming away from the racetrack. As you can see, Camarelli at the very start of the race, as we were mentioning, was also one of the fastest drivers, keeping up with every single race leader up to this point. And one thing that I really want to see is once Satellite comes out of the pit lane, where they will come out, because if I'm not mistaken, they are right in front of them. But then the relatives can actually fool me for once, and they can still be in fourth place. So the next few laps will be decisive for this matter.
You are right. KC Racing is ahead of Satellite Racing by a pretty wide margin at the moment, especially considering the fact that Satellite still owes us a pit stop. Now, granted, like we said, Satellite's going to have the shortest of all fuel fills of anybody, but that's going to be interesting. Also, and very relevant as well here, though, Lorenzo, German Sim Racing Red, they're more than comfortably out ahead of KC Racing Esports. So you kind of start doing the math, and Keith Camarelli, as quick as he is, he's out there on old tires trying to chase down a pretty considerable lead. Better part of 16 seconds. The margin between him and the second place running German Sim Racing Red car right now. That'd be a big ask for him to reel in on old tires in the final 50 minutes of this event.
Yeah, that would be really complicated for him to close down on the worn tires, and just hope for a wishing star that he actually retains that position when it comes down to the pit lane. But right now, the question remaining is if Patrick Hunt comes into the pits, do you really think he's going to be able to spend 1 full minute? Because if I'm not mistaken, pit lane service from start to finish is around 50 seconds around the track. So half a load or 3/4 of a load is around 29 to 30 seconds-ish. And I would say even 25. So do you think that Hunt is going to come out in front of him? And if so, how many seconds?
Well, that was actually what I was about to start talking about, because I just did that math. Right now, pit lane times have been roughly about 1 minute 16, 1 minute 17, depending on your service, and of course, depending how you get onto and off of pit road. Right now, the gap between the leading number 11 of Revolution Sim Racing Blue and German Sim Racing Red is about 1 minute and 4 seconds, maybe 1 minute 5. So for a full service, the lane time has been 1 minute 17.3, minute 17. We'll just call it 1 minute and 17. Now, you have to add into the fact, though, Lorenzo, that we don't think that this number 11 requires full service. We know they can short fill the car because, I mean, obviously there's under an hour left, and cars have been going close to 1 hour and 7, 1 hour and 8. So you've got, what, 17, 18 minutes less of fuel that you need, and that's counting. They're currently on stint, they're on lap 44 of their stint, so they can go an extra maybe 3-4 laps, and that would get them to about the longest of what we've seen from drivers all day, but I don't think they'll go quite that far. I think they'll likely go 2 or 3 as opposed to 4 or 5. So they're only going to need about, 46, 47 minutes worth of fuel, so they can short fill there, and they can potentially skip tires, which robs another 20 seconds, 30 seconds out of the pit stop time as well. So if you cut tires out and if you cut fuel out, you're going to be cutting the better part of about 40 seconds off your lane time, which that would be giving them the gap at about 27, 28 seconds, I think, if that's what they go for. If they take tires, you got to add, remember, 30 seconds no matter what your fuel fill is. So I think the only way they come out ahead is if they skip rubber. And I think if they take tires, I think it's going to be very close depending on their fill level.
Yeah, because right now they're coming up into 48 minutes. They came in into 40 minutes and a half. 48 minutes and a half on their on the new lap. So if they come into the next lap or two for 48 laps in, they will come in around 44 minutes. That should be roughly 3/4 of a fuel. So yeah, it will be a really interesting development, but from all it looks like, it will be 3/4 for the number 11 car when they come into the pit lane.
Monitoring lap times of some drivers out there. Keith Camarelli, like we mentioned, getting out there in that KC Racing Esports machine. He's not really having the pace on the old tires, which is what we expected last trip around the racetrack, 124.85. You compare that to Nick Schultz-Wizerman at a 119.833 as he works out there. Fastest lap of the race for reference is Ferris Stanley at a 118.739, but we've not seen anyone down near those 118s. Now, I am expecting the Revolution Sim Racing blue car down pit road soon, so let's see what Patrick Hahn does into the final corner and onto the front straightaway. He will not come down pit road yet. He'll go at least another time here, Lorenzo, but you know, are you expecting this car to maybe go the 50 laps we've kind of seen a little bit earlier on?
Not a chance.
Yeah, especially as well, and actually Mr. Paul Smith kind of mentioned it. You can kind of see it visually. The track temp continues to go down a little bit slightly here out there on the racetrack, but we really are in full sunset now. We're not going to get to full darkness. The race is basically going to end as we get to full darkness, but the sunset looking absolutely lovely with the sort of, I mean, we really are racing in golden hour here to the end of the race.
Yeah, we're racing golden hour. One thing that the iRacing service helped a lot in terms of graphical fidelity is the HDR, which I know Mr. Polsman is using, so it enhances a lot of the graphical look, and it gives that a shiny look on the cars with the sun shining brightly on their cars.
Let's see. What's Patrick Hahn going to do this next trip around the racetrack? I think a pit stop is very likely in the works. He's going to be one of the final cars that we're expecting to see come down pit road. Only other car really, I think, is Satellite Racing GT. KC Racing Esports 2 is not yet come down pit road, I don't think, but final pit stop for Patrick Hahn. Let's see what they have on the cards in terms of strategy. Down on towards pit road. What do you got?
No, I was going to say, meanwhile, German Racing Red just coming into Surtees right now, so if it comes down into a neck-to-neck battle, it will come down to the wire, as you can see on the track map.
Track map on screen, you can see the leaders stop. They have not, actually no, they did do a driver swap. Jason Dyer getting into the race car. This is interesting, and this is going to mean that it's going to be a minimum of about a 30-second stop for them. I'm not going to love this if they jack this car up and slap new tires on it, especially on top of taking Patrick Hahn, who's been the quickest all day in this car. 30 seconds or so of fuel. It will roll 31 seconds of fuel. That's going to be roughly a full-ish tank, but they will have the race lead, and they will have a considerable lead, Lorenzo. Roughly 30 seconds is going to be the margin, I think, maybe closer to 20. We'll wait for our timing to get updated to confirm that, because it'll take a moment with them cycling back out onto the racetrack. But Revolution Sim Racing Blue, with 45 minutes left to go in the race, will lead here as they work off a Graham Hill bend. The lead as they run on the racetrack, 19.7 seconds. So what do you make of this strategy, Lorenzo? I think they may have costed themselves a little bit of time with the driver swap, having to get Jason Dyer into the car. Now, granted, they may have had an issue with driver time and had to get Jason back into the car, but I think they I think they probably gave a couple seconds away than they could have potentially risked on fuel. And on top of that, Jason's not really had the speed of Nick Schultz-Wizerman. So German Sim Racing Red, they're potentially in the window if they can get the speed out of the new tires, I think, to chase them down.
Now, as that Hahn and Dyer are thinking that the number 33, the 333 car is actually going to get himself caught up in a lot of traffic up ahead, then they can use the timing up to their favor. Then it becomes sort of a risky move, to be quite honest. I would have left Hahn into the vehicle, into the car itself, and let him finish the race. We got fair share-wise, looking at their laps, Dyer has actually managed to fill up the 25% fair share rule that is necessary for you to finish this race safe and sound, as we got the same speed coming out of the number 39, just real close, and no cigar. The Tripper just makes clean work out of him and try to catch up the battle once again, but the gap now dwindling away a little bit, now 18.8 seconds.
Taking a look, by the way, at the fight in 8th and 9th on the racetrack. This is for track position out there on the racetrack. George Streetley in Pure Motorsport White chasing down Konstantin Stolzenberg in the Revolution Sim Racing Red car. That's, of course, not your leading car we've been keeping an eye on. As down the front straightaway, that Porsche will go. talked about how Porsche and Ferraris were so strong out here, and well, that's definitely been a trend that's continued. We've not even seen BMWs, Lorenzo. Normally you'll see the off BOP cars maybe attrition their way to the front, but we haven't even seen that happen. I think a lot of those bigger BMWs have been the cars that have generally been caught up in incidents, so still all Ferraris and all Porsches up near the head of the field.
Yeah, only for basically this has become a Ferrari Porsche challenge instead of just a three-way battle or even a four-way battle. Unfortunately, we didn't have any more Ford GTs being competitive around here, or even more BMWs being competitive around this track. But it's just the nature of it that favors the Ferrari and the Porsche itself. And fortunately, that's why we're seeing more of a instead of a I'm going to say multi-club or a single class section than a multi-class section per se. But still, we have multi-class battles happening all around the track itself, as we were seeing a battle for P8 and P9.
And they work down into the final sequence of corners and get ready to peel onto the front straightaway. Goes that fight for 8th and 9th out there on the racetrack. Another car, I think, Lorenzo. Actually, side by side. Sorry about that. Not a great exit for that Revolution Sim Racing red car. That caught me entirely off guard, and that's going to be George Streetley moving up a position here at the end of the front straightaway and off of turn 1, defensive into turn 2, because that Revolution Sim Racing red car, Konstantin Stolzenberg, was thinking about it into Druids, but ended up not going for it. But through Graham Hill Bend, he will hold on to that 8th position there. Will Pure Motorsport white. Great move there by Streetley to both make that move and get it defended. But one team here, Lorenzo, that's obviously on the short stick in terms of strategy. Satellite Racing GT, things just haven't really panned out for them. I don't think there's been anything wrong with their strategy, but for your pole sitters, they kind of just got caught up in that incident early with Josh Thompson, and they've never really recovered. They sort of, I loved what they were doing in terms of the fuel strategy. I don't think that's what's caught them off. I think they've just had not great luck with the traffic, and they've since that incident averaged about another 20-30 seconds. I think they had issues with likely damage and damage repairs as well. But considering they've not come down pit road and they're behind all your podium sitters at the moment, pretty much no chance of them getting onto the podium, considering they still owe us a stop.
Yeah, unfortunately, they still have to stop that car, and they're going to be thrown back a few times, and maybe they won't lose a spot. They may be retained for whenever they come out of the pit lane. But still, it is unfortunate for a car that actually started in the pole position, and Ferry Stanley started the car. They got into contact, unfortunately, the very early end of the race, and they just to say they didn't actually call themselves back up into the top 5. They actually did, because they were thrown back. They were thrown back for quite a few spots, if I'm not mistaken, up to P10 when they actually got into the incident and managed to scrap themselves through strategy and guts alone. And regardless, it is a really good job from the number 27 car.
So with that, as we're in a situation now where the second place running car is chasing down your race leader, we have to start monitoring lap gaps here, Lorenzo. Right now, the gap on the racetrack between P1 and P2, we'll bring the graphic up live, 17 seconds, pretty much even, and you can see on the bottom right hand of your screen the way the laps have been closing in for that second place running German Sim Racing red car. Been about consistent at about a half second a lap, Lorenzo, which means it'll take him 34 laps to reel him in. I'm showing that we have roughly 34 laps of this race. So the way it's going right now, if the pace doesn't change in favor of German Sim Racing red, it's likely going to be pretty dang close to about a last lap pass is what that 333 will have to work.
And not only he has to work with the last lap pass, he has to be lucky with traffic and everything else that is played out to his part. Whereas now we have the battle between Jamie Paddock Racing and KCE Sports as the number 2 car. And this is a battle that quite developed in an interesting fashion on the last lap, because if I recall correctly, the number 22 got involved with a contact with, I think, one of the Newman Racing Porsches out of the Sheen corner, or Dark Dimension corner, if you will, and sent the Newman Racing car out of the grass itself. Fortunately, no major damage was collected for both cars.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Flavio Saturnino currently leading this little pack, P6, P7. We will periodically check in with your race leaders, but we'll watch these fights that are close on the racetrack first. They work themselves off the final corner and down the front straightaway, and Flavio, I think, is losing a bit of time, and that's actually interesting to me, Lorenzo, because Flavio in this Gaming Paddock Racing AAA car, I believe out there on newer tires. Let me actually check. Oh yeah, they're on a double stint, but it's a little bit interesting because yeah. So Gaming Paddock Racing, they've been off of pit road more recently, but Kurt Camarelli and KC Racing Esports 2, they've been out there longer, but they're out there on the older rubbers, on the newer rubbers. So they're doing a very good job, and this is essentially a little bit of a preview of what we might see in about 17, 16 laps time amongst our race leaders.
Yeah, but one thing we have to talk about this KC Racing Esports 2 car is can that actually make it to the end of the race. Remember that I think they were one of the first, if not the first car to pit under the pit window, the 1 hour and 5 minute pit window, 1 hour and 2 minute pit window. So they might have to stretch out their fuel tank a few more laps. They have still around 25 more laps on their fuel tank, but I don't think that might be enough, to be quite honest, Randy.
Let's see, that gap gets ever closer as Flavio Saturino, of course, fighting the uphill battle of being on the old tires and the car behind him being on the new and fresh rubber. They work once again back down the front straightaway. That golden glow from the sun in the background lighting up the racetrack less and less. As actually you have the fourth place running Satellite Racing GT machine closing in on this fight. That's Ferris Stanley behind the wheel of that car. Of course, like we said, this car still owes us a pit stop. And actually, no, I don't think Ferris he's not going to be on pit road long enough for these guys to catch him up. But that's good. I think going to be pretty nice feeling for Ferris here, Lorenzo, knowing that he's got basically a full buffer before he starts losing multiple positions. And he's not going to be a full lap buffer before he starts losing multiple spots. And he's only going to lose about 1 at the max when he eventually comes down pit road, and I don't even think that's a guarantee with the splash and dash he's going to have.
I think he's not going to lose a position because here's the thing, PCDC Motorsports Yellow, they're right around at Sterling, so there is a good possibility that if Stanley clears away this train car, right about now, he should be able to retain that first position regardless of if he pits for a full service or not.
A little bit wide at the final corner with the Triple-A to Flavio Saturnino in the background. That Satellite Racing car playing nice, but lap traffic, one of the TeamBRIT Porsche on the left-hand side as drivers cycle on through, so they'll have to stay single file, unfortunately. I'm sure Kurt Camarelli will not be too happy about not being able to take advantage of that, but that Ferrari definitely wants by, headlights flashing into the ever-growing darkness here in the UK. Off of Graham Hill Bend, a little bit of a wiggle for the Triple-A Gaming Paddock Racing car. Into Surtees, no moving, even going to be relatively close through Surtees. Fight's going to be on, though, and what an exit for KC Racing Esports 2 and Kurt Camarelli. Down this back straightaway on the run towards Hawthorne's Bend. Is the move going to be on? No, not close enough, Lorenzo. I thought surely the run would be good enough, but look at the run through Hawthorne's. It'll be an aggressive move up the inside, but he's not going to make it. And I think that's a wise call here with 34 some odd minutes left in the race, Lorenzo. You know you're on new tires, and you know that that's been a move. Although people have made it, it's often resulted in tears today as well. So I think that's a very it's a very mature move there by Kurt Camarelli to not just slot that up the inside, entering the Dingledale sector of the racetrack and forcing the side-by-side scenario there, because a very high likelihood it results in an accident.
Yeah, because had he gone for the move, probably would never be able to stick it out in the end. So good move by Camarelli and a good awareness of his part to not make the move stick. And now there the Satellite Racing GT car goes. Ferrari Stanley just lapping him, and now let's see how fast Stanley actually is going to clear the Gaming Paddock Racing car. But the thing is, that just damaged a lot of Camarelli's chances of making a move, so he will have to strap himself back up for a few laps.
Yeah, so right now between these guys, it's definitely the gaps come down a big way, come in in a big way. We're talking a little bit as well, by the way, the fight for the race lead, that gap has opened up the last lap or so. We'll wait for the lap times to tick through, and it was a horrible lap for Mick Shoot Wizerman that last trip around the racetrack, Lorenzo. We've been talking about how he's been reeling in at about 5 to 6 tenths per lap. Last trip around the racetrack, he was actually nearly 2 seconds slower. He doesn't seem to have any damage on that race car that he didn't have previously, so likely all traffic involved in that one. I'll have a quick look back at his lap, see if there was anything. Oh, he actually had a spinner in front of him at Surtees. Who was that? That looked like one of the CXR racing cars. Indeed it was. Philip Russell in the CXR Project Black 384 at Surtees. He went around, and that was right in front of your second place running car that's trying to chase down Revolution Sim Racing Blue. So Revolution Sim Racing maybe getting a little bit of a freebie there in terms of some time back.
Yeah, a little bit of free real estate for Jason Dyer right now, having a little bit of room to breathe, because he knows he's battling the clock and battling the gap. And he knows the driver right behind him is slightly faster, so he just needs to keep pedal to the metal right now as he closes down to another lap, opens lap 224 out of 270 we have tallied over here in the race, and he just does a 120.621, whereas Mick Wizerman is just coming into the race line and does a 119.177, so nearly a second shredded for the German Sim Racing red drivers. And right now, Dyer needs to open up a little bit of a yellow alert.
It definitely does. Still in the window, even losing that time, is Nick Schultz-Wizerman, but of course, that window is going to tighten up a little bit. We still keep monitoring this fight as well between the 888 and the 22. That gap closing in to just a couple tenths of a second. You can see as well Jordan Fisher in the number 039 running in 20th. We're going to take a look at a replay here. What would have happened on the SpeedTech SimSport 39? That looks like it's through Clark Curve. Yeah, there is a lot of damage on that race car. Let's see where this would have potentially happened. Going down in towards turn 1, a little bit of a nose from one of the full send racing Ferraris, but he seems to handle that cleanly. And then the run off of Paddock Hill Bend looks fine. Druids looking good as well. Not sure where that damage may have come from. Headlights blazing. Not really sure where that damage came from, Lorenzo, where the incident might have been. We're going to have another look here. That's coming off of Graham Hill Bend. Actually, no, I take that back. I think we're back to live pictures. So regardless, a lot of damage on that race car right now.
Yeah, a lot of damage on that number 55 car. I think the funny thing is, regardless if they have damage or not, they're still the biggest movers of this race. They still have their plus 22, and oh boy, this might change a little bit of the perspective for KC Racing Esports. Kurt Camilleri has just been black flagged, so he has to take a trip down pit lane for his pit service.
That's unfortunate for the car that's currently running third. And actually, what's the gap?
No, that's 7th.
Oh my, is that the third time I've done that now?
Second, from what I can recall.
So second time I've done that. Apologies to KC Racing Esports too. Satellite Racing actually is going to make their final pit stop here, Lorenzo. So under half an hour to go when they eventually make their pit stop. This is going to be probably the shortest pit stop of the event, I'd wager. 10 seconds is currently where they are. Of course, no driver swap for this one. Going to be fuel only going into that car, I think, logically, as we wait, and away they go. 18.8 seconds as they work their way back out onto the racetrack, and they don't even lose a spot. They hang on to P4. Florian Denzler not even close. He's currently working at a Hawthorne, so nearly half a lap Satellite Racing GT has, and they hold on to that top 4 spot inside the top 5.
Yeah, it's not surprising that Satellite would actually retain that position. He would only lose that position if he actually does only if he did a full service, and he only had lost a lot of time on the traffic itself. As right now we got again, as you can see on the screen, German Sim Racing Red again, one more lap, grabbing 7 tenths out of Jason Dyer. So it's becoming second by second, lap by lap, really complicated situations for Revolution Sim Racing Blue and Jason Dyer. He just needs to pick up the pace, because that's 120.5 average is not working one bit to the team itself.
We've also had, by the way, the 064 sat on pit road for 6 minutes. That's been the TeamBRIT entry. That's, of course, the entry that was, I believe, involved in all that drama at the start looking at this. So they've had some more drama out there on the racetrack, sadly. The 068 still out there back and running, though. Matt Allen behind the wheel, looking like he's going to be the one to bring it back home. And then, of course, the other TeamBRIT entry still out there running on the racetrack as well, as teams and drivers continue working their way through. The 067 is the one that's still out there. Yes, Anthony back in the Porsche. But regardless, monitoring lap gaps, 13.1 right now, the gap right now, Lorenzo. So even though he had that moment between first and second, even though Nick Schultz-Witherman had that moment where he, lost a little bit of time with some traffic and a car spinning in front of him, he's still well within the window and pace to bring this gap down before this race is over.
Yeah, I think he should be able to grab that, down that gap up to around a second. If I had to make calculations right now, we still have around 26 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in this race. I would say around maybe 2 minutes, maybe on the final 2 laps. I would say, yeah, second to last lap should be coming now within the second gap, and then start working for a second to last lap or even a last lap pass.
Some of our other fights are starting to stretch out, by the way. Remember, we were monitoring that fight for P6, P7 between Flavio Saturino and Gaming Paddock Racing and George Streetley and Pure Motorsport White. That's starting to open up a little bit, Lorenzo, at a second and a half. Remember, we had some faster traffic. I believe it was Satellite Racing split these two. They've since had slower traffic that has split this duo, and really George Streetley has been unable to respond. So coming up towards 25 minutes left to go in the race, George, not only does he have to navigate the traffic, but he has to get up there quickly. As we look side by side for P16, this is coming through about the midway point of the lap. Here comes, I believe it's Daniel Ferguson up the inside. Daniel's got the moves. Give me up the outside. They're going through Sheen Curve. I believe that. No, I take that back. That was Westfield. Now through Sheen Curve on the run down towards Sterling's. And he's got that move well and truly clear, and he's really made short work of it, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he made short work out of it, as you can see on the replay. He just has the overlap coming into the turn itself. The overlap just favoring the number 55 car, as in the number 92 just backing off the gas, just trying to get a better exit, just couldn't get the runoff he wanted. And fortunately for him, he tried to close the gap once again coming into the Sheen curve, but just ran off too wide into the exit of Sheen and just had to lift off the gas a little bit and lost some time out of it. But the thing is, if he wants to try to make a move once again, Spencer McCarty, he needs to do it now, because the guy in the Furious Sim Sport, Martin Plowman, just bit by bit clawing away, clawing himself back up, just right behind the 2 Revolution Sim Racing cars that are right in front of him. And then if he clears them away, or it gets cleared, he can actually try to make an overtake move in the next few laps.
Yep, I was about to mention that as well, that Martin Plowman 1.7 seconds off the back of Spencer McCarthy in this fight for 17th and 18th on the racetrack. So Spencer definitely not going the way he wants to at the end of this stint. He's already lost 1 spot in the last couple laps and looking like he might be on pace to lose another. Still monitoring your race leaders, 11.5. Currently, the gap is 11.9 at the line, so Nick Schultz-Witherman's already reeled in half a second over the course of this lap as they sit, and looks like he's got relatively clean track in front of him. Indeed, that's the situation. What's your racing leader look like in terms of lap traffic? Actually, not much as they head towards front straightaways, so probably going to be getting that gap down to about 11 seconds, I'd reckon here, Lorenzo, by the time we get to the end of this lap.
Yeah, he should come up around 10 seconds if they keep going like this, as Dyer just comes up to start lap 250 out of 270, just did a 120.606 as he comes down to Paddock Hill into Druids Bend. And right now, German Sim Racing, Nick Schultz-Witherman, yeah, 119.7, so 11 seconds. I thought it would be around the 10-second gap, but no, it's still around the 11 second, but it will be 10 seconds when you come down to lap 251.
Yeah, 9/10 of a second is what that last lap brought him in. So you can see still that that lap chart comparison underneath that second place runner, all green in comparison to the man at the head of the field, and the live gap now under 11 seconds as the race leader about halfway around the track in German Sim Racing Red. They're a little bit ways down the road, like we've been saying for a while here now. So one thing I've also had here, Lorenzo, just keeping half an eye out. Remember, we were talking about potentially lap 270 being what this race goes to. My live timing is updated. It's now showing its estimated final lap at lap 269. So the number 333 German Sim Racing Red car, the sun going down, might be helping the pace for everybody, and that means it takes a lap out of the lap total. That's the exact opposite of what the 333 wants.
Yeah, totally the opposite of what the 333 wants, and because he wants to have clear traffic and everything else, and so far he's gonna grab 2 cars ahead of him. I think there are 2 cars, I think 2 Porsches on the traffic itself, so he has to make clear work of the traffic. Actually, it isn't a Porsche, it is a BMW and then a Porsche itself, so he wants to clear off. And who knows, that might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise for Jason Dyer, as he has more of a clear traffic than the 333 car, so he can breathe for these next few laps.
Corn Birches, by the way, as your race leader went through on the run into Surtees, he had a bit of a half spin exiting Graham Hill Bend. Ended up not having any real major problems, just got himself re-entered. That's one of the teammates of your current race leading Revolution Sim Racing machine. That was Revolution Sim Racing Pink who had that problem. But now under 10 seconds here, Lorenzo, and like we've been saying, you know, roughly 20 or so laps to go here. What Nick has to be reeling in over 20 laps to get there is about half a second a lap, and that's what he's been doing pretty consistently. So I think it's pretty much guaranteed that Nick is at least going to get there by the last couple laps of this event. And keep in mind, if push comes to shove and if there's blows maybe exchanged between these couple cars on the last couple laps, KC Racing Esports and Keats Camarelli all over the gap, trying to go as fast as they can to bring that gap down and be the one to maybe eat off their spoilers.
Yeah, because right now I think Nick has the better overall pace compared to Dyer, and he's doing the more cleaner lines. Of course, we have to call it also the rubber out of his car, so he has more fresh rubber than the Revolution Racing Blue, which is double steamy. Their stint and the 3/4 stints they are doing at this final hour and a half here at this track. So as you can see, the German fishermen are just blinking the cars, as we still have the battle for P6 going on between Pure Motorsport White and German Paddock Racing, as Flavio Saturnino once again getting pressure, not from Camilleri this time, but one George Streetley.
Yeah, George Streetley doing everything he can to keep this battle alive here on Flavio Saturnino. They come off of Druids and the run down towards Graham Hill Bend, screaming through. Such a fun corner, turn number 3 here at Brands Hatch. Haven't talked about it as much. And actually, Flavio, not a great run. That gap will come down to, I think, about 3/10 of a second. Through Surtees, will we get the good run here? Answer is kind of, sort of, maybe, but not an amazing one. There's no lap traffic in front, so no slipstream for Flavio. But George Streetley will have it up the inside. At Hawthorne is definitely brave, but he's not going to go for it. They'll stay single file as they run through Derek Minner Straight and get ready to cut on towards Westfield and through the Dingle-Dell sector of the racetrack. So Flavio Saturnino here, Lorenzo, on the older tires, doing a splendid job out here in P6.
Yeah, he's done a major job with those worn tires and that 911 RSR. And you can even see he's actually making a lot of work out of it, the car on track. He had a few wiggles when battling against Kurt Camilleri. You can see that he's also having small wiggles and some small one-offs against Streetley. But here's the thing, Streetley is just coming out hungry, and he's probably not going to be able to move here coming up on Druids. He's not going to have the runoff, but just going to close out the gap, and who knows, maybe after Surtees he's going to maybe have a chance.
So let's see here, Flavio working through Graham Hill Bend once again on the run towards Surtees. Both of these cars on old tires, but Flavio seems to be struggling with the traction a little bit more. Off of Surtees, big wiggle, you can see it. no actual adhesion to the road, really, for that gaming paddock racing car. George Streetley, he had a chance last lap, didn't go for it. Is he going to be more keen this time? Answer's going to be no. He shows the nose, Lorenzo, but he backs out of it, being relatively brave, and I'd say especially brave with the closing time here. If Flavio's able to figure out what's going on with that race car, maybe it's swings the brake bias, or perhaps even the traction control a little bit around to get that car behaving a little bit better on throttle, George may not get any more better opportunities than that. I think that was about his best chance. But that said, to make a move up into Hawthorns, you really do have to be nearly fully alongside, and George wasn't. So at the same time, pulling out of that move likely very wise as well.
Yeah, that was very wise from Streetley to back out of that move, because if he had gone for it, he would have gone wrong very certainly for the number 10 car, and now he's going to work himself again, coming to the paddock hill, just trying to get a good run on that AAA Porsche that he has right ahead of him. He's not going to have that run. He's going to work himself all the way back up into Surtees once again as they come into Graham Hills Bend. And one thing to notice here, Rennie, gap is now on 8 seconds.
Yep, 8.5 seconds right now, the gap, and we have roughly about 13, 14, maybe 15 laps to go, depending on how you count it. I'm showing lap 254 of 269 in my live timing, so I'll monitor that. And actually, it's come down again. It's now at 7.8 since that lap was completed. 6th and 7th on the racetrack, still close. Streetley didn't even get close to making a move on the run in towards Hawthorns, so they'll stay single file, and I think I hear some lap traffic ahead of them. Indeed, I do. It's Phil Russell in the CXR Project Black Ferrari, and that's going to check up the Porsche at the head of this little pack. The AAA to Flavio Satorino gets slowed down, and George Streetley, if he didn't smell blood in the water before, he's definitely going to now. Cue the Jaws music in towards Clark Curve for the 252nd time, and down the front straightaway. Draft in full effect from George Streetley. Will he make the move? Down at Paddock Hill Bend, he's going to take a look to the inside, and he seems more keen this time, not going to be cutting it out, but they both struggle for traction, they both wiggle, and it's going to be Flavio who holds on to P6.
Yeah, because good move from Flavio to actually retain that lead. He gave a little bit of room to work with for Streetley, but Streetley had to back out a little bit and had to disengage his accelerator, had to shift down a little bit so he could avoid contact. And now he's not going to have the run he wanted to coming out into Surtees. He's just going to have to close down the gap and remain a passenger for one more lap. And that might be building up a little bit of frustration on that number 10 of Pure Motorsport white car.
Maybe a little bit, but I'd say George is being really patient here, Lorenzo. I mean, you talk about the fact that, you know, yeah, maybe there could be a little frustration, but I think the way that George has backed out of the moves, I think he's just realized the move wasn't on. I don't think it was a, you know, kind of earlier, you know, think about what we saw through the end of the, you know, into the middle of the second stint with Josh Thompson and the way he was defending, and that big aggressive move from KC Racing trying to make that move on him. I'd say that was more of a move out of frustration. I don't think George has felt any of the moves that have been on the way the likes the Camarelli driver early in the race probably thought the moves on were on with Josh Thompson, and why we eventually saw what we saw. So I don't think we're going to see a desperation move out of George Streetley just yet.
No, I don't think there will be a desperation move either, unless it comes down to the wire like last 10 minutes of this race. As right now we have around nearly 14 minutes left in this race, therefore around 10 laps more into Brent Zachat, 11 more laps here into this race. So while the frustration still hasn't built up, gap between Schultz of Visserman and Dyer is around, as you can see on the screen, it's 6.5 seconds.
Oh, Lorenzo, I'm going to interrupt you. Flavio Satorino, big wiggle. Coming out of Hawthorns, George Streetley was able to close the gap to Flavio. Excellent defensive driving, was able to hold on to the position. Now they work through Dingledale and up towards Sheen Curve once again as they work in towards Sterling's. And Flavio Satorino, he likely just saw the 6th position, well, his life in the 6th position flash before his eyes, and he's going to hold on to P6 for now. And George Streetley, I think, knows that even though he's the car behind right now, he is the one with the advantage. Replay up on screen as they work down Pilgrim's Drop and in toward Hawthorne Hill. Watch that car out in front. Big wiggle of oversteer And you can see, luckily for Flavio there, Lorenzo, while he did get loose, he sort of half spun onto the racing line, which meant that there was really nowhere for Streetley to go.
Yeah, there was nowhere for Streetley trying to make a move in. Had he had around 150 more meters of tarmac to work with, maybe he could actually pull off the move. But one thing that will, if we go back into the lead battle once again, one more second loss for Revolutions Team Racing Blue, because he has a major problem right now called Satellite Racing GT. Dyer just can't get into the back bumper off Stanley's car and trying to make an overtake and lap the car ahead of him. He's just not working it out for him.
12 minutes left in the race, and right now the gap is 5.5 out there on the racetrack. We'll keep an eye on how this actually changes. 5.4 right now. Does the slipstream help out the number 11th car on the run into Hawthorne? Seems the answer is going to be no. And, you know, could this be a little bit of a situation, Lorenzo? We talk about the fact that we've not seen this car on double standard tires all day, and now he's gotten into a car. That Satellite Racing GT car has not been slow, and is definitely not a car that's off the pace. So in a lot of ways, that's the worst car you could probably be reeling into, especially if you're on old tires, and especially if you're potentially having issues with the aero push. If you're struggling with a car tight behind another car in traffic, especially through these fast corners, you know, this is a nightmare situation for Revolution Sim Racing Blue and Jason Dyer.
It's the worst case scenario you can ever face. Of course, like lapping people that are ahead of you, you know, that are slower than you, yeah, that's one thing. But imagine if you're the guy that is leading the race, you're not having the best pace out of the entire field, and you got drivers that are consistently being faster than you. You know, what can you do to try to, you know, lap those guys? Would you really risk trying to lap those guys and lose a lot of practice time, even though you're leading with this slight margin of 5 seconds? Would you try to risk it? I don't think so. So if I was Dyer for a little bit, I was just hang back on the back bumper of Stanley and just work the draft. You know, he's being fast. He can be fast as well.
Gap still 0.4 of a second between Flavio Saturino and George Streetley as they work off on towards the front straightaway as we approach 10 minutes left into the PCDC and TeamBRIT 6 hours of Brands Hatch as they work through. 5 seconds is the gap right now between P1 and P2, and I'll update that as it's changed over the lap. Currently 4.6 seconds, and right now 4.6 seconds, Lorenzo, likely going to be closer to 4, I think, when Nick eventually gets to start finish, and it's actually closing down as he works through Clark Curve. 10 minutes, that's going to be, I think, about, what, 7 laps remaining.
7.
He's still very, very close here in terms of the lap counter. I'm showing lap 259 of lap 269, but I don't think we have 10 minutes. Excuse me, I don't think we have 10 laps of racing left to go. I think this race is likely going to end closer to 266, 267.
Yeah, I think that as well, as right now the gap closes down to 4.25 between Dyer and Visserman. So Visserman, again, like I mentioned, if he comes down to the wire, he will come down to the final 2 laps where he will be within the 1 second margin from Dyer himself. But then again, Dyer just need to play his cards right and hope, and I mean hope, that Visserman just makes a mistake in one of these laps and the gap stabilizes just for 1 marginal lap.
Oh, we got an incident in the background. We got a yellow Porsche. Was that the fight for 6th and 7th?
Number 10.
It was. The AAA Gaming Paddock Racing and the 10 off of the racetrack. What in the world happened here? Coming through Clark Curve, replay up on screen. Flavio Saturino just clips the grass on the left-hand side and trying to correct. He gets into Konstantin Stolzenberg. Not the way that fight would ever want to finish there, Lorenzo. That is a heartbreaker for both of those guys. That's going to promote a couple cars, and damage seems to be terminal on Pure Motorsport White's George Streetley. He's pulled off onto the gravel trap, and his day is done. That is a disaster for Pure Motorsport White. You have to feel for them. Absolutely no fault of their own. That's just wrong place, wrong time. But at the same time, it's not like the triple, you know, that's just, we've seen a couple drivers make that mistake all day from AAA Gaming Paddock Racing. Incredibly disappointing that the battle ended like that. but I'm just happy he didn't end on someone, you know, maybe doing something silly and defending silly, or maybe trying to throw a silly pass. That seems, you know, it's a heartbreak, but it's not a huge disappointment, so to speak.
No, it's not a huge disappointment at all. That was a really unfortunate incident, if I have to say so myself. And unfortunately, Streatley was caught up in the worst end of it and had a terminal damage, which is a rear right suspension, and maybe probably some other suspension steering damage and things like that, and even probably a left front suspension damage on his Porsche. So the accrue of damage that he had is just too much for him to repair on time, and he was actually going to be losing a lot of time. That's really unfortunate for them.
What this means is that we can focus our energy entirely on the race lead for the next 7 minutes. And just now, Jason Dyer was able to put a lap car between himself and Nick Schut-Weiserman. Before, and just a couple moments ago, there was not a single lapped car between the two of them. Gap now, Lorenzo, down to 2.6 seconds between Dyer and Weiserman as they work their way into Surtees.
Yeah, because one thing that worked up a little bit for Weiserman is that the first guy on the scene that came into Clark's curve during that incident was actually Dyer, and Dyer had to back out a little bit and go way deeper into the inside of Clark's curve to avoid any possible contact with any of the involved cars. So that's why he lost a little bit of time. And of course, traffic once again working in the favors of Weiserman himself. The gap is now 2.3 seconds between the 11 car and the 333.
There's more traffic out ahead. Not far up, we still have Satellite Racing GT, but Ferris Stanley has been able to open that gap. So that, even though there's technically traffic on the racetrack, I don't think that's going to be hampering your race leader at all. Then you get to the KC Racing Esports car of John Agayas, this KC Racing Esports 3. Then you get to Revolution Sim Racing Red and Konstantin Stolzenberg. And then you get to Phil Russell. And then there's more cars ahead of them as well, as actually Satellite Racing able to get around the first of those cars of John Agayas. So lap traffic quickly going to become a factor. Car in the background, by the way, the second place running car, able to get clear of the lap traffic. They lost a couple tenths in doing so, but now that they're back in the clean air, they're already starting to reel that race leader of Jason Dyer back in. Gap now 2 seconds with 5 minutes left to go.
You can see that Weiserman's just right on the back bumper of Dyer himself. You can see right on the camera shot, right in he comes to Hawthorns. There he is. There's Weiserman just saying a little bit of a hi to Mr. Dyer himself, as Dyer has now a KC Racing Esports, also the Satellite Racing GT, another Ferrari, and also another Ferrari at the Exo Surly. So traffic just coming into the worst of times for the number 11 drivers. So that will be a major factor in these final laps of this race.
How nicely will the traffic play? A lot of times, it's the relationship between teams and drivers that dictates the finish in races like these. When traffic gets important, I don't know who that slow car was. I think just letting traffic through. Philip Russell and Jason Dyer will just get clear. But the next in line is going to be John Agayas. He throws a move actually on that machine in front of him, and he's going to come up between your leaders as well. And I think actually that's going to be a benefit for your race leader there, Lorenzo, because that was a bit of an aggressive move there from Mr. John Agayas, I think, trying to move his way up a spot, and that mistake actually hampered your second place runner a little bit. The gap opens up a few tenths because of that mistake.
Yeah, it opened up a few tenths. Right now it's between 2.2 second gap between the leader himself and Weiserman, and now Weiserman has to work two cars, and the worst thing is the first car, okay, is the CXR. Of course, he's gonna catch him in the worst place possible as he come down into Dingledale all the way down to Sheen. Just clears him off, but the problem is the next car is a Revolution Racing, if I'm not mistaken. That's the pink car he has to work himself with, and that's a teammate for Dyer. So teammate orders.
Well, it's not only that, it's not the pink car, it's the red car of Konstantin Stolensberg, but that car is under no obligation, I feel, to pull off the racetrack, Lorenzo, because only 5 seconds back is the KC Racing Esports car of Kurt Camilleri. So even though, yes, you can make the argument if that's a team car and they shouldn't get involved in the fight for the race win, they're fighting for positions in the top 10 in their own right, and 5 seconds is far enough back. If you just pull off the racetrack, that you could potentially lose that spot. The gap still stabilizes, though, at 2 seconds amongst your top two, but there is a buffer between your leader and the second place running car, and that buffer is the teammate of the leader. So while I don't think they're going to block that second place running car, Lorenzo, like you said, they're not going to make it easy, and having them fighting for 7th and 8th is going to make that all the more complicated, as I believe we're going to be coming towards 2 laps to go at the stripe.
Yeah, and the thing is, Paul Smith actually said it precisely over here. The race direction is handing out penalties for ignoring blue flags for this race. So here's the thing: are you going to ignore a blue flag, or just going to not going to ignore it, but just make it difficult? As you can see, Stolzenberg making life difficult for just German Sim Racing Red as he comes into the inside of Sterling's, dives deep into it, makes the overtake, but loses a little bit of traction because now the gap's now back up to 2 seconds.
2 seconds, but he'll have 2 laps to work it here as he works down the front straightaway and in towards Paddock Hill Bend, Lorenzo, and this is going to be the best laps he has put in all day long. They have to be. There's no more traffic really out in front of these guys. Satellite Racing is on pace. They will not catch them. Fury Sinsport, they take that back. Martin Plowman is off the pace, and your race leader is going to catch him at an awkward time. That's going to check him up. Martin needs to get out of the apex, and just slipping through is your second place running car. The gap's still at 2 seconds, though.
Yeah, still at 2 seconds, now 1.9, so it decreases and increases every single turn that they make it into this track. Right now, 1.7 is the gap, once again, between Visserman and Dyer. So Visserman needs to make a hasty move right now. He needs to be within a second himself of Dyer if he wants to try to think of an overtake, but I don't think that will be enough for the number 333 car. I think Dyer, unless he makes a mistake or something of that nature, knock on the wood once again, he has this race on the bag.
We'll have to wait and see, though, as they work through Sterling for the penultimate time. The gap is down to 1.2 seconds. Nick Schultz-Witherman hooked up Sterling better than he has all day, and it may have been important. Clark Curve for the penultimate time. White flag will be waving at the starter stands at Brands Hatch in the PCDC and TeamBRIT 6 hours of Brands Hatch. 1.1 seconds will be the gap at the stripe, and does Witherman have it in him to reel it in through through Paddock Hill Bend for the final time? The gap will come down a 10th up until Druids, one of the most iconic corners in motorsports for the UK. Some of the most iconic motorsports moments have happened there. Nothing will happen here yet through Graham Hill Bend for the final time, and Jason Dyer will open that gap up a couple of tenths. German Sim Racing Red is running out of time. The team that has been the quickest through the first 5 hours leads by about 9/10 of a second. Down Pilgrim's Drop for the final time. The gap comes down 9/10 of a second. Will it get to 8 before they turn in? No. Nick Schultz-Witherman running out of opportunities. It'll have to be a last chance dive if he's close enough. Surely in towards Sterling's will be the only opportunity left through Dingle Dell for the final time. Sheen Curve. We've seen drama here all day long. Flashing of the lights coming through Sheen in towards Sterling for the final time. After 6 hours of racing, the gap is down to 0.6 of a second. Can Witherman maybe somehow win a drag race off of Clark Curve through the final corner for the final time? Little oversteer for Jason Dyer. That'll close the gap, but not enough. And Revolution Sim Racing Blue will hold on to win the PCDC and TeamBRIT 6 hours of Brands.
Nick Schultz-Witherman just coming out of second place. The gap between both drivers, 0.388 between Visserman and Dyer. So Dyer just winning by a thin margin against the 333 car. We have KC Racing Esports coming into the line right now. Keith Camilleri just coming into Clark's Bend, and he will round out the podium in third place. A good placing for Team KC Racing Esports, and fourth place will most likely be within Satellite Racing GT as they come out into Hawthorne's Bend, and they still have to work the Dingle Dell.
They had a 1 minute advantage over the 5th place running car of PCDC Motorsports Yellow and Florian Denzler. So Ferris Stanley is definitely in a very comfortable situation as Satellite Racing, but for Revolution Racing Blue, they're going to start, Revolution Sim Racing Blue, they're going to meet up with their teammates, both the red and the pink car, and they work down in towards Surtees, and I think they're more than pleased with themselves here, Lorenzo. Not only do they have 2 cars in the top 10, but their other teammate finishing inside the top 20. I believe that's all 3 of their entries. I think they only had 3 cars, not 4. I'm correct. So all 3 cars in the top 20 in the upper half of the field, and 1 winning and another one in the top 10. That's a great day for Revolution Sim Racing, not only as a single car winning the race, but for that entire organization. Great day of racing for them at Brands Hatch.
A great day for racing at Brands Hatch for that team itself. Of course, unfortunately, we had a few contacts, but that doesn't take away the merit of the team itself to lead for 5 hours straight, and whenever they came down to the wire, they clutched it out and got the win itself. And also, a great congratulations to all that finished this race and raise awareness for being disability drivers, and show that it just is more than just sim racing or racing itself.
So with that, 6 hours of racing comes to a close, and let's go down your final race results. 267 laps are run in 6 hours and 29 seconds here at Brands Hatch, and it's Revolution Sim Racing Blue, Jason Dyer being the driver to bring them home for victory here today. But it was not only Jason, but of course Patrick Hahn wheeling that machine to victory over the course of the 6 hour event. German Sim Racing Red, 0.3 of a second. You have to wonder about the traffic there on the closing laps. That's going to be such a frustrating thing for them to deal with, and they will come up just short, and Nick Schultz-Weiserman is likely going to be the most frustrated driver on the grid leaving here today. KC Racing Esports will round out your top 3 with Satellite Racing GT, your pole sitters. They'll hold on to a 4th place finish after their early race dramas, and PCDC Motorsports Yellow rounding out the top 5. Gaming Paddock Racing in 6th was Revolution Sim Racing Red in 7th. KC Racing Esports 2 in 8th. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black in 9th, and PCDC Motorsports Blue will round out your top 10. In towards your top 20, Newman Sim Racing Black in 11th. SROC Racing Green in 12th, Venomworks Sim Racing Silver in 13th, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing White in 14th, Speed Tech Sim Sport in 15th, that's number 55 car, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Red in 16th, CXR Project Black, Full Send Racing, Speed Tech Sim Sport number 39, and Revolution Sim Racing Pink will round out your top 20. Fury Sim Sport in 21st, Team Down Under in 22nd, TeamBRIT in 23rd, Paceworks Esports White, Pacework Esports White, Pure Motorsport Yellow, and Pure Motorsport White will be 24th, 25th, and 26th. Big Bone Racing GT in 27th, Pineapple Pizza Racing in 28th, TeamBRIT 29th, and KC Racing Esports rounding out the top 30. And rest of your field, Newman Sim Racing Blue, Full Send Racing 69, Newman Sim Racing Green, CXR Project Black number 384, PCDC Motorsports Green, Full Send Racing 88, TeamBRIT number 64, KC Racing Esports 4, CXR Project Black 44, German Sim Racing.de, Pacework Williams Gym Esports, Venomworks Sim Racing Orange, Full Send Racing number 79, Escuderia Madrid Racing Team number 13, PCDC Motorsports Red, Paceworks Esports Blue, and Pineapple Burger Racing will round out the 47 car fields. We are going to step aside for a couple moments on RaceSpotTV. We have to catch our breath after an exciting finish after 6 hours of racing. Do not go away. We'll be right back for post-race coverage after the PCDC and TeamBRIT 6 hours of Brands Hatch, sponsored by SimAbility.
Racing Academy trains and equips disabled drivers with race licenses, ready to take on any circuit in the world. And
almost all of TeamBRIT's drivers are disabled military veterans. They're aiming to make history by becoming the first ever all-disabled team to compete in the Le Mans 24-hour endurance race.
Lost both his legs in Afghanistan, but in 2 years' time, he's dreaming of Le Mans.
It's only 10 years to go from laying in a bed with no legs to racing at one of the biggest races in the
And
world.
I felt like with TeamBRIT, which was really amazing for me, is that I've done wheelchair racing and competed at high levels with people with disability and stuff, but this is the actual first sport you can do where it doesn't matter if you're disabled or not. You don't have to explain that or anything. You're just another driver competing against other able-bodied people.
Yeah, I was reading the point about TeamBRIT is obviously you're going to be racing against able-bodied drivers. There's absolutely no difference. You're at the rookie stage. You said you're about a month in.
Every time I get in the car, I want to do the best I can. You know, everybody wants to win, but this is a journey we're on, and it's a very steep learning curve.
Most of the guys being injured and ex-military, it's carried through. So the camaraderie is pretty top-notch. But when it comes to business and, you know, getting out on track, everyone bucks up, gets serious and gets down to it.
It's a serious race team and we're all here to race.
The hand controls that we use are top notch. They're the best in the world. Produced in Britain.
I've never thought I would get the opportunity to be part of something at such a high level.
Although we are all disabled people, it doesn't mean we have to sit on the sofa and moan about what we can't do.
Same track, same cars, same race, competing on equal terms and winning on a global stage.
Well, what an event it has been, and what else could you really hope for an event sponsoring such a good cause, such a noble cause, for it to be an exciting one with an exciting finish. And I'm gonna be honest, Lorenzo, that's one of the most exciting endurance races I've done in a long time. We'll take a look again at your top 10 results that we'll bring up on screen at Revolution Sim Racing Blue, of course, taking victory. But in terms of you know, 6-hour endurance races, Lorenzo, that kind of had everything. You had strategy calls, you had wildly different strategy calls, and not only that, but the strategy was important, and it really came down to the wire, not only on the strategy, but how that strategy affected your on-track pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry. I had the microphone muted. I am muted, sorry. But here's the thing. The strategy actually played out for a lot of different teams, and unfortunately for Revolution Sim Racing Blue car, for the number 11, it worked out in the perfect time for them. They came with a really good gap and around 20 seconds and worked the traffic on their favor. And fortunately for them, the 333 car just didn't have enough time or paced itself to try to make an overtake at the very last lap, and fortunately it came out of the race bin, but it was close nevertheless. And Satellite Racing GT also with a perfect fuel strategy. They were actually in the lead at the very start of the race, but after a few incidents, were thrown back a few spots up to P11, up to P15, and with just strategy itself alone, stretching out the field as max as they could, managed to get themselves a 4th place in this 6-hour event. But nevertheless, with this, the results itself don't matter much. What matters is raise awareness for a good cause, which is the main point of this race. And I thank all the drivers that finished this race for partaking in the 6-hour event and raising such a good awareness, which is disability itself.
And, you know, talking a little bit about the race itself, Lorenzo, I always say that sometimes these 6-hour endurance races, they can come down to just a single decision, not a sequence of decisions. And I really think we saw that from Revolution Sim Racing Blue. I think it was really that first round of pit stops that put them in such a dominant position. They were at the head of the field most of the day. They qualified 3rd and they were running 2nd as we approached sort of the first cycle of pit stops. But it was really that call of so many cars going to the double stint and them deciding to go maybe the more conservative route and putting 4 brand new tires on the race car. And you know, that was really what put them in that dominant position to win the race. Yeah, there was some attrition that happened. You have the incident, you know, a couple incidents with Josh Thompson, one with the Satellite Racing GT car and the other with one of the KC Racing esports machines, you know, that definitely helped out the Revolution Sim Racing Blue team. But, you know, they were still at that phase of the race, especially after the first stop, clearly the quickest car out there on the racetrack by a wide margin, purely from the strategy. And really, they just rode that wave of momentum all the way to the end of the race.
Absolutely, they were always within contention for the win of this race. If they were a little bit far back compared to what Satellite Racing GT, the Paceworks, William G Esports, and Josh Thompson, even the KC on Kate Camilleri when he was fighting for the top 3, were actually finally duking it out on the racetrack. They were always within contention. We were never out of the race, so it was a good strategy on their part to pit on the right time, have the pace on the right time, make sure that Patrick Hahn and Jason Dyer kept the car on track safe and sound, avoid the incident limit, and at the end, like I mentioned, come out with the win at the end of the 6-hour event.
So 6 hours of racing came down to a margin of 0.3 of a second. If there's an extra lap, German Sim Racing Red, I think, wins this race. There's a little bit less traffic in those closing moments. German Sim Racing Red might win this race, but Revolution Sim Racing Blue able to hold on, and that is going to close out our coverage of the PCDC and Team Brit 6 hours of Brands Hatch, brought to us by SimAbility. We have to thank everyone who made this possible. Of course, Istvan Ballo from Track Cams 22 and Track Cams Gourmet for the support of us and providing the beautiful camera angles you see us use. Paul Smith was the one pointing those cameras at certain places here, deciding which ones to use. Normally you'd hear his voice on the broadcast, but not feeling well, he just let myself and Lorenzo handle the reins. Very brave decision, that one. We have to thank all the sponsors that made this possible. PCDC, we mentioned them. Be sure to check out their website. Great bit of guys putting on and supporting these special events. This is the 1-year anniversary of the first running of this event last year, and I hope these continue to get put on with various car combinations and at various tracks, supporting out Team Brit. And of course, Team Brit, a great organization, working with those struggling with disabilities and getting them into motorsport. And I think that's great for them, not only for their not only of course for enjoyment, but I think for everyone's everyone involved's mental state. I think it's a great thing that they're doing, and I hope them and wish them all the success in the future. And of course, SimAbility, not only is the support they show the sim racing world, but the support they've been showing Team Brit and the likes as well, and the fact that they help and they definitely put in effort to getting sim racing rigs for those with disabilities as well. Be able to sim race, and they're a huge factor into what makes the sim racing community as a whole so great. But from everyone here at RaceSpotTV, from myself, Randy Chineth, from Lorenzo Bonder and Paul Smith, our producer, we thank you for tuning in to the PCDC and Team Brit 6 hours of Brands Hatch, and we hope to see you show up for future coming events both on the RaceSpotTV channel and the iRacing Esports Network. And until then, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.